out. We're here, DJ Definition Positive's bathroom. Test. Check, mic. Mic, 1, 2. I got exclusive. Thank you, Pops, for hosting today. Mic check. Mic check. See you tomorrow. Guahan.
Is that TV
California.
on? Sound check.
California.
Sound check.
Thank you for tuning in. If you rocking with us right now, thank you. Mic check 1, 2.
Sound check.
It's another island session.
Island session.
It's another island session.
Bow wow, chicka bow wow.
Mr. J Rock, we're back again.
Stone Capone.
We survived, brother.
We made it.
Typhoons, pandemic.
What else we got? Winter storm, firestorm. Woo. I tell you, it's a blessing to see everybody back.
It's another island session.
Yes, sir. So we're picking it back up again.
We took a little break through the
Sure.
pandemic, held it down for our families,
Right.
worked the front lines, you know what I mean?
The whole shebang bang.
Shout out to everyone out there Friday working
Yes,
that 9 to
sir.
5, getting that money, doing what you have to do to live. Absentee
Exactly.
voters out there that are out here trying to make a living. We want to be back home. It's another island session, Jay. Rock.
Yes, sir. Stone Capone, absolutely.
It's another island session.
It's another.
Def Paz, executive producer.
Yes, thank you to our exec producer.
Let us know if you're out there in the chats. Let us know if can you hear us? Does the sound good? Give us some cues. This is your session. This is our session.
Yes,
this is
sir.
the YouTube.
Shout
Chat
out
it
to
up.
sponsors out there. Yes, sir.
We got some giveaways
Yes,
tonight.
ma'am. It's good to be back.
Let's give them the first hashtag. Hashtag Island Session in the chat. If you're here with us, hashtag Island Session.
Hey.
Have a mic check.
Hey,
It's another island session.
we here. We live.
We live.
Woo.
We live. Thank you for tuning in. Shout out to the chat room, hashtag Island Session. Let's give away some things.
Hey.
It's another island session. Mic check, Def Paz. Atmospheric Tides Radio, once again. In
All
collaboration, Rhoda Times. Hallelujah.
Raja. Oh, what's happening, everybody? Hey, half a day. Tiro. Yiliso.
Mabuhay. Talofa. Malo.
Mahalo. Kasalelie Ali. Yakwe. Guess we're doing it all around. That's the beautiful thing about diversity. Alpha Stone, what do you think?
Man, include everybody. Inclusion. It don't matter where you're from. It's how we all get there the same way.
That's right, inclusive. That's who we are, and that's what we promote and advocate out there.
So that's what we see, peace, love, and everything that moves when it don't matter about anything else but what you want to achieve. What's your goal? What do you want to do?
That's right, brother. That's right. Raja.
So we all out here, no matter where we're from, what kind of work we do, the bottom line is we love you, man. Our families, we're all out here trying to work for what we love.
Yeah, I raised that up, man.
And tonight it's going to be hard because we have to separate the family. We're looking at the people that are going to work for us. And so tonight we want to make sure that you're clear. Let's look at these people as candidates, not uncles and aunts. That's hard to separate. I love them. I love my island. I love my people.
Yes.
Tonight, though, we need the right people in the right positions to do what's the best. For who?
For the entirety of the community.
Yes, and how do we play that role as absentee voters? We want to be there.
Absolutely. And also, a lot
Yes,
of
sir.
these stone is that, some people may ask, but you want to be informed, you want to know, you want to get all that information so that you can analyze, make that assessment, as a voter. It's a powerful thing, you know.
It's a critical time.
Right, and it's a given right, and that's what our founding fathers have developed. You know, when the Constitution was built and developed this democracy, and that should be practiced. And what's amazing and exciting about this is that, you know, there's a lot of stuff where they're saying, you know, this is critical moments. This is an election that's coming forward that is more important than ever. Every election is important.
Yes, yes.
That's how it is developed and you know and brought up in that way to allow, should there be any changes that need or whatnot. But you know, again, this is beautiful because we have a lot in the menu. We have quite a few candidates, and today we are doing for the LUTA candidates, the candidacy down there for the House of Representatives. Yes, and the Senate seat, the Senate seat as well.
Yes.
So.
And we have incumbents that have served, and that's what we want to hear. We want to say thank you. We want to give you your flowers now.
Right.
We're not talking about, you know, we want to get to the issues, concerns, and things that mean something right now to voters.
Right.
There might be some news, some social media out there that might be speaking of. Let's bring this. This is a more intimate look. Meet your candidate.
Right.
And let's see, and the position they want. Why do they? Why is it this party that brings the best option for you? You make decisions. And we want to know why. So we're going to talk about some things. Pandemic money is out there, and how are we going to rebuild? We have a deadline of 2 years to build and use this money up. We want to know, where does Rhoda get their part? Where's their share? I got to visit Tinin, and man, they are united. No matter the party, what I saw was the action, the unitedness, them getting resources. Is that what we need to do? And I'm not saying it's one party, but maybe our delegation needs to be united.
Right.
Could that be the difference?
And that's the key, you know, is you're looking at how can we make for the one. So you can have 3, 4, 5, but if you inclusively look and focus on the needs, there's a common ground for everything to provide for each community, and that is an important piece. And this is why this is so special, and it's an important piece in the election, because the constituents out there and the voters, they're looking at, okay, you know, why should you be the one?
Yes, yes.
Why, and some of the incumbents that are seeking for either another term or whatnot, or different seats and position, why do you think you still belong in there?
And it might be more of a challenge for you this time around. So we want to make you know that we're going to treat you just the same as anyone else, and you have to bring that to the table.
Exactly.
We can't say, hey, okay, you're here now. No, no. As another candidate now, another year, you might have to answer more harder questions because you've done that. Why? And I'm going to tell you, thanks to the team, to everybody that participated, submitted questions to all the forums that have been active. I mean,
we got live chat, live feedback coming up. So.
All of these are great things. There should be no problem. And we're not here to spice it up. No. We're really here to just inform and bring people to where they need to be. And that's hearing them on a different setting, like we do always on Island Session.
That's right. Island Session is what we bring. You're coming in an open arms, and open ears, and a mindset where, okay, what do we have, and you know what is the core values that the candidates are bringing in, and then we can interpret that in everyone in their own ways, and transition that to marking the ballot.
Brother,
why is that the candidate of my choice?
And so we're absentee voters.
Yeah.
But we want to definitely let people know that we care. How do we help? What can we do?
That's right.
Can we unite? Is there some benefit? We saw that actually. Do they know where we're actually broadcasting live? Once again, DevPods, could you like close out the camera when I point at it? Is that how interactive we are right now?
You can point at the camera.
And then could you kind of like take us off screen and bring us back? Would that be something hard, like a closed camera? If I say, and we're live from the island of Salem, welcome to Island Session. And then could you close it right there? Like, could we have that intro? Because that's how excited I feel. You hear that music he's playing in the back? I mean, it's giving me that vibe like we're telling a story. So once in the Pacific Northwest, there were absentee voters that got challenged.
And see, you interpret it that way. I'm thinking because it's October month, it's the Halloween.
Hey, yes.
That could be the thing.
Tricks and treats, but are we going to be here to go trick-or-treating? Or are we here to Probably we're here for the Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, you know,
Giving thanks.
You know, as locals back home, you know, we always look for something, anything with family function. You know.
Thanks,
That
man. I'm
is
thankful
real,
for
man.
the family. I'm
Yes,
thankful,
man.
and it's not blood or not, man. You meet people along the way that want to know about your culture, are really supportive, want to know things, and there's a lot of people tuned in tonight. So shout out if you've met one of us that have been involved in any kind of movement. We also got a senator here tonight that actually started the Micronesian Islander community.
Yes.
He's the founder, and Galita, and we got to give you your flowers while you're here.
Yes,
And I
bless
believe
that.
in that. Like, let's celebrate you now. We got to celebrate the work of some people that helped along the way. The mayor, thank you for your job. The current senators, thank you for your job. What is it that we need? We hope you provide some kind of a mentorship, a way to pass the torch. Let's keep this going and let's not stall it. Let's not have to rebuild from
Recording
the
in
start.
progress.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deb Paz, for that. So, I mean, you know, so all those feelings on top of holiday seasons, I mean, they're already promoting Christmas, Jay.
I know. Right?
And so we got to start buying gifts because how many, one, buy them and here, okay, knock it out, spend more money, inflation, gas is, I don't know, CNMI, put in the chat room, how much is gas right now? Because it's gone down here and it's gone up.
It's gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So-
it's gonna continue to influence, but that comes down with you know, the agendas of what they're trying to do. I think a
The
lot of
influence,
the
what's happening
influence-
around the world that can impact
Right.
us.
Yeah, many impact. It could be the war,
Yeah.
also the transition of moving from gas power to electric. I mean, there's a lot of political agendas through that.
And capability, we got realistic things that maybe we can't do right now.
Right.
But what's the plan to get there? Once again, if Deb Paz can close out the camera, you're back on the island session.
Oh God! Yes.
So yeah, I mean, it's good to be back, man.
It
It's
is
been a
great.
while.
Oh man! I
Any
tell
shout outs you want to give, Jay?
I just shout out to everyone.
All right now it is Pacific Standard Time,
Yes.
4:24. We're going 4:25, the 5-minute countdown. Island Session, if you're with us in the chat room, hashtag Island Session, we want to give some things away. We got people saying, yeah, I'll give something away. Okay, fuck eye, where you at?
Oh,
Tone
God.
Anderson, where you at? Roman, let's give some stuff away.
Yeah, let's give it out. The more you give, the
Yeah.
more it shall be received.
And what I'm saying for tonight, if you're tuned in and you're informed, let's represent all these brands that come from the island. It's all about us being out there representing. When you come out there, you know you got a leader working for you,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I got to give it up for Kalili. He's been working, representing. I see him bring in things we need. It's not an easy job. So I'm gonna give you flowers while you're here. I don't know if he has a someone that's gonna be challenging him. No, any candidate yet. But imagine that, huh? If you could, that could be kind of your performance record. So kudos to that. Rhoda, to everyone that's in there right now, we understand you're never gonna be eye to eye. So check it out. 4:25, 5 minutes to go. We're gonna be live. The whole squad.
Again. So today, folks, we're gonna start down with the House of Representatives again, and then followed by the Senate members that
Yeah.
will be doing our Q&A for today. And again, you know, big ups to them for coming out, and this is a part of it, guys. You know, some folks are probably, it's an uncomfortable zone, but to be honest with you, and be candid, get comfortable because, you know, once you're a public servant, it comes with the territory. Everything's listed. The folks want to know every public documents, public notes. I mean, again, it is not an easy position to be
Yeah,
in.
never. And to talk
Right.
just live and not
Right.
see us. We're doing it virtually.
Right.
You know, if we were there, we do the 6 feet apart mask, you know, really, if that was required.
Right.
It's changed the whole landscape of what we do. Being a culture that always comes together, is used to hugging
Right.
and having to adjust this, even in work. So, you know, we're out here trying to assimilate and trying to fall in, but when you hit that on diversity,
Yes.
you know, is also in the CNMI, what are we doing? And, you know, I hope that comes out.
Yeah.
Jay, the fun thing is that we've spoken to some of these people.
Yes.
We've spoken to Ivan, we've spoken to Julie. We know Ed
Right.
Barcinas, and
Yeah, we've spoken
you know,
to
and
some
he
of
may have a relation to us tonight too.
Right.
He may be the uncle, he may be the par, he may be the cousin,
Right.
you know. But tonight we're going to talk to you as the candidate, as the Mr. Barcinas, and we want you to speak to everyone as if they don't know you. You'll have a good amount of time to speak tonight. You know, you got about a good 3 minutes to do your intro, right? Then you go into each topic and question. And remember, let us repeat it. You can't hear us, you can't understand us, or if someone has a question, we want this to be real, organic. So Deb Paz, can you close it out when I point at the camera?
Yes.
Oh, God, boom, I like that. Boom. Yeah.
Okay, pow.
Okay.
Pow,
So if you're
pow,
still
chicka,
tuned
pow,
in
pow.
with us,
Yes.
4:27,
Each
3
last
minutes.
session, 3 more minutes, guys. Hoffa Stone is
Oh,
here.
we're warmed up.
With Jay Rocca.
Okay, I think we might have to turn off this camera to pause because we're going to give up all the information right now.
Right.
We're ready talking. We're excited for the agenda.
Excited. We are back.
Yes,
Live.
feels good.
Oh, it's been a long journey, but we made it.
Yes.
It's been blessed. It's been a blessing. I had an opportunity to be back home to get the chance to see many of our folks, and so do you.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
going down. And,
Just wish at the same time. It's
right.
life-
Hey,
Yes.
you know.
All right, you do it again, okay? We got 4:27, 3 minutes till the
3
next
minutes.
island session.
Alpha Hungan Boom. Did we do that right?
Yes, yes. I think we got it.
I think.
Did we? Let's see. Look,
Hey,
play it back.
Just share the moments,
Yeah.
guys. It's, like I said, we just all up in this. All up in this. We are excited. Cheers.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday
Happy
here
Saturday,
from the
CNMI.
stateside, and happy Saturday, CNMI. A big yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
ma'am. Ungan. Off a day.
Yeah. Give it.
Yes.
And that's what I mean. None of that was rehearsed. We just said, you know what? Let's reunite with J Rock.
Yeah.
Off the Stone. We're back.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
How's the family, bro?
Family is awesome, great, keeping them busy. And
Right? Making them travel back.
Man.
How was that experience,
going back
bro?
to their roots, learning the culture.
Flying, like all these new things you have to do, right?
Keeping
With
you
COVID and
humble,
everything
you know?
being open now, because we couldn't travel back for a while.
No, they were loving it. They were blessed to see the, the family,
Yeah.
the culture, the tradition, and just the love. And,
Yeah.
and that is why it is important to continue on with what our identity is.
Oh yeah,
We
it reminds you
truly
real
need to-
fast, yeah.
right, and we need to truly understand that we are better than that.
Yeah.
And what we can do is, like you said, you mentioned before earlier, unity.
Yeah.
If you have that unity, it doesn't matter
Yeah.
who.
Yeah.
You put sweat aside and
Yeah.
all those things
Yeah.
because you got to learn to agree to disagree.
Yeah.
But if you focus on that.
So unity can make things move.
Yes.
And I agree, and I think we've seen some examples of it.
And diverse ideas.
Yes,
can bring it to the
don't be scared of diversity, and diversity can still look alike.
Yeah.
The diverse ideas that we have because maybe we have different experiences. I wish I had more experience in Micronesia,
Yeah.
because I would love to learn more. But we had to come and make a living to do that, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
now I'm at Tennessee, here we are.
And that is why it is important. And the beautiful thing about this is that we have all these candidates
Tonight,
that are here,
today,
and the menu is broad.
Yes.
Because it's just not
what they bring.
one-dimensional.
Yes.
So it's exciting. and
Exciting,
here
a
we
tough
are.
decision.
Yep.
And
So
check it out
cheers.
once again. It is 4:29,
Yeah.
under 1 minute,
We got
and
1
we are back.
minute to count down.
Maybe we
First
should-
candidate coming out on the house. Who we got? We have Mr. Ed
Barcinas.
Barcinas that will be coming up
Yes.
here live in about a minute or so. And we'll give him a ring down there, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, stick around.
In the chat room, island
Be
session.
informed only in island session. Understand, and we'll try to provide as much as we can.
I like
out
that.
there.
Understand though, Jay. That's
Right.
real. So we're gonna understand it is 4:30, and here we go. We're live once again. We're gonna do the introduction. Shout out to our executive producer, Mr.
Def Pause.
Pause.
Yes, sir.
Yo, definitely pause like Def pause like when I'm taking that COVID swab for work again, trying to get clear. I'm hoping it's not pause.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean,
It's pause.
yes, it's
Pause.
pause,
Like
because I still
pause.
got to go to work.
Like
Like
just
2 weeks off, we can't
hold up.
afford that.
Right. Just like pause it for a
Yes.
little bit. Just,
Now it's under control.
yeah.
We haven't broadcast for about 2 years, Jay.
No.
I mean, it's a general election, so usually we hit those moments.
Right.
So we're back and we're doing the Rota sessions.
Road a session.
Luta, what's up? Are you with us?
Luta Hungan.
Saipan, Tinian, where you at?
We got
Wahan.
yeah, shout out. We got a lot that are tuning
Rhoda,
in.
Flavo with the O. Shout out.
in
Thank
the
you so much
chat.
for
Shout
tuning in.
out. Oh.
Barcinas, what's up?
What's up, Marcinas?
What up? What up, Christian? What up?
Fort Hood, Texas.
Texas.
We-
Okay, hey, you wanted to say a shout out right when we started.
Yes.
To who?
Shout out to Texas.
And
Doing
all the
that.
people
And
serving
and
our
serving
country.
Yes.
You know what? Thank you, Kurt. I know you're out there, and thank you to your husband for his service. Right. Thank you to everybody in the CNMI. Highest per capita right now with our people serving in the armed forces.
The nation.
Yeah.
And keeping us to do what we are doing. Yeah. Freedom. And which leads us to our first candidate.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And going for a spot in the House of Representatives is Mr. Ed Barcinas. Now, our team's going to get him coming in now, Jay. So we understand that role, right?
Yes.
A big part of being in that role is we want bills that get introduced that will help the people.
Yes.
Why do bills get stalled? What's, you know, we're gonna go in and try to give him a little more time, and we may have to just guide him because we wish we could give him all the time. Right. So Mr. Barcinas, are you with us? Okay. So,
all right. Well, we got plenty of time. We're patient.
All right. So we're gonna try to get the chat on the phone. And DevPause, what are you using these days? YouTube chat. Okay, got you.
Thank you, YouTube.
So as we get there, Jay, let's talk a little bit about a general election. It's you know, and before we even talk about Rhoda, we need resources from the bigger islands.
Yes.
We need an economy. We need a means of transportation.
Right.
We need things. Our economy is one of the biggest topics this year, is how can Rhoda sustain? How do we bring money to a CNMI pot? Right. Are we justified to take this amount? There has been, you know, a lot of, I want to say, there's a lot of banter right now with what's going on, but I want to focus tonight on Rhoda. We have maybe 1,000+ people living there, almost 2,000.
Right.
We need to be able to manage that. There is no way that we can't.
That's absolutely right.
So what do you think are some of the roadblocks that we're seeing right now and why we're talking to candidates, why everyone has confirmed tonight? So you're going to hear from every candidate running for this position. We've tried not to leave anyone out. Everyone returned their confirmation in time. So shout out to that movement of everyone agreeing, because what we hope to bring you is a clear platform. Right. We hope to just encourage you and say thank you, give you your flowers while you're alive. Let's not celebrate you when you're gone. Let's say thank you. All right, here we go. So Mr. Ed Barcinas is getting ready to be connected right now. And while we wait for him, we want to say thank you to a couple people that have supported us. Right. So I want to say, you know, there's Hallelujah recently has also been out to Rhoda. Yes. I wasn't you know, fortunate enough to make it, and I'll tell you the challenges of flights. Right. It was hard for me to catch one and make it back in time for things. So what was your experience going back this time?
Oh, it was beautiful. Again, it was a blessing to always get grounded and go back to your roots. Yeah. Sometimes each of us need that. And, you know, that moment for, at least for myself, was just for that reason, is to come back and say, hey, you know, remind me of where I came from, because sometimes we tend to forget or
work hard, or, just try to provide
and work, but then a part of that is to get that. So anyways, we can elaborate that more, but it was a blessing.
And we'll be talking throughout the night about that and why it's important and why we feel so connected to the island. So right now, ladies and gentlemen,
yes sir,
running
yes ma'am,
for the House of Representatives, we have Mr. Ed Barcinas.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Ed Barcinas. Welcome, sir. Are you there?
Buenas, buenas.
Buenas. Unmute. Buenas. Off a day. So first off, on behalf of Isla Session, Ed, Stone, Lawrence, and I would like to extend, and then the organizers are, and I guess the entirety, our utmost appreciation and thank you for your service, for allowing us to continue to have this freedom and the abundant things that has opened us to be why we are under that umbrella of democracy and liberty and justice for all. So, si Jesus mo si dan andong ko na nagagdecimento para servisyo mo, Señor.
You're welcome. So let us give you some time now to make your introduction. Who are you, Mr. Ed Barcinas? Bring us in. This is a more intimate conversation. We see your face on there. We know you, and what's great is that we connect. Yes. And we will never forget you, because growing up, you remember us as youth. And you know those are important issues today. So if you could go ahead and share and talk to our audience today, let them know who you are.
Buenas, Danhakodai, greetings from the beautiful island of Saipan. My name is Edward Castro Barcinas, and I'm the candidate for House of Representatives for Precinct 7 in Lora this coming general election, November 8th. I'm a retired police officer and a veteran. I'm the proud son of Mr. Abel Song Barcinas and the late Lucia Taimania Castro. I want everyone to stop and evaluate today's situation. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Can you afford 4 more years of the high utility rates and highest gas price? The high cost of gas and food hurts us all. Our island of Florida doesn't need to be in a constant state of crisis. Failed political leadership is destroying our island and hurting our families. It's time for change. If elected, here are some of my plans to address on the following critical issues. Number one, our economy. The importance of promoting a culture of enterprise and entrepreneurship in all areas of society is the development of modern society. I will work collaboratively with the Office of Grants Management to seek funding opportunities and to tackle priority needs for Rota and to assist with some unmet needs. Regardless of economic strength, it is also important to have competitive export-focused small and medium business sectors. One of the lessons from the economic crash and subsequent recession is that the CNMI government needs to strategically manage the economy to ensure a balance of activity between public and private sectors and to sustain this economy for many years' worth of growth.
Oh, yeah.
These are just a few things I mentioned to build a new and more resilient economy. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic took so much from us. With lives lost and livelihood shattered, but it also presents us with an opportunity to reshape our economy, and we will overcome our pain and trauma to unite and seize the moment to secure a better future for all. It was the only thing we do. So, the high cost of living, rising cost of commodities, and high cost of living is a huge problem in our island. I want to be able to work with the federal and local government to provide more financial or economic assistance to our people, such as gas vouchers, stimulus check, rebate, or whatnot, which will be made possible by grants.
Now, Mr. Barcinas, I'm sorry, are you there? Could you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so what I was gonna say is, so you're already actually tackling some of the questions that we have, and what I want to do is provide you the most time available. So we were just talking, let me just go back, and you had some great key points about, you know, high utilities, food, it's a state of crisis. Why are we operating that way? The question we have right now, and it is the fiscal cliff is just around the corner where ARPA funds will run out. And our revenues are not back to where we are able to sustain government operations and personnel. So this is going to impact a lot of people. Are we ready? And the question we have is, how will you approach this when government revenues are insufficient to cover salaries and government operations? So we're going to come to a point where all these things that are funded are no longer going to exist. A big challenge coming up. How are you as a leader in the House of Representatives? What would you do right now? How are we going to prepare for that? Thank you.
As a leader or if elected, I will see to it that get some grants to help people
So if I could read back. So what I'd like to say, Mr. Barcenas, if we could, because that's a great point, and can we elaborate more on a federal grant to assist the people to come in? So you mentioned right now, are we not doing, do you feel, and as we go in more to the question, do you feel that we're not taking advantage of federal grants at the moment? And you have experience in your career with this.
Can you repeat the question?
The question is, do you feel that we are not taking advantage right now of available grants? Are we doing our part to really, seek out these resources right now, currently?
These are no, we are taking we're using the ARPA funds to the advantage. But your question is, if we run out of
Yep.
the ARPA funds, what else alternatives can we use
Yes.
to help our people?
Okay.
There are many ways to tap into.
Yes. Okay, so Jay, you want
We
to?
need to grow our economy, our tourism industry, because that's very vital
Yeah. Yes.
to our island. That's the next alternative is our tourism. We
Yes.
gotta promote our tourism.
And that leads to our next question, Mr. Barcenas.
And you mentioned Mr. Ed Barcenas, you mentioned tourism, which leads to our next question. So, tourism is still trying to rebound post-pandemic. What are some revenue-generating ideas that could help fund programs and operation without putting so much pressure on the locals, or what are the cost-cutting measures that could save the government money? So you mentioned about tourism, you mentioned about gas prices up. So can you give us just some ideas of what your agenda that you may tackle some of these current issues that we are facing for our constituents, just to hear from your point of view?
Okay, my answer to that is that you know what, we have to beautify our island, promote our island. Work with NBA, work with the governor's office and the mayor of Florida and the rest of the Florida delegation, so that we can address those issues that is affecting our island.
So what we can see, Jay, and let's go ahead and we'll, if we could read back the beautify. And I think a lot of preserving, doing those, like I like when you mentioned that, and I wish we had more time to elaborate. And talking about short time, the next question that we do have is, we know 2 years is a short amount of time to make drastic changes, but every journey begins with a small step. If elected, how do you plan to make positive forward movement in our island's economy? Now, you have spoken about that in your intro. So I want to say about competitive exports, small and medium, bringing those markets together. One thing that really stood out for me was management. How are we managing this? Who is taking charge? Where are the roles? How do we all come? So the question is, again, if elected, how do you plan to make positive forward movement in our island's economy, Mr. Barcenas?
Can you repeat the question again?
And so we talk about 2 years, because the role that you'll have for 2 years to make change. It's hard. But we want to know that the journey right now is just, what is a small step that you can do right now? Small or big, what is it that you can do to make a positive forward movement? There's been a lot of negative, things going on right now. We want to hear about positive. What is one small thing that you can do?
If elected.
Yes.
Okay, if elected, I would support our farmers support our businesses.
There you go.
And our fishermen, we need to support them so that so that you know what, we can bring in more revenues. We can export things from Rhoda, our sweet potatoes, bananas, taros. In fact, even our water at Water King. You know, that's another thing that we can tap into, so that we can bring more revenues, so that we can help our people, Florida.
So it starts from the
And,
people. Yeah.
And also to help the businesses and the farmers and mom and pop stores. And here in Rhoda, they're hurting because of the high cost of living, and what do you call that? The shipping is too costly. That increasing, our goods to rise. Like all the groceries,
No.
commodities in the stores is going up and up, and it's never stopped because of the high cost of living and the shipping issues that's affecting our businesses with what do you call that? Put them into a spot.
No, we hear you. And what we'd like to say is, if you don't mind, we have two more questions.
Actually, we can morph that into
Yes.
one, because you brought that
Yep.
about revenue.
Yes.
And so that question leads to what Mr. Barcenas is talking about.
And Mr. Barcenas, thank you, because we know that you want to make sure you get everything in, and you've been hitting on the topics we have. So we know you understand what's going on there. So it's going to lead us to these questions, the next two that we have. Mr. Mundo?
So actually, we're going to have this, possibly the last question that we have is, what are your 5 core values, and how do they shape how you lead? So what is your values, and those values shape who you are in leading our community and our constituents?
And if we could say one right now, sir, is your service. I mean, and we've seen it with, what you did just as a constituent to the island. So with these questions, we want you to tell our viewers right now what you're committed to. And some that might not know is that your service, and it is something that we hold very important. So we wish we could even talk about that tonight. But what we can say is thank you for your service, and that we do see that as a big value for our island. So if you can go ahead and give us 5 of your values.
One that I would point out is honesty, integrity, courage, transparency,
Oh, nice.
and integrity.
There you go. Thank you. So with this core value, if I could just go into one more, integrity, can you give us a little bit about that right now?
Well, I'm an honest person. I was raised up by my parents, and I have a high ethical principle in myself. I was trained in the military. The military taught me everything about the traits of leadership, and they instilled me during my service in the military that I have to live by that.
Yes.
And I continue to live with the traits, the leadership traits that I was still. And then I was raised up by my parents with discipline. They told me that respect is the most important thing. Treat people with respect. Be honest. Don't promise people. Work hard for the people. And so forth.
And I can see how those are your values now. So I the piece definitely about our parents, and it takes a village. And we hope tonight that the village can see you, Mr. Ed Barcenas, as a candidate for the House of Representatives. So is there something that you have also?
Pretty much, I think that kind of concludes the questioning. Now we're going to give you, Mr. Barcenas, an opportunity to tell our constituents, our viewers, why are you the best candidate and why you should be their House of Representatives.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuned in all around, go in the chat room. Mr. Ed Barcinas, it is your time. Let them know.
Hunggan.
Once again, to the organizers, Lawrence and Mr. Mundu, I want to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. I will be honored if you vote for me for the House of Representatives representing our beautiful island of Rhoda and the people. Vote for me if you want someone who fights for you rather than a special interest. It is time for the politicians to put the people first. I will fight out of control federal spending to rein in inflation. I will fight to reduce the high cost of living on Rhoda, including addressing all other issues confronting our island. My only special interest group is you. I humbly ask for your vote of confidence this November 8th to please vote number 1 on the ballot, Edward Castro Barcinas. Thank you, Jesus Masi and Gilisto.
Jesus Masi, ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Ed Barcinas. Jesus Masi, Nisipisyo mo, Senor, Sir, and all the viewers. There you go. That is number one on the ballot
Number
for
one.
the House of Representatives.
And the
Mr.
first one to go, and it's not always easy, Jay,
It's
to go
not
first.
always easy.
So for him to come in, take on the questions in that small amount of time,
Right.
I really do feel like as we're writing here, you know, you see the common themes, and it is a crisis, and we're dealing with that.
All right, and take care of yourself, Senor. Buenas tardes, Jesus Masi, ni un pega dididi gitempo mo.
Yes, yes.
Para unay tansa, para fanikungok siya I manautauta za si Joseph Benendisi, za adayo and take care za ningway za hao. Si Jesus
Yes,
Masi,
sir.
Senor.
Love you.
Good Maki, Loki, Dan Hamdu, Dai Hamdu Geno Lago. Thank you and a invitation. Adios.
Adios.
sir.
Memorias.
And there you have it, ladies and
Ladies
gentlemen,
and gentlemen,
Mr.
one more
Ed
time, let's give it up for
Barcinas.
Mr. Ed Barcinas holding us down, who was our first candidate for this question answers. And so next time we're gonna do an interlude music on life. And next up, coming up, another candidate is coming up is Ivan Mereb.
Yes,
So
yes.
stay tuned if you want a chance to hear him, folks. Stick around. Big shout out to Texas. I see you in the house.
Everybody out there serving our country, we
Ooh-wee.
see you.
We see you. A shout out. Hawaii is in the house. Who else?
Mahalo.
Mahalo, California. I see California.
Hey, Jay, Washington's there.
Washington's everywhere.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
always
yeah, hey,
around.
yeah. You had a good time
Idaho,
Labor Day.
East Coast. Virginia is in the house.
Maryland,
I've
don't
seen
forget
people in
Maryland.
Maryland's tuning in. All over Florida, I see you. People are tuning in here in the island section. Once
It's in
again,
the island
it's
section.
an entire island for the Luta Island.
Yes,
Next
we
up,
hope we can bring it to you.
Ivan Red.
Yeah.
Bruce Moss.
No stranger to the show. Get ready, Ivan coming
Yeah.
back, baby.
Ivan,
Session.
coming up.
Yes, yes.
All right. Well, here we go. Huff and Stone. How's it going there, buddy?
Man, it's good. You know, I just want to kind of go back and just say thank you to Mr. Ed Barcenas for leading it off.
Yes. You know, so we just want to let everyone know out there, and to all that we're interviewing as well, or we're having a question, that, you know, a lot of these is just randomly questions that was submitted to our constituents out there.
Try to add to it, build to it, you know,
Right.
because they all kind of match, and they were all trying to talk about similar issues.
Correct.
So, but they all had different points on how to make it. So,
Yeah.
shout out to everyone. If you submitted a question, got involved, thank you.
Yeah, Jesus Mossy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it's connected from many coming from abroad, even from back home. You know,
Yep,
so
yep.
a lot
Yes.
of these is again picking up from where and what they feel, and how they look at things, in what the candidate's perspective of coming along. And you know, again, thanks to our first candidate, Ed Barcenas.
Yeah.
Just
Thank you.
recap, talked about you know, focusing, you know, to beautify, work with businesses, Rota delegation, MVA, and so forth. Tourism, as you know, that is our number one economic revenue.
It's beautiful. Rota's beautiful. Rota's
Yeah,
delicious.
cinema is beautiful.
Romantic.
Everywhere, and you know, he's trying to put out what is our identity, and he put down here that we gotta, you know, help out the farmers, support the farmers.
I really like that local,
You know,
local
local
business,
business,
establish,
things like that,
support
you know.
them.
Yeah.
And how do you support local business? You give them incentives, you provide ways, you know, where they can have, and a fair way to all get businesses and compete. You provide them the background that they need. Maybe it's something that I'm doing, you know, and you're seeing that I might need help on, just maybe with the resources. As if we don't have water, how do we get that to a farmer that can produce this? How do we even the playing field? What if, even if it's a newcomer wanting to come to Rota to invest, because coffee is a big thing in Seattle, and they want to come now here and make it, because we've heard that even coffee can be made there. We're in a time where even cannabis is getting decriminalized.
Yes, sir.
We never
Yes, sir.
thought they'd see it in their lifetime, but in our lifetime, we knew that it would come. And so what does Rota have the potential to do in that time?
What is the identity
Yes.
of Rota that you can bring? Are you trying to mass produce it for tourism site, but also look at the revenue
Other
of
things,
exporting?
yes. Or what else
And
is there
other
with
that-
it?
yeah,
Yes.
that they cover it up
Lotions, you know, you can. There's so much healing
Coconut
properties.
oil
yes.
healing. There's a lot. You
And
know?
so, and then Mr. Barcenas also did talk about, like, the common, you know, theme has been the sweet potato.
Right.
We know that we cannot have everybody producing sweet potato. And he mentioned management. How do we manage that? Give certain people, okay, let them do that. What's next? Bananas.
Right.
What's next? Hot pepper. What do we know for, and why aren't we there
Hey,
yet?
you know, speaking of that, man, I've actually, when I, you know, speaking about the trip
Yes.
that I went
Yeah,
down,
yeah.
I've tried sweet potato salad.
Wow.
Lemon
Yes,
salad.
wow.
I mean, I was like, hey, these are the kind of stuff that we have in our identity of how we can morph that and export it and expand
Yes.
it. I mean, it's
to our people that
yeah.
are in the culinary arts,
Right.
are in the industry for cooking
Industry.
food. Look at those things, and you see TikToks and YouTubes where people are monetizing their channels, and Rota's the perfect background to do so. And
Yeah.
and we saw recently some people out there that have good followings go to the Rota Fiesta and film, and everyone's so amazed about the food and how it is. So.
it's delicious.
Yes. So what do we do with that? And so as we talk to the
Yeah.
candidates, what we want to say is, when we give you the first 3 minutes, take your time to talk about you. This is not about, forget about everything else in questions. You'll have a time to address some more
That's right.
questions that are directed at the economy and things you probably have answers for. So we want the 3 minutes. This is your time to talk to the audience. And tonight, shout out again, if we could go back to the chat room.
Yes, sir.
Rana Flower, shout out.
Yes, sir.
We got a couple of Mundos from Vegas.
All right.
Shout out
Thank
Lucretia Barcenas in Texas.
Yes,
Fort
sir.
Hood, Texas. Thank you,
Ooh.
Hungan, says Rana. Mariah, what up, Mariah?
Mariah
Mariah saying
back
shout
home.
out,
Yes.
giving us thank you.
Yes.
You know, everyone we see, Lucretia already saying Ivan Marib, you know, yes, put your support in. Why? Give us comments, like, support your candidates tonight. Mr.
Right.
Barcenas was up first, and we want to make sure if you want more info, check the YouTube channel, subscribe, and we will be posting how to reach out.
And this is
18 days to early voting.
Right. And also, this is recorded, and you can always pass the word, share the word. We are doing it live with this Isla session. And so next up, we got Ivan Mereb that's coming in.
Not a
And I
stranger to our
apologize,
not a stranger to
sir,
our platform.
if I say Ivan or Ivan,
Yeah.
you know, correct me if I'm wrong. He is one of our former councilmen. I
Great
believe.
speaker, yeah.
So you know,
He knows
he's been in the
yeah.
game.
3 minutes,
And-
introduce yourself,
right.
Ivan. And what I'd like to hear from Ivan is like an update. Is like from where we first met you and now where you're at.
Right.
What are your you're looking for
And
a
now you're
position?
seeking
Yes.
for this
Yes.
position, and what it is that
Yeah.
you know, this seat now
Yeah.
is you know, you're passionate
Yeah.
to be a part.
And that's
of
what's
that.
beautiful about meeting
Right.
again.
Yes,
And it's
sir.
not, and we are familiar
Been a
with
while.
Yes, yes.
It's been a while, right? So
But it
Yep.
seems like we never
Right.
missed a beat.
Right.
And we're back again, and thank you for tuning in. If you're in the chat room, hashtag Island Session.
Good.
We want to give away a few things. We got Rhonda already hashtagging. I mean, she might win
Hey.
it. So
Yes,
if I
sir.
could, Jay, we got some T-shirts. We got some hats. We got some things. We got some giveaways tonight. So stay tuned. We got more. Yes.
Yep, and we'll try. So please subscribe.
Yes.
And you know, you let us know, and we'll try to get those
Yeah.
out to many of our viewers out
Hey,
there.
I'm calling people ready. Jay's
Yeah.
calling people. We want to give away some things tonight. You're rocking with us.
Yeah.
It's a Friday. If you're working
It's
Monday through
Friday.
Friday, I know I see someone. Shout out to our producer, Def Rocks.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Shout out to
Woo-wee.
AJ. We know AJ M in the building tonight.
Yes.
The beautiful thing is, Jay, we have the opportunity to not have to do a lot of that hard work. Fielding the questions, communicating,
Yeah.
staying up on all hours, talking to everyone, and trying to get a real vibe of what's going on.
Yes. Oh,
And
yeah, this
as
is
absentee voters, which we keep stressing tonight, this year looking at absentee voters,
it matters.
we want to be
we-
home.
we-
I do. The hardest question that I've had, returning and visiting, is I want my kids to come back. I want them to see what I'm seeing. I'm here right now. I want to go back, and then I look at healthcare.
Yeah.
I look at
Opportunity.
school, and why I say school is: are we taking money away from what our kids need? Are we contributing to the sports and arts that help build our kids? Is it known fact? If you have a kid that's in art as well, it helps math. The artistic, that left brain, right brain. Sports, the engaging, the
Yes.
being part of teams.
There's many abundant things, and again, if we channel ourselves to what is our identity and what
Yeah.
can we give off, because we don't have to be anybody
No.
but ourselves
Yes.
as a community. And again, we go back to the visit that I came. Again, I've been blessed, kept me grounded, kept
Yeah.
me humble.
Yeah, yeah.
And I wanted my kids to see that opportunity for themselves of where they were from.
Wait. Def, pause.
Right,
Can you
where
give me
they
some
came
music for
from,
this one?
you
Hold
know?
up, before you go. You wanted to bring your kids back. How long has it been since your kids have been back?
I had 3 of mine that never seen home.
Wow, beautiful.
I got a couple that we brought. A couple that we brought back,
Yeah.
but they were still at non-memory age.
Could
I
you
guess
tell
you
me
can
in
say,
this
you
room
know.
how many people were there with you, or how many people made that trip out?
We have almost the entire Isla Sesh.
Wow. So everyone here had-
fortunately, we were hoping.
I was
that,
trying,
again,
yeah.
You were trying, yeah, but that's.
And the thing is, though, that I know is that when I look at the group and I see everyone coming back and being reinvigorated, right?
Right.
We hope we were able to give back. It's always been a dream to go back and give to the people, no matter what we've had going on. Who can we say thank you to? Throughout the years, there's been everyone that has sponsored us. Leaders have sponsored us.
Yeah.
Senator Paul has sponsored us. Terry has sponsored us. There's Calvo's Enterprise has sponsored us. People that give money, all these private donors that come in. If I could name everyone that came in, Julie has given in.
Yes.
You
Everyone's
reach out.
chipping in, yeah.
So look at that small circle, and now here tonight we're saying these are the candidates. Let's vote without all the other stuff.
Right.
Let's talk to them.
Let's talk real.
Yes,
Let's talk
we're here with
focus
you tonight.
facts. So it is open. Lay loose. Get comfortable. It's
And
just
come
like
in. Who
a-
do we have coming?
Come.
Back on the couch again.
Yeah.
But don't sit too long because we want to get fit CNMI. And if we could pan to the right, we got our treadmill. And we're doing a challenge tonight. We want a hashtag Island Session in the chat room. Hold up, I see Brother Ed, what up? Yes, beautiful. Hey, bless Hey, fam, thank you for tuning in. Crusher back. Oh, hashtag Crusher you in. We want to give away something. Brother Ed, you in. Raylan Cabrera, where you at? If you're in the chat room, Eusebio Manglonia, what it do?
What up,
Buenas
partner?
Alpha Day. Oh, wait. Great job, Par. And so explain the Par. How do you get the privilege of having the tag Par?
Par is your compadre, but
Love
it's you know, it's like a, you know, cut down and, you know, like brada to bra.
Yeah,
you know.
got it.
But par is your compadre.
And I love that, and I love that.
Godfather with
it
him,
gives that
yeah.
stronger, like, not brother, but Par.
Well, it
I
comes
got
down
you.
to that religious
Yes.
side of you're gonna take care of the God's
And
world.
religion is big. And as
Yeah,
we're talking
thank you.
about religion,
Right. What did I always say about the two things that we emphasize as Chamorro Carolinians is faith and family.
Yeah,
Those
beautiful.
are the two roots.
CNMI, Raylan's in
sir.
CNMI. We
Yep.
got Aniko Suzuki in there.
Yes.
Brother, hey, one thing, Brother
Shout
Ed.
out. Yep.
Brother Ed said, don't hope for change, vote for change.
Yes, sir.
Brother, thank you, man.
Yes, sir.
Right there, Magdalena Mesgun, what's up? Good luck from Luta. Thank you, Zuma Glonia. Thank you.
Yes.
Berlinda Tamiel, thank you.
Ooh, they're coming in, folks.
Wow.
They're coming in.
My Robaco, our votes matter. You know what? And check it out, it does. Because as you know, candidates that are even running today, it knows the margins are small.
Yeah.
We're a small island, right? So every vote counts. And this is why, as we talk more, we're going to go into it. CEC, what's going on?
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that's a big topic. We got to talk about, well, how is this working? How is the system working? Why is it not helping us to vote, but giving roadblocks and making it confusing? So we've seen a lot of Facebook posts recently, and we stay connected. We've done Promotion J for so long, whether it's bringing Fiji here, bringing Spawn Breezy to Rota. Our intention is to bring something to our islands.
Right.
Def Pause, I mean, I was just telling him 10 years, Jay.
Right.
We've been broadcasting for 10 years.
Yes,
it's
sir.
not about the subscribers or getting that. It's just to put out information.
Yep. To, you know, be heard.
And we got lapel mics. Come on,
Yes,
bro.
man.
Look back at the video. Just look at the difference.
Recollect the history.
Ring lights? Duh. Hey, come on, Jay. When we
I
came
know,
in,
right?
what did
I
we
know.
say? We're like, whoa. Like they never let me.
Hey,
Yeah.
Man, you know, but it's that's how dedicated and excited
How important.
we are, and the importance
Yeah.
to highlight that, because we can be doing abundance of things, but we
Yes.
care.
Yes. And if
We
you're here
care
tonight, you care.
enough. And if you're here and listening and tuning in, and I remember this, and I always highlight Hoffa Stone is, you know, many of our folks down there, whether it's young or young adult, been out here for so long, it's like, why should I care?
Yes.
I don't trust anybody. But I'll tell you what, this is what I always highlight to them and emphasize.
Highlight. Let them know.
That no matter what, politics is always going to be involved in your life directly or indirectly, whether you like it or not. So be
Yes.
involved.
Yes.
And also for everyone to understand of this you know, a push and you know, of this absentee and whatnot vote, that is a righteous vote.
I mean, I could tell you,
Giving
yes.
give someone that. And if they care enough for that, you can have all the you know, categories of
Yes.
what qualifies it and whatnot. But it's truly that is for wanting that change for back home, and that is the world of democracy.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's and the what everyone is saying tonight, that's why we want to hear the voice. We want to hear why. And if I could go back to the chat, we got Mr. Ivan Merib on the line coming in.
I think he's in. I think
Yes.
we're ready to produce. I think we're good and golden.
Yes, Josefa Maglonia from Virginia.
Yes,
Shout out.
sir.
Darren
Shout
Santos,
out.
Buenas
Ooh,
Familia.
buenas.
Everybody that's here,
Alpha
blessed
day.
up. Thank you, Brother Ed.
Ungan. So, all right.
So, man, Jay, I want to say the chat room is commenting. We got Island Session in there. Is there a hashtag tonight that you want to see?
A hashtag, you know, you give it to me, Stone. Hashtag, you got the absolute
Okay.
front view.
So we're going to do, so we're going to pick one hashtag for Island Session. The next hashtag, CNMI absentee vote.
Yes.
Hashtag CNMI absentee vote. We're going to give another prize away. We're going to select one winner for each hashtag randomly on a wheel or something. But tonight we want to give away things. And if there's one thing we're giving away is information to make the vote. We're making sure Ivan Merib gets on tonight. And this is a different style. This is a different style. Mr. Merib, are you with us tonight?
He's here, but his video's really
Okay.
big, so we're
yes, loud and clear.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome
Yes, I
live.
know that
Buenas,
voice, sir.
Buenas, Tito Hafaday, Ali. Todo Maulik. Buenas.
So this is what we're going to do, sir. Well, I hope if you heard a little, we want to give you 3 minutes for just you. Don't worry about what the questions are going to be. Don't talk about economy yet. You talk to the viewers tonight. They're in the chat room. They're from all over. You have us as well, and we hope that this progresses and keeps getting views and that they hear your message. So 3 minutes. Who are you? What are you about, sir?
Yeah, we'll give you 3 minutes of introduction. And then after that, we'll hit some of the QAs that we have randomly. And then at the end, we'll give you your views of what you're going to bring
close
as a
it out.
candidate. And then, of course, as we ask everyone, why you? All right? So with that said and further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for
Mr.
Ivan
Merab.
Merab. Hafaday.
There you go.
Coming from all the way in Sao Paulo.
Woohoo!
Love it, my brother.
Again, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, guys, man. You know, I think before I introduce myself, I just want to say this. It takes millennials like ourselves to move forward on an agenda and a plan, and you guys have been doing it. I thank you guys for coming down to Rhoda and spreading the love. I mean, that's the first I know of. I'm 35 years old, and I only know one time major movement of Rotanis coming back home to give back to their island. Something like that needs to be carried on. It's the love for the people that we do what we do.
Yeah.
Again, my fellow voters, listeners out there to Island Sesh, my name is Ivan Merab Jr. I am a candidate for the House of Representatives under the Republican seat. Who am I? I was born in the island of Rhoda in 1986. Back then, it wasn't known as a hospital. It was known as a sub-hospital. In that time, I grew up through the elementary system, the junior high system, the high school system. I graduated in 2004 from Rhoda High School. For the longest time that I have known, going to college and coming back, I stayed on Rhoda. Why? Because I have to give back to the island that gave me what I have. A lot of people will say, well, the caliber of Rhoda is not that sharp. Well, that's not true. I'm from Rhoda. I am a basic example of what public education has given students during my time. And I believe a direction needs to go in that direction to promote that every child is given the same equal education. I think equality is one of my most foremost steps. But again, that's because I was raised on Rhoda. I knew that everyone on Rhoda is family. I mean, I grew up knowing that, you know, if there was ever a phrase that it takes a village to raise a child, I am that model. Everyone in Rhoda, whether I'm not blood related or not, but I knew my father and my mother. My late father is Isaiah Merrick. He had so many friends in Rhoda that he practically told me that they're my uncles. So I grew up calling them uncles. I honored them. You know, it's a respect that you have to live here to know. You literally have to really walk the shoes of a true Rotanese to know that love, respect. This is a matriarchal system. The Chamorro custom is a matriarchal system, so that's already love, respect built in. And I guess around that is your life. And that's where we go. I mean, if you listen to the political movement now on Rhoda, they'll say that, oh, they're not talking about each other on Rhoda. They're not doing the old campaigning style. So that's true. That's what we gotta stop, guys. Guys, it's no use for us to call each other out in campaigning and then coming to the end and say, let's try to come together for Christmas. Let's try to come together for Thanksgiving. It's hard. I mean, we gotta stop that. We're millennials now. This is our time to hold the wheel of leadership and drive forward. Because why? Our time is about to end. We need to build a new future for the next generation. That's our goal. I mean, whether they're paying us $30,000 per annum at the legislature or going back to the salary of $8,000, I will still do it because why? The power and the seed that yields from it is tremendous compared to just saying I'm there for a paycheck. But anywho, big shout out to all our readers and viewers out there, whether you're listening from A-Town or Annex 5 or all the way down to Sinapolo 1, 2, and 3, Annex F, 10, 2, and thank you guys for joining in. Again, one of the most beautiful things that I love about coming on to Island Sesh is that you're going to listen and you're gonna hear from real people living on Rhoda, real people from Rhoda living out there in the mainland.
Yes, sir.
I think that's one thing that brings us together in this world of technology where we're connecting communication. That's why I don't believe that millennials, when they say this is the generation of fact checking, after this, they're going to fact check everything. This is the new mode. This is the new time that we need to show our especially our Manhobans that, information is at your hand. I mean,
Yes.
during my time at the late of Mr. Late Ogden, William Ogden, the late Matthew Oka, they always mention to us students that knowledge is power. Once you have the knowledge, you have the power. And mediums like this that connects us, all rope things together to communicate. That is knowledge and that is power. I thank you for allowing me to introduce myself again. I am a son of the late Isaiah Merritt, the son of Ramona Merritt, brothers and sisters to Mona, Molly. I have a nephew named Jonathan that lives with us. We come from a very small family in Rhoda, but we have one thing in common. We never forget the custom that on the island that we live in, and that's love, respect. Thank you.
All right, Jesus Mase, Merritt. Thank you for coming out there with those introduction. Anyhow, we'll go ahead without further ado, and we'll reach out our question. So as a candidate, as we all know, tourism is still trying to rebound post-pandemic. What are some revenue-generating ideas that you could help fund programs and operations without putting so much pressure on the locals, or what are the cost-cutting measures that you could save the government money?
So and Mr. Merritt, let's just start with some revenue generating ideas. Let's take that part.
Right.
What are some revenue generating ideas that you have? And maybe you've shared it, but take it as if they have not met you, have not heard your message, reach out to them. Give us some of your ideas to generate revenue for Rhoda.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. That is a very good question. That's the same question we got at the Dr. Rita Hogotino's Junior Senior High School Forum.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that everything that we have right now, this year, even last year, everything that we have is on island. Whether you want to start an agricultural business, a fishery business, or even a retail business, everything is there. But the concept that we need to grow, everyone, is a stronger private sector. That's how the economy has to grow. It can't grow by hiring government employees. That's just the buying power, really. On island, when we have all the government employees, half the island employed, that's just buying power. What really makes the dollars circulate, the money circulate on island, is having a stronger entrepreneurship, a stronger business core. Recently, they started the Rhoda Chamber of Commerce. I think the best approach to this is to grow the economy, is to give them the tools they need to grow the economy. Just recently, and I think, seen in my time, it's October 15, it's gonna close in October 18, the Boost program application. These are for upcoming and young entrepreneurs to pick up their businesses. Things like that needs to go. I can't say that tourism is gonna be forever our main point of tourism, of economy, because right now we know that once the pandemic hit, nobody can fly around. We know casino can be another viable.
One-
And then gambling. But,
No, you got interrupted on that right before gambling.
oh, I'm sorry. So again, the pandemic has shown us that gambling, casino, as well as tourism, ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. The pandemic won't let people move around, and again, people are not willing to risk their life to, travel. So we know that can't viable. Other things are viable. The agricultural industry, the fishing industry, these industries are already on island. And why? Because we are bringing so much vegetables, so much fruits from off island to Rhoda. We can produce that on island. What we need is a person that has the driving commitment to say, I want to open up my business and selling vegetables to the store. I want to open my business and sell fruits to the store. Instead of the store going off island, far away to get produce. It should be grown here locally.
And then you just covered the last part of that question, is cost-cutting measures, and you're saying go local. Why are we importing from?
Local.
Yes. So then, I guess the next question for that is fund programs. How would you fund programs? What do you see as ways?
Now, I think very good question. One avenue is planning it and how do we get there. So the how do we get there technique is simple. I mean, I know a lot of people will say it's outrageous. It's something that won't go. But then again, guys, when our backs are against the wall, we gotta show our people all the options available, especially when it comes to this ugly word of raising taxes.
Yes, sir.
Taxes can be levied. Taxes can be levied, but I know it's an ugly word, but taxes can be levied to help when we can't find. But again, we have to, as a representative of the House for Rhoda, one item that we have to come to imagine is restructuring how we spend the money that we already have.
And when you
We
talk
do know,
And when you talk about restructuring, which leads into the next question, is the fiscal cliff is just around the corner, where ARPA funds will run out and our revenues are not back to where we are able to sustain, what we're doing right now. So, I mean, part of these funds were to help us manage that way. So the question that we have is, how will you approach this when government revenues are insufficient to cover salaries and government operations? You're working right now with the current mayor, so you understand the operations. Can you give us a better insight of how are we going to sustain this? Because that's the worry people have, livelihoods of, what may be temporary. Is there notice? How do we help? We have a small community, so I think that's a very good segue into what you were just mentioning.
Thanks for the question. So, from experience, and this is speaking experience as a government employee that went through the pandemic, so pretty much we knew the economy was dropping, we knew everything was falling apart, so cutting measures had to be implemented, and it's already been set by presidents on this recent pandemic. So pretty much the total number of employees, their salary had to be reduced, had to be reduced. And then afterwards, if that salary couldn't help with the total amount, then that's when we start looking at letting people go. So those are the, how do you say this, those measures are already in place for a serious condition. But right now, that we are given a budget time, I think 1 year from the time we open. So we have now to invest. We have now to start building on the safety measures that we need to protect our employees. Because number one, I can't really say for a fact that, it's bad to have employees at the government office and the government's always hiring people, because that's pretty much the concept on Island is we're having so much government employees working. That's I see on that is that we have the buying power. More people with dollars in their pocket to circulate, but we need to open more entrepreneurship businesses on Rhoda. I mean, it's outrageous to see how much produce we bring in off island, how much product we bring in off island that could be made here. I just don't see any other way of having a good connection in terms of the economy if we're not going to address first that we need to start buying local to support local. Second, we need to circulate the dollar within Rhoda. And the last one is it's just a conservative view. We gotta spend within our means. We can't go overboard spending and expect to let the public take the taxes to feed us and expect the businesses to take the taxes to feed us. We gotta really live with our means. So I only offer this. I say build the economy stronger. Once the economy is built stronger, start restructuring how we spend. That's the most important. Again, throughout the history of this legislature, throughout the history of the delegation, since the 11th legislature, we have always been top on health and safety. We have always been top.
Thank you, sir. And that leads to much summed that all. So we have some kind of two more questions, sir, if you would mind. And the first one, I'm gonna go ahead. Jay, you want to go ahead and talk about the legislature? Okay. All right. So right now, we're gonna fix some audio, sir, so that we have the clearest connection. But if I could share, people are also talking about when raise taxes, they say minimum wage. How about raising that? A lot of people are in here that are really trying to hear you well. So as we work to fix the audio, in the chat room, can you hear us speaking as we get Rhoda's audio set?
Show us a thumbs up.
Yeah, give us a thumbs.
Good feedback.
Can you hear us? And then we're going to work to bring in the audio.
Is working on here, Jeremy. And This is good, folks. Again, that's why this session is loose.
Yes.
There's no hiding. There's no hidden agenda. It's open. You know, it's real.
Yes.
Things can happen, and then how, like Meret was saying, it's, you know, when our backs are against the wall, we climb back up, right? So that's part of that, and this is as real as it's gonna get.
And really what he's talking about too is, you know, I'm really proud for him to say that Rhoda is his home. He's giving back. It's something that I think a lot of us out here want to do.
Right.
And can Rhoda sustain us all being back at one time? It can't. But then there's the talk about private industry.
Right.
There's a lot of him saying we got to, yes, back the entrepreneurs. But even before that is we got to make sure that that we, tonight we're taking the family off away. It's simply we're looking to hear the candidates.
Right.
We got to get past that. I'm going to let family in and do it. An even opportunity. What I really like, he's a Republican candidate and he's really tackling issues. Being conservative and not overboard
Yes,
spending. Now, the one thing I like is he calls me a millennial. Yeah, Jay,
Hey,
I'm down.
I think we are.
I'm down.
Still kicking it.
Yeah. And he's talking about bringing that together. So I thought that was cool. Thank you. Shout out to our millennials. I think if you look at the chat room, there are a lot of. Hey, what up, Deanna? What up? What also is going on? We can hear, but screeching feedback. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ogo. We appreciate that. If you're in the chat room and you can hear us, let us know. We're going to bring the audio back. But I can see the millennials are using the technology to connect.
Right. And so we have a couple more questions, folks, but we do not want to continue until we get this info, so it'll be a clear message in respect to our candidate. And I want to honor that respect because it is the right thing to do.
So yeah.
And so be patient. Thank you, Meret, for being patient as we try to fix this going on, because it is, you know, it's a righteous thing to do. And so going back to just what he was hitting on again, the identity. What is Rhoda's identity? He spoke about, you know, having a private entrepreneurship, support locals, support locals. Look, other than tourism, he's also talking about agriculture. And again, we'll be right at it now that we got a good sign. So please continue to give us feedback. Let us know if whatever is missing. And thank you, Meret, for being patient with us and being understanding. And we'll get back at it. So you mentioned, you know, you went back, and I guess we're going to cover down. And another question we have is, the legislature has the power of the purse. But as we've seen this past 2 years, the governor had full control over federal funds and reprogramming authority. What can you do to take the power back and have the legislature plan for how these funds is spent? And you talking about, you know, trying to spend less and all that. How do you govern that and resume back if you are elected as a House of Representatives?
Thanks for the question, Jay. So let's put this in a scenario term. So let's say this is the ARPA that has the same conditions. You know, it's pretty much the governor came in and started doing his spending, and the legislature was upset that they didn't have a role in it. So I would say in that structure, I would have come in from Khalili's level, from our Washington delegate level, because when the ARPA was formulated, it was basically given that statute in the U.S. Congress that it's going to the chief executive of the territories or the state. I mean, right now, we're seeing so many differences between states and territory, but let's just consider CNMI as a state. So the governor has the spending authority because he submitted some form of a spending plan to the U.S. Treasury or to the U.S. Federals for that, and it got approved. Now, if we were to say we wanted to have a more comprehensive legislature, executive, bipartisan workout between two governing bodies, produce a document, that's possible. But again, it's drafting the legislature that needs to be in fact. You know, it has to come from the U.S. Congress. Now, if it was something in terms of like the local level where the legislature is the writing authority for laws and bills, that could be done in the legislature. I think what we need to be honest with our people is when we pass a bill, we pass a law, this is going to be benefiting for everyone. I mean, for me, I'm a little bit, you know, what they call a conflict of interest because I'm running for the House of Representatives for the 7th Precinct, 1st Senatorial District. My priorities and my requirement is for those people living there. It's the folks in the Senate who are designed by composition of 3 people each island that has to work for the CNMI. But in the House, the people's house, I only serve for the people of Rhoda. If the people of Rhoda says we're building a new civic center, by golly, I have to find it. That's my job. That's my job now.
Now it
But
and
in the
you
sense of the delegation, Washington D.C., the best I could offer is that I will have a sit down with Khalili on the next round and talk to him and say, let's have more comprehensive plan for the Commonwealth. But to do it in our level, once it's already etched in stone, it's beyond our control already.
Well, thank you for that, Mareb. And like I said, you're hitting on the cylinders, man. The next question is in your role and your capacity. If a bill that will benefit Rhoda or the CNMI as a whole is before you for your review and action, how would you handle conflicting pressure from family and friends versus the benefits of the bill and input from seasoned legislators or legislators? What we're trying to, and you understand this is why tonight we want to take out the family, take out all that pressure. It's about you as a candidate. We know that people love you. We're a loving community. Tonight, let's look at what you can do. And so let me rephrase it again. That will benefit Rhoda. The bill is upon you to take action, but there's a lot of pressure, which happens many times. Is how are you going to handle that? How are you going to take that on? Any conflict that may come because maybe it's your party that is pressuring you. Maybe it's an uncle because of a business.
Right.
But these come in real situations.
True. And there's so many examples. I guess the scenarios could go anywhere. But I think what really boils down to, Jay and Lawrence, is pretty much once you swear in, once you're given that opportunity to serve as the people's representative, you swore an oath for 2 years to produce that. And, worst case scenario, if your party just says, we have a bill that has to be done, it's going to be something in your conscience. And you got to put a candidate, and our voters got to put a candidate that puts conscience before pride, before self. And you can see that in their actions and their demeanor and how they present themselves. Does this person put pride or put conscience before his people? Because in reality, you can't change what the people want. You can't change what is good for your municipality, what is good for your district. To go otherwise, I mean, even kids in high school will call you out. I mean, that's the scary part. So if our goal is to grow the economy, then we're going to put our foot down and grow the economy.
There you go.
If one of the bill that has to go down when I get in office as a representative will be a bill similar to providing startup programs for small businesses to grow, I have to put it down, even if it means that the guy next to me didn't like the idea, or the guy says, we shouldn't concentrate on small business, we should concentrate on tourism directly. I may not have the same coffee time with that guy at his house, but still, I have to push forward because that's what our people needs.
And there you go, my brother.
Thank you. And I know, from us, and when I say millennials, brothers, I mean from the Z generation,
all the way.
X generation, all the way up, all of us.
I'm flattered, brother. I am flattered that you can include us because we're working through the transition, right? And in technology, we're just happy to be here.
Thank you. And you guys are setting the standards. And see, I think if I want to share this phrase, and this is the one that's going to be like shocking because this person is no longer here in Rhoda. He passed away already. He was one of Rhoda's best mayor. I met him once at NMC when John Cepeda, our instructor, called him in to talk about the covenant and his roles as a congressman. See, the former mayor, the late Benjamin Tyson Manglonia, he said, during campaigning, that's politics. But once it's over, it's time to be Rotanis. That really struck a chord with me, guys, because, during campaigning, yes, we're from different parties, we're from different, political principles and ideas, but once it's over, guys, it's time to be Rotanis. It's time to say, fellow brethren, what do you need? What do I need to do to make this municipality better? Because really, in essence, we're doing this because we're passing on to the next generation. I do want to wake up one time and hear from the Manhoban saying, my grandpa told me way back it was wild during the political times. Not, my dad told me last night it was wild during the political times. I mean, times are changing. so is our attitude, and so is our direction towards our people. We need to change that.
All right, well, fair enough. And funny you mentioned that, Mirep, because I was also leaning to when you mentioned that. I was referring even before you mentioned the former mayor, bless his heart,
Yes.
Benjamin Manglona, who also said rota is delicious.
Delicious, yes.
And with that said, sir,
Thank you for your
that
time.
concludes the question. We're gonna give you a little bit of your closing remarks and why are you
The one.
the best candidate for this position? Good.
Thank you again, guys. Again, big shout out to Island Stairs, Hallelujah, all the good folks in the stateside that's giving us ample time with the voters, ample time with our stateside voters from Rhoda. Again, big shout out to all the families that are on the stateside. We miss you down here. We hope one day you're coming back. We hope one day you're going to be here and see the fiesta next year. Those are the times we're hoping. But for now, my name is Ivan Merritt. I'm running for your House of Representatives under the Republican seat. I'm only here, along with my other candidates who are running for the same seat, only because the seat is open. And in that seat, I am one of two recognized party, but in the CNMI, it's three. I am the Republican candidate for that seat. I'm only here because I feel an option must be given to our people on the ballot time. When it comes to the booth, you need to see options. I want you to see a candidate that is not only compassionate, but knows that living on Rhoda is hard. Suffering on Rhoda is hard, but there's a way out of it. I don't want to carry that same narrative that people from Rhoda is suffering, people from Rhoda are poor. No, I'm trying to carry that. I want to change the economy, but how do we change the economy? That's a question everybody wants to know, and that's having a stronger private sector on Rhoda. Circulating the dollar through the entrepreneurship program, circulating that dollar through different types of businesses. We have enough resources here to produce on island. We can stop bringing produce in. We can even stop buying meat from coming in. There's enough land, there's enough people. We just need younger folks who believe in making business, believe in starting a business, and believe in contributing into the tax system and to the general fund. That's it. The government's role is basically, from my perspective as a Republican, we shouldn't stringent you from applying for your application for license. We shouldn't stop you. We should actually promote you. We should actually guide you. Because why? For every time you do good in your business, it translates into the economy. For every time you grow and hire more people from our community, it's less people we have to hire in the government. It's less people that has to go on social services. That's the strength of the public sector. That is why a lot of people would say that the public sector or the private sector is just a sector out to get us. No, we are their customer base. Yeah. They need us. But again, we need to grow the economy. And in order to grow the economy is to get support from your government. For me, again, the interest is only for the 1st Senatorial District, 7 Precinct Luta. That's the position I'm running for as House of Representatives. That's the priority that I have to fight for. But in the end, when politics are over, I just ask if I don't make in this seat, please, politics is done. Let's be Rotanese. Let's help one another. Again, Ivan Merritt, number 2 on the ballot, son of the late Isaiah Merritt and Ramona Merritt, living in Sino Paulo 1. It's raining, but in my heart, it's sunny. Jesus Masi.
Number 2 candidate on the ballot, Mr. Ivan Merritt
Jr. One more time, let's give him a round of applause. Jesus Masi, senor, take care of yourself. We love you, and there's always room for everyone. Rotanese. Jesus Masi. Adios.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. Wow, yeah, I like that. You know that Rotanese. Thank you.
Jesus Masi.
Yeah, definitely no stranger to the show. Ivan has been on here, and we always love it. You know, it's good catching up.
You know, I love the passion,
Yeah.
and that is what it takes in a lot of these stuff.
I
in the
love that.
showcase, you
Where
know.
does the passion come from? The island, being the identifying to be from Rhoda, and
Yeah.
how proud that is, and how if you can make it in Rhoda, man, you know what? Our people can make it anywhere.
Well, and just listening to all these stuff. Well, first up, we got Ed Barcinas coming in, bringing ideas, his
Yeah.
thoughts, his passionate. We have Ivan
Service,
Merrick,
yeah.
who we just finished right now, who's also
It's a tough one,
passionate.
Jay.
And that's what I was talking about. If we focus on the beauty of what we have in the community, and you put everything aside,
Yes.
the love is there, the passion.
I
is
think
there.
Ivan was very honest on
Right.
some things like the overboard spending. I mean,
Right.
things that are he's talking about circulating the dollar,
Mm-hmm.
and why is that? So he spoke with integrity, and tonight it wasn't about he's on one side. We know his party, but he wanted to talk. The point was
Right.
for I'm here to serve Rhoda, and how can I do that? So that was very
at
good.
his role
Yes.
and what he can and can control. We talked about what the ARPA funds a little bit about.
Yes,
of how
yes.
comprehensive.
And they have a plan,
delegation,
and
they
so
have a
I feel
plan,
okay. I hope
you
the
know?
plan is ready.
Right. That he talked about how to improve and focus on how the Commonwealth can
Yeah.
be charged and support the private sector. Ed Barcinas talked about that, the agriculture,
Yes.
the identity, what else they can do besides just the
And I
tourism.
think for Ed, it was a lot of the service, and
Right.
we want you are a public servant,
Right.
and you're going to serve the people. And can you be humble and not be persuaded by things
Right.
to act otherwise that won't be in harmony with what the people may want?
Right.
So tonight we
Guys,
have
this
one
is good.
more.
This
Yeah,
is fun. I mean, you're hearing every single corners, at least some of it.
Yes.
Not the entirety, but again, we'll try to elaborate as much as they can, and it's going to be up to the candidates. So
we hope
again,
you're hearing it from the heart.
I hope you guys are having fun, because
Yeah.
we're having fun with this. And again, it's a loose session. That's what
Island
Isla
session.
session is all about.
Ty Fisher Productions.
Yes, sir. Ungan. So
Shout
we'll
out
be
to
back.
Def Paz, Def Rock. Shout out
Def
to
Paz.
AJM in the building. And
Next
up
up.
next,
We got Julie.
Maglonia.
Yeah.
Ogo.
Ogo.
Miss Julie Ogo, and she's also running. She's not a stranger to the show.
Yeah.
And if you're with Island Session, there's a new hashtag coming on.
Hashtag.
It's People Over Party. Hashtag People Over Party.
Hashtag
Ivan, yo,
Booyah.
Ivan killed it is what they're saying in the chat room. Rhoda no longer needs to be a victim. Rise up, Luta, November 8th.
Yes,
They're saying,
sir.
say it louder for the people in the back. Shout out to Darren Santos. Good job, Ivan. Killed it. I mean, you know, everyone's coming in. I mean, thank you. They're saying thank you to Ed. They're saying, you know, yes, for private sector, for business, for local. I mean, if you're in the chat room, thank you for rocking with us. We might have to go live on another platform, Jay. Do you know anything about a Twitter? You know, maybe
That's
Elon
where
Musk will
This
retweet
is
us.
where the millennials come in and think
As a
we're
millennial, yes.
balancing that.
Maybe we got to call them
You know,
millennials.
millennials, Gen X. I think where we at?
Right now in our gen, I think we're Generation
X.
X. X.
Yes.
Shout out to Generation X.
All right.
We'll
Stick
be
around,
back.
folks.
Yes.
We'll be right back. Enjoy Isla
Session.
Music. Time check?
Julie Ogo.
Huh? We're ahead of time. Okay. You said 7.
We got to pick a winner for the first one.
Oh,
The first hashtag of Island Session, baby.
How are you guys doing out there? It is Friday evening here in the stateside, at least Pacific time, West Coast.
Chamorro time, we're coming in
Chamorro
on the
time.
next day, 7 hours behind, so
Right?
that's around 11.
Somewhere I know. You do
Can we get confirmation on Chamorro time?
Oh.
Alexa, what is it Chamorro time? 11. Good morning.
Good
morning, Sinamai.
Off a day, Tiro.
Hey, coming next, we just had Mr. Ed Barcinas,
Yes.
Mr. Ivan Marab, and coming next,
Yep, we have.
Miss Julie Ogo.
Hey, now I just heard and I just learned. Thank you, Miss Julie Ogo. I heard you have postponed your flight to attend
Wow,
this.
thank you.
Just to be heard and also for our constituents. So
Without further ado,
much love. Without further ado, folks. Next on our guest and one of our, I think, final candidates for the House of Representatives
Yes.
seat. Let's give it up for Miss
Julie
Give
Ogo.
me some love, Miss Last Session.
Julie, are you with us? We're gonna do the mic check, mic check.
Sound check. Sound check.
So we want to make sure you have the best quality when tuning in, so everyone can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. God.
And we also want to let you know we're going to give you the first 3 minutes to just talk and give your intro. And then we'll get to more specific questions about tourism and everything else coming up and onto some extra questions, you know, kind of particularly for each candidate to have an opportunity to cover. So,
Right.
Julie, you have a total of 5 questions, intro and outro. How are you doing today? Your mic might be muted. Oh, there you go. Perfect. So, wait, we want to say thank you first. I know you're trying to catch a flight. We know the struggles of catching a flight.
Yes.
Are you? Would you happen to be riding on Southern Marianas Air? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I actually booked my flight out this morning, but it got delayed in Chilean. So
Oh, wow.
I was looking at my times. I don't think I'm gonna make it up. I have all my systems, my devices, all set up in this one location.
Yes.
But now I have to go back and be resourceful and improvise. So I hope you can hear me clearly. I have to borrow some headphones and stuff like that.
You are coming in
So,
clear, crystal clear.
Crystal clear.
If you're in the chat room, let us know. Can you hear Julie right now? Give us some thumbs up. Let her know how she sounds. We want to make sure she comes in
Sound
clear.
check.
Good.
Good, good.
Coming to our end, Julie sounds loud and clear. And again, dongkulo na si Jesus Masi utungan na di pun zuti tempo mo. Di pun na posibles ti put para i taw-tawta za ni ofan no ni Guinazamu para un consuelo y fletimo para ulo sa ipan. Pues buenas Celo, the Mansen Mago family dan
Yes,
si
very.
Alpha Stone na kayo ginilokwe na programa ginigi Isla Session no dadayami pago na puingi za gininena o si Jesus Masi za Galute sa ulak.
Okay, so right, public program. Well, hello there again. I am back.
You're
Beautiful.
back.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity again. I would like to thank, by the way, my sister, she Ron Ogo, and she the rest of the team for providing me a very quiet place, in her own house. So I really appreciate that for all these last minute things. Yeah. So thank you for your patience, still, Isla. Without continue now.
All right. So this is your time to kind of get 3 minutes to just talk to your constituents, talk to the people. We will talk about some issues and concerns and things that you can do, but this is your 3 minutes to just talk to them. So go ahead and
Your introduction, and then we'll have the questions, and then at the end is your closing remarks and why you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. First of all, thank you, Isla, Judge, co-host and host Larry Holbrook and Jay Mundu and all the collaborators behind this forum. I've been to the Yes, thank you too for all the, the equipment and
Yes,
systems that
yes.
put forth to make this happen. So my name, for those that don't know me, I used to be called, or used to be Julie Marie Ogomongonia. It's a new era for me, new chapter for me. My name is Julie Marie Akuri Ogo. My parents are Patrick and Cynthia Rosa Ogo. My real parents are the former mayor of Gencio Taipacan and Renita Athlete Mongonia. My biological father, rest his soul, is Oscar Marquita Ogo. I'm a single mother. I'm a full-time employee at Triple J Motors. I have 5 beautiful boys, 2 in the military, 1 in the Air Force, and 1 in the Marines.
Bravo.
And thank you for your service. I miss you, boys.
Thank
I
you,
love
thank
you
you.
guys. Stay safe.
Thank you for
And
their
to
service.
all the, everybody serving in the military, stay safe and we pray for you always. So basically, to those that don't, remember me back about 3 years ago, I ran for mayor. I came in second. Here I am again, running for Congress. And as you can see, my passion to continue to help my people, I do give up on them and that. And even though I'm running under the House of Representatives, it's the same position for all the leaders to try to help the people back home. So with all that said, I'm very fortunate to be part of this forum to present my plan in the House and what I can give back to the people and what we can do to improve the economy that we are in this situation right now, especially after the pandemic. We are in a recession. I understand that. We don't know come next year, 2023. I can say I'm walking in with only $1 in my pocket. I'll just, picture it that way. And then, find and identify funds that I can, help people back home.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, well, bless your heart. Thank you for the service from your kids, which just kind of jumped in because you talked about the economy, Julie, so let's just get right to it. Tell them about it, Hoffa.
So, we understand that 2 years is a short time, right, to serve and try to really make change. But we want to know when this journey begins, even in a small step, if elected, how do you plan to make positive forward movement in our island's economy?
All right. So I have a short-term and long-term goal. I know there's only 2 years in this position, very limited time, to make things happen overnight. So starting off with my short-term, I wanna say first bill that I want to throw out is to push for funding for more sports for the kids and dog control and also the flight trap. I want to push funds for the municipal council to assist in that area. I think if you guys were here last time, there was an issue with the flies here, and it's not presentable if we're trying to, encourage tourists to come in to our island, and we have this fly infestation all over the place. Dog control, I fear dogs, even though they say they don't bite, I fear it. We need to take control of that. We just need to enforce, put more money in there, and make them enforce the dog control. I believe that that's my short term, and I think it's doable. And I do have some long terms, which I will discuss further, along with the questions, of course, coming from you guys.
All right, thank you. You want to go in? So you mentioned, Julia, tourism, right? And how these things can take away from the experience. So, tourism rebounding from post-pandemic, tourists haven't been here. We're hoping the CNMI as a whole can work together. What are revenue-generating ideas for tourism? Funding programs and operations. What would you do to kind of help us rebound? We've already identified just by your flight being delayed, how much that can also delay things like people getting to our island. So just let's talk about tourism. Give us your idea on where it is. We know that it's not the only thing we have to count on, but it is an important thing, I believe, for our people.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I picture myself, I put myself in the tourist shoes when I arrive at Lola. Like I said, if we're gonna bring tourists into our house first of all. One of the sites that I visited was the sugar cane train. You guys remember that next to the dock? Okay. So I went there. I saw some tourists, taking pictures there. I walked up there to see what's going on. What did they see? First thing they saw when they were there. Two things we felt, is first of all, the flag that displays stating the specifying the historical background of that train. It's barricaded, so tourists are in compliance of any local laws. They don't want to break any laws, want to go back, not be put in jail. It's barricaded, so they don't have the access to go in there and read what's behind, what's historical behind that train. Second thing, it's gated, so even if they have access, it's gated. So they're gonna go back home and they don't have anything to share about, the tourist site that, we have here on the island. So this was my plan back when I was running for mayor, was to have a QR code. You know what is a QR code?
Yes.
We have to modernize our government now, to cut costs. Everybody has access to cell phones, laptops, it's all over. So with that said, I saw this documentary in Japan where there's a headstone of a famous soldier, and on that headstone there's a QR code. All the tourists and any visitors that come to our island can just tap on that code, and it will display the historical, story behind that monument. So with that said, it's a transformation into also building our website. We have to be out there, we have to be reachable. Our island has to be reachable. We have to market our island. And in order to do that, we need to be up to par with the information technology now. You guys know that. You guys have been in this space a long time. That technology is the forefront right now. So when I talk about modernization government, we can't reinvent the wheel because it's been invented already. All we have to do is improve it. One example, I'm a salesperson at a car dealership, okay? And so that's one of my inspirations, just to think about how I can help our people is, we started out maybe with foot, walk with horse, carriage, crank in the car, gas. Where now, I just sold an electric car last week. First electric car. When that car came in, I said, how am I going to convince these people to buy an electric car? In our island that has gas, skyrocketing, the power, how, So I have to break it down into kilowatts, how much you're paying, the mileage, how much the mileage and everything. At the end of the day, I was able to convince the customer that they save more on electric. But traditionally, it's not comfortable for most of our people here to get an electric car. Yet they're still trying to get by hybrid, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things is that tourist attraction. We need to clean it up, and we need to make it accessible and share it around the world. And so with that, I would identify funding to help improve our cruise site. And on top of that, when it comes to airlines, which today, I think a couple months ago, Mariner Southern Air just opened up launch its first flight. $138 round trip. That's doable compared to $240. Now my goal is, aside from the tourist side, is I want to, identify funds to subsidize the airlines during their low peak season. So during our low peak season, we still have to continue consistently bringing tourists, even though, let's say for example, we have a lot of tests going on, right? But it's only on certain time period during the calendar year. So during the low peak season, we'll subsidize it and we'll still continue to encourage them to come in. So that's just a few things that, in my mind. I can sit here all day and talk about it, but yeah.
No, that's great, and thank you for that response. And as you talk about subsidies and other ways to get funds, we know that funds exist currently to assist us to get through this pandemic.
Yeah.
So we want to know, to sustain this government spending, people are gonna lose jobs. What is the transitional plan that you have to have us transition from having this money to now being more responsible? It's up to us. We should have had a plan. We should have worked for a year to get ready. How are you going to go through that transition from having it all and now to have to sustain it?
Yes. So basically, we need to, with the NETI, which is the Northern Mariners Trade Institute, I would like to, push for more fundings to bring them down to Rhoda. And especially now with the CW1 issues, a lot of them are exiting and we don't know if, what are the possibilities of those special skills, workers coming back. So we have to, train our local force here, as far as carpentry, masonry, and all those skills, welding, a lot of our local workers here don't have that skill, or very limited skill on that. And, back in the days when I was young, we have this thing called labor work, right, where families come together, everybody has some skill of something or another. But that has, to be honest, that has just gone out the door. So we need to get back. We need to, encourage our local people to, transition into the private workforce. There's money, to be honest with you. I mean, people, some say, oh, it's just a carpentry, but they actually make good money. I hired a carpentry site, I paid $15 per hour. It's a very rare skill now. So that's one of the plans that I want to do is, sit down with the leaders of the trade institute, including MSC. I believe they also have their own trade classes, and open up the campus that we have here in Rhoda, and train our people, and we need to merge them into the private sector. On top of that, in transitioning to that, if we're gonna improve our infrastructure, we're gonna need to hire some people, in those special skills areas. So we need to deflate the government, in personnel. But I'm not saying that we're just gonna leave you out in the dark.
Yeah.
We are here. I will not allow that to happen. I will identify funds, grants that will, help us, get through the transition. And I believe that there is money out there. We just need to be resourceful. There's a lot of grants that, we can, turn in and, fund all these activities and programs.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jesus Masi, Julie, si JC. So you mentioned something about, your short-term goal, and then it morphs into some of your long-term goals. So my next question is, or our next question is, what do you see as the most challenging aspect of this role once you, and the steps that you need to meet these challenges once elected into this House of Rep?
Time. It's time. I only have 2 years, to try to implement, pass bills, to get this, funding pushed forward. It's very critical that whoever sits as the mayor and the Senate, and of course council, it's very important that we sit together, come together, and work for the people. At this time, sorry about that.
You're okay.
Yeah, sorry.
You're fine.
So basically,
Well, Julie, wait. And we can reset this up and come back in. But this is the real life of someone that works in the private industry. You're trying to catch a flight. You're doing all this so we understand.
That's life.
Yes.
so we can put everything on fire.
And thank you, because we see what you're doing. No, Enrico. No, you did it, and you're hitting the topic. So with that, Jay just wrote down.
So time, yeah.
Yes, 2 years.
Time.
2 years. I will get the ball rolling. Even before. I'm doing something right now, even though I'm not sitting as
Yes.
Congress. It's always good to prepare. So the minute that if I get elected, I sit there. I'm ready to go.
And Julie, let me just let you know, people are hearing you in the chat room, and they're chatting along, and please be sure, the tourists to come to Rhoda, that we use the money, and build like a dentist. Those are issues that, why don't we have that? There's one that, change the way we live, change the way we eat. Zuni's saying a quote from Tupac. Look at that inspiration. So right now with you, and we're going to lead you to the last question that'll go to closing. And Jay, we're going to bring you right there. But thank you for being honest and really just talking to the people. We want to make sure you say everything you need tonight.
So
Okay.
I know it's so to just basically just give us your closing as to some of your brief closing, and then biggest thing is for our constituent to know why you are the best candidate for this House rep.
I know that there's limited questions that have been, you guys have put forth for me, but one of the things that I was hoping to touch a little bit on
Yes,
is
please.
medical.
This is the time for it. Yep, right
Medical
here.
referral.
Okay, all right, so basically, a lot of our people, patients, diabetic patients have moved their entire family to Saipan or even beyond Saipan, San Diego, all over,
Nice.
wherever they can get the best possible health care. Now, what I want to do is, I think a few years ago, there was a private company that visited. I'm not sure who are the leaders, city leaders that, have discussed this offer. And one of my goals, they might say they probably listen to it, but it's something that I want to revisit. Okay, I want to revisit, and I'm looking at possibly privatizing the medical referral. So we can, eliminate the constraint from the municipality, and then we can, the private company can hire professional nurses,
Yes.
doctors, provide the most professional, modernized, healthcare for our dialysis patients. And we need to try to move them all back to the island of Rota. But that's a long term, it's not going to happen, but in the meantime, I will still continue to put forth, fundings to help, make our people more comfortable in the situation right now. But that's something that I'm looking into also.
Thank you. And Julie, just to share, like, there's people in the chat, like, you've given back to the community before you plan to run for office. So if we could take a moment, Jay and I have worked with you just with Luta Cares, and so
Yes,
That-
yes.
that
I am the founder of Luta Cares, and even if it's even not elected, which it's a 50-50 chance, right? I will continue, helping our people as help. Luta Cares have helped a lot of patients in this, in Saipan that needed transportation. They needed water. I provided that, without recognition. It doesn't matter the heart, that's why it counts. It takes a community, it takes a village to make things happen. If your neighbor doesn't have salt, hand them a salt,
Yeah.
some salt. It's just, just helping each other,
And I think tonight that it's proven that that community part and what we all are proud of is that we keep doing that. And so tonight we hope you feel that you know it's an open discussion. Feel free. Is there something in closing that you want to let our people, our viewers know tonight?
Okay, so basically, I'm running because I want to challenge myself. I want to challenge myself that I can do this job. I can, I think I'm coming from a business, sector. It's a more strict environment as far as working. I have a drive. I was able to be the top salesperson a couple of years ago. As a car dealer, and one of the things that I've helped negotiate for the people of Rota is, during the pandemic, they were able to get cars in Rota. So if I can make that negotiation, that drive to make things happen, I believe that I can do the same thing, up in the Capitol Hill, and to bring back, or as much, funds to the people of Rota.
Thank you.
So.
Now you heard it here first. You will only get this running for the House of Representatives.
That's
Tonight
right.
you got it live and direct. We hope you have a safe flight. Send our love to the family.
Yep.
I apologize. I'm actually not 100% here because I have everything planned out. But,
Julie, don't apologize. The more real it can be, the more authentic. No matter what challenges come our way, what you've put out here is that you want to help the people of Rota, and that is the one thing we hope that everyone can capture tonight. So no apologies needed. Your time is more valuable than anything, and thank you for spending it with us.
the
Okay, and again, thank you again for all the people that are watching in this forum. I appreciate your time. Let's make the right choice, the best choice, for the people of Rhode. Let's move forward, and hopefully we can make more, better improvement for the people and the livelihood of people. I'm Julie Marie Apalagogo, number 3 of the ballot for House of Representatives. And to Zeus Mossy, have a good day, and hope to see you guys soon again, back in Rhoda.
Jesus Mosi Telo in Guaizahao Lokwe, go for Dio, so have a safe trip back to where you need to go, and again, don't call us Jesus Mosi.
I hope I still have a job because I didn't get leave.
Ay, Lokwe. Por favor, but look at that.
It's okay. I'm okay.
No, that's passionate. That's passionate right there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's real talk, Julie. That's
Only
real
on
talk.
Island Session. Only on Island Session.
I'm juggling everything, yes.
No,
Okay.
that's real.
Everything's doable. Everything's doable. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So this is Masitalo.
Thank you.
All right, Jesus Mosi. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give it up for Julie
Ogo.
Ogo, number 3 on the ballot.
Number three.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
so much for your
Jesus
time.
Mosi for your time. And thank you for the kids for their service.
Yeah.
So, Hoffa, I mean, we're looking at, folks, that is our 3 candidates. That concludes all our House candidates for the precinct number 7, Siete Luta. And we have number 1 at
Mr. Ed
Ed
Barcinas.
Barcinas, number 2 at
Mr. Ivan Merritt.
Ivan Merritt.
Junior, please.
Junior.
Yes.
And number 3, who was just
Miss
Miss
Julie
Ogo. There are your candidates,
Yes.
folks. We've got some brief information.
Well, we'll post it up in the
We'll
links.
post it
We'll
up
let
in
you
the
know where to
link.
find their info.
But, this is good. I enjoyed this.
I'm proud, bro. I just got to say, I'm proud to see our people out there and everyone's doing
Right.
it in Precinct 7.
Just to mention, too, this is a open seat.
Yeah.
None of these guys are incumbent.
Yeah, yes.
And they have the passion. They're driven.
Yeah.
You got one that's, had been servicing our country.
Yes.
You got one that had been
Knowledge of the operations.
knowledge, handling as
Yeah.
a single mom and going out there
Yeah.
and always trying to
Private,
and
yeah,
passionate,
Justin, working in that sector,
working
understand.
in that sector. And then you got another one too who was always passionate
Yeah.
about the
A product of
islands,
Rhoda. Once, yes.
their own product
Yeah.
of our beautiful island.
Beautiful.
Beautiful thing.
Let me get an update from our command center. 7 minutes. All right, at 7 p.m.
7 o'clock, stay tuned. Now we got the next, for the Senate seat at 7
Senatorial
o'clock
race, yeah.
in Isla Session. Folks, stick around.
If you're chatting with the seat,
Chat with us.
put a Luta Senate, hashtag Luta Senate. We're going to be picking winners. We got more stuff. Hashtag in there. Let us know you're going to be with us at 7 p.m.
Yep.
Isla Sesh, Def Pods, Def Rocks, AJM, Mr. J Rock, and
Click that
Hoffa
subscribe
Stone.
button. Hoffa Stone, J Rock, and Def Pod.
Got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted, and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood, and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite.
Luta Senate in the hashtag. Ooh, it's go. Okay, we got him.
Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts feeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. No, I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon'
on freedom. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Pieces is a form of art. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes.
It's the island vibe, people.
Jay, why is it Island Sessions?
It is what it is.
What's that? Let's talk about it because we just brought up again reminiscing.
Yes.
Thai official to Guy official.
Right. A lot of it is just lay loose, relax, real talk. Many of the people out here, many of our folks out here come up and say, why you guys are so relaxed
Yeah, what is it?
and
Yeah.
calm, and that's what the sesh is all
Hospitality.
about. Hospitality.
We got it tonight.
Yes, love.
We had everybody that came on tonight. You know, really
Yeah.
the love for the island is evident. We see it. We are going into the candidates that are going for the Senate seat.
Yes, that's where we're jumping into now, folks. So that's what's up. That's what's next. And here we go as we get started. So welcome back, everybody. I'm glad to still have you guys on live.
Thank you,
feed.
thank you. 7 p.m.
Jesus
here.
Mossy. Good evening.
Good afternoon now in the CNMI.
Good afternoon, CNMI. Welcome, everybody. Pacific time, East
Tomorrow
Coast.
Standard Time, we see
All right,
Eastern,
Midwest. Everybody
Mountain
around
Time.
wherever you are that's tuned in. Jesus Mossy and welcome. But anyways, that is what Isla Sesh is all about, and we're happy and honored to be here, and again to not only put a platform out there for somewhat to the extent where we are giving opportunities for our constituents, our folks, especially coming down from our roots, to hear us out, and it's an open field, all right? It's not a mindset
No,
of one dimension. It's bring it out there and see what we got. Many of
3
our
minutes, 3 minutes, introduce yourself,
Right.
talk to us, talk to the people that are tuned in right now. Shout out to the chat room, man.
Shout
The
out.
chat room is live if you're in there. Hashtag
right.
everything's been going on. We're going to pick some winners. And Jay, tonight we're talking about the senatorial seat.
Yes.
Now,
Hot seat.
what we want to say is thank you to everyone that has served in that position.
Yes.
We understand that we got to do a couple more things to make things work better. What are you going to do? We're going to
Right.
give you the intro. We're going to give you 3 questions that every
We're gonna give you
candidate has.
closing. We're gonna give you
Yes.
why you.
We're going to have 2 unique
Hey,
questions.
Fiji.
Why you?
Why
I
you?
heard that.
Fiji.
Yeah,
Why
okay.
you?
Shout out to Fiji. Shout out to Tensi Burr. We
yes.
see you. Yes, and if you don't know, when we began way back, Jay, we actually we brought Spawn Breezy to Rhoda, helped out. We called it the Unity Show. We wanted everyone to come together. That's when we realized how political it is and how we have to maneuver. Tonight, leave the family outside. Let's look at each candidate as that. Tonight to serve us. It doesn't matter if that's your uncle, auntie, nephew, whatever. Can we put that aside because that's what's hurting us? You see what's out there in social media. We're not going to go that route
Completely
tonight.
aside, but like the
Yes.
influence.
Yes.
Put that influence.
And we will talk about
aside
that
and
tonight.
Focus on what is at stake and given to you, informed,
Yes.
and make that decision.
And it's hard in a
That's the
community
beautiful
that's
thing.
so driven by family.
yes.
That is so tough because even I love him so much, I love her so much that I want to vote. But tonight we're talking about Rhoda's economy needs something. We need some solutions.
Yeah.
We're talking about our youth.
Identity.
Yes.
Revenue.
Diversity. How do we get
Diversity.
recognized in Rhoda to
Right.
be what are we going to do with
Right.
trade, with import, export, agriculture? So much on the table. Are we ready,
Hot
producers?
seat. All right.
All right, let's go.
All right. We got our first guest and candidate. Who we got? All
Currently
right.
sitting as our current mayor.
Our current mayor.
Running
yes,
for
Mayor
the next
Rhoda.
seat to serve in the senatorial district for the District 7, we have Mr. Ephraim.
Atale.
Sir, are you there with us tonight on the island session? Mayor, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Hey,
that
good
pause, that
afternoon.
sounds so
Hey,
clear.
Loud
Nice.
and clear. Show me thumbs up if you're getting feedback out there, folks. Jesus Mossy, ni tempo mo.
Welcome.
Mazod,
Buenas.
buenas ki show.
You're not a stranger to us. We've done this before, and thank you for always being available.
Yes. I think you're on mute, Mayor. You might have to unmute. All right, good.
All
Okay.
right, yes.
We got him.
Mayor, you're no stranger to us.
Yeah.
Please, we want to give you some time to just talk about you and what you want the people to know. They're in the chat
Yeah.
room and they're listening
Your
to you tonight.
introduction, then we'll have questions, we'll have closing remarks, and you. So start with introducing yourself, Mayor.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Lawrence. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to the people. and to let them know about me, my plans, and my platforms and why I'm running. So, undang ko na si Jesus for this opportunity. Let me just say that for me, I'm all for the people. It doesn't matter whether you are black, white, what party. If you need help here on Rhoda, you will get from this administration. I have been doing that because I believe in my people that they need help. So it doesn't matter where you're from. As long as you come into the office and ask for help, you will get the help. So I'm all for the people, and I've been, the reason why I say that, Jay and Lauren, is because I have helped the people through bringing the July 4th celebration to Rhoda, rather than people from Rhoda going to Saipan, which is very, the cost is very astronomical, and they cannot hardly afford a rent-a-car or a hotel. So why don't we bring the celebration to Rhoda? So I've been doing that, and because of the love for the people, I bring that celebration to the people. In addition to that, I also created this I Love Coconut celebration because of the fact that coconut is really a tree of life, and we depend on coconuts. So therefore, I believe that we should celebrate the coconut tree of life for our people. So I'm doing all this because I love the people, that they enjoy themselves, and also the vendors making money. So that's the economy part of that. So I'm doing all this, Bisita Luta, and so many other things that we do, like the Alog Luta. The Alog Luta, again, is really our culture. Whenever a stranger comes to Rhoda, we are automatically waving at them. So why don't we use that and celebrate that function of ours, the long-time tradition of Alog Luta. So therefore, all this has been done because for the people, and of course also for the economy of Rhoda. So once again, in addition to loving the people of Rhoda, I also converted over 100 exempted employees to civil service. They are now permanent workers for the government. They're no longer political hirees. And I did that because I feel that they need to be protected. They need a long time income for their families to live. And therefore, I have to do that. I'm not sure if there's any other mayor that did that, but as far as I'm concerned, I've done that for the people. So therefore, I am for the people.
Thank you,
Okay,
thank you.
si Jesus Masi, well said, Mayor. For those of you guys, our candidate here is our current incumbent mayor at this time for Rhoda.
Yes.
And let's jump into it, and we'll go ahead with our Q&A. And I'll start with this, Mayor. The Rhoda municipal government spends about $300,000 each year for the Rhoda Casino Commissioner's salaries, putting a burden on the municipality's obligations. If elected, will you support a local law to amend the Rhoda Casino Act of 2007 to abolish the annual salary since there is no casino operations currently? Your thoughts on that, sir?
Perhaps not abolish it, but perhaps reduce it. I think we have to help the commissioners find investors. I think that's the solution of this issue. Right now, they seem to be just on their own, and I believe the delegation, once elected, I will help them find a solution by going outside the box, which is outside of Rhoda, and find investors. They need that help. So I'm thinking that once elected, I will do that for the Gaming Commission to tell the once that a commission works, the Gaming Commission works, it benefits some people, most people, like for the POW, the scholarship, the medical referral. Once that is established, it'll trickle down to all these people that needed the help. I know we have a problem right now with CNMI Casino, but if we do this right, we will be successful. And that's my plan, is to help the Gaming Commission find investors. We have to go out and look for investors. We cannot just sit down and wait for investors to come to us.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you for that.
And the questions get a little tougher as you're running for a senatorial seat, and just tougher in the sense as an incumbent as well, that you have knowledge. So the next question is going to be a two-part question. It talks about bill. Okay, there's a bill that was introduced in 2021, and it sits idle in the Senate. So let's give you an opportunity if you're elected, and this bill was to come to you. It prohibits public officials and government employees from engaging or attending political activities while traveling on a CNMI government paid for by the CNMI government funds. You know, Mayor, this is one of the hottest topics right now. But today we're just talking to you as if you're elected in this position. What is your role? What will you be? We want to know right now, is this piece of legislation one that you will support and front load in your first 100 days? Is this a priority for you, Mayor?
And why or why not?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I support that bill because the fact that I support it is to separate the political agenda from the government agenda. Let me just tell you, Jay and Lawrence, that you probably realize that I've been to court about something like that, where I was accused that I went to Guam for a political function. It's just coincidental that happened. However, yes indeed, I went to the function after my purpose of traveling to Guam. But yes, going back to that question, yes, I wholeheartedly support that, Jay and Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your honesty, and you just about to be able to speak about this. The next part of this question, Mayor, is that what other legislation are you considering to introduce to further our goals of addressing corruption in our government? Corruption has been a main, right now, that is the buzzword right now, allegations. We are here to just talk about corruption in general. It doesn't matter where you stand. We're not talking about that issue. We're talking about District 7 tonight. Where do you stand, Mayor, with that?
Well, let me just say this, that if elected, I would require, of course, to have reports, annual reports, or perhaps quarterly reports back to the people, and of course to the auditors or what have you. They need to know exactly what is happening so that they can prevent, rather than prevent the issue of going out of hand. Yes. So I think we need to have that requirement of reporting back to the people.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Mayor. One of the hottest topics is ongoing out, whether anywhere outside of our motherland, and the biggest issue is just the voting rights. This is a hot topic that's going on. You can log on to social media now. You see that's going on. Many absentee voters are being challenged regarding their residency. People have left home due to bleak economy, or you name across those categories, whether it's educational, medical referral, living a better life with scarcity, making ends meet, whatnot. but they love their ad and they've always been a part of that as a residency and want to continue to be a part in helping and assisting to help manage that government. What is your position regarding this issue? And when elected, what is your plan to address this concern to ensure that voters are not suppressed or would rather be bullied and targeted for these types of rights?
All right, thank you for that question. I'm not sure if people, absentee voters have been bullied about that issue. However, I in support of reviewing the eligibility of these individuals. Like you mentioned, I support the idea that they vote if they are on military, medical, education, and of course, going to the states or outside of the CNMI to find a better opportunity. But yes, I'm in support of that idea to control these people that vote absentee. And we first of all, they are also from Rhode. And my thinking here is that if they have in their mind to come back to Rhode, then I think they ought to vote.
Thank you.
So there's the two explanation of that.
Yes.
So I'm in support of that voting regulations and what have you for the absentee voters.
Do you think people who are voting absentee should be given continuous right to vote? And do you think absentee voters are overriding people's decisions?
Well, some may say exactly that. But if they are eligible by the election commission, it's the election commission that decides. So if whatever they decide on their eligibility, then you ought to continue.
Thank you. And Bear, and if I could just extend a little, how do you feel currently about so there's a lot of people that have taken it to social media because of their frustration. Do you think that right now we're so close to election deadlines to try to meet, some of them are very unreasonable. I mean, what can we do now? I mean, if you're in a position right now, what can you do to help voters that have voted last year, that have not been challenged, that are getting late notices? What can you tell us about the commission? Is it the same way in Rhoda? What are the challenges we're facing? I just want to take this a step further because your audience right now, I can tell you, is about 80% absentee, and the ones that are undecided because they want to hear everyone. So what is it right now? I mean, we've seen, we don't. The biggest thing is that they're getting notices, not unanimously, not by a system that says you're all, but it's select. And with that selection, why is that something that can eliminate our right to vote? What can we do? What can you do? And right now, and talking as someone that's an incumbent, that's why it might be, you have the most pressure tonight to talk. And I want to say thank you for coming and being straightforward. And I'm giving you an extra question, and you're still willing to, speak to us, because you can say this is it, and you can go close. But if you can help us, because Jay and I are also in that position where we hope we get it right. We do want to come back. We try to come back and bring whatever we can to. That's our passion, our love. We want to go home, and so what can you do to help preserve our rights to vote? I'm sorry, I drag it on. It's passionate. It gets me emotional.
No.
I know you feel the emotion as everyone tonight is. We
we
love our island.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I am. So thank you for that. I'm not sure why the election commission would issue such notices if late to the voters, especially the absentee voters. that is something that we need to look at. Why is that? Because we cannot afford to have the election commission send out letters or notices a little late to outside voters. So it's something that we need to look into and solve that problem immediately. I'm not sure about why is that. But once elected, I will certainly look into those issues that are affecting the absentee voters. But once again, like I said, once you are eligible to vote, you should continue voting. So I'm not sure why these people are concerned, and they have to be concerned, and they have the right to be concerned. So that is something that, thank you for bringing that issue.
Thank you.
And
Thank
that's
you.
something that I will certainly look into.
And we apologize, Mayor. The audio was kind of breaking up, but I hope the viewers, if you're in the chat room, let us know if you heard that. But the mayor has said that he will give continuous right to vote. He does believe in that. He wants to look into it immediately.
As
Yeah.
if elected, is something that he wants to look at. Now we can proceed to the. Are we okay on our audio? How we're doing out there? We're good?
Monitor code. Good. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Dev Paz. And so what right now we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure the mayor has a good, making sure our audience can hear it, because it means nothing for us to hear. So we're gonna go through a little test. We're gonna check the audio real quick, and Mayor, what we have is we have 2 more questions. Every candidate will have the first 3, and we're gonna come to another question, and we hope that you feel you have your time, and we apologize for any delays, but we'll allow a little time for the question, right, and your closing as well. All right. I don't hear any feedback. I think it sounds pretty. Yeah.
I think our
Mic check.
feedback-
It sounds good on my mic.
Sounds
Mayor,
good.
can you give us a mic check over there?
Yes, Lawrence?
Okay, you're sounding
You
good.
sound
Pause.
good.
How does
Can
he
you
sound?
hear me?
We're just getting a little delay. We're trying to work it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm now getting a break off from you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're just getting a little feedback and distortion, so we're trying to clear that from our sound tech. And that's what's real with Isla Sessions.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not afraid to say what's going on. It's true.
We're trying to connect through all forums.
Right.
Everyone is taking their time to be in places. This is how we connect today, so we're gonna make it work. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it a mic check. So
Yep.
mic
Sounds
check,
good.
mic check. Good, nice pause.
All
Thank you,
right.
Dev. Our
Thank you, Tech. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move.
next question.
Next question we have. So you reported on your citizen-centric report for fiscal year 2020 that due to the pandemic, services were impacted, which resulted in many projects and programs halted and postponed. You further reported that your priorities in your administration is to get back on track with its project and programs. Can you report to the people the status of these projects and programs that were funded by the FEMA Magnet Disaster Funds? If you can elaborate that, Mayor.
All right, thank you for that. The projects that I was talking about that were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, is really the roads, the road projects, the tourist attraction projects, improvement projects, the flood mitigation projects. Those projects are on standstill then. However, now they're moving forward, and they will be continue the progress forward with the slowdown of the pandemic. And thank you for that. And we are now working on moving that forward. However, as we all realize, that perhaps I may be out of the office when these things are starting. But then, of course, the new mayor would also be following on these projects, because these projects are for the island of Florida, for the people to better themselves, their lives. So those projects are now moving forward thanks to the slowdown of the pandemic diseases that horribly hurt the, I would say, globally.
Thank you for that, Mayor. And I guess last but not least question we have is, when elected as a senator, give us at least three or goals that you can achieve or would want to achieve with a time of 4 years and metrics you would use to determine your success.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you again, Lawrence and Jay. Let me just say this, that the first thing that I want to do is to sit down, when elected, if elected, to sit down with the Rota delegation members and really discuss amongst us, coming together on the table and discuss and prioritize the problems affecting the people of Rota and the island of Rota. Currently, that is not happening. As a mayor, I know that that is really a hard position to be in, where your delegation is not in front of you. I believe that if elected, I will do that, and it doesn't matter to me who is the next mayor. I will sit down with the delegation members, ask them to let's go to the mayor's office, and please let us help each other. This is the way, because we are all elected to do the work of the people for the people. Another thing, when elected, if elected, I will. It's coincident that a couple of days ago there's a article about a hemodialysis in Saipan, and up to now I've been preaching about bringing that back to Rota, bringing that service back to Rota, because I feel that the people of Rota, especially the ones that are being treated in Saipan, needs to come home and be treated at home, where their family take care of them, and also say that, maybe in the last couple years of their life, they need to be at home with their family.
Wow.
That's one of the goals that I will do. And I can sit here and talk about hundreds of what I'm going to do, but let me just tell you that maybe 2 or 3 that ones that I can do, and they are doable. Once they're finished, then of course I can move to the next one. And the other thing is that I will talk to the delegations, the members, to increase the scholarship beneficiaries for the students that are coming to Off Island. They need to be taken care of, because as we know, the commodities globally have increased, and therefore I believe that they need their beneficiaries to be increased to match the increase of commodities, especially here in the island of Rota. If you're here studying on NHC, you need to be taken care of as well. And the other thing, of course, is the benefits of medical referral recipients. That, again, is the same thing. We have to take care of the Manmalong. Just by the word, you're Malong, you need to be taken care of, because that may be the last days of your life, and we need to take care of you. So those are things that I would look at once elected, and I'm number 1, by the way, on the ballot under the Senate.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
And I ask.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you.
No, go ahead. That's pretty much, go ahead with your closing remark and why you're the best candidate. Go for it.
Well, Ajay and Lawrence, I feel that I have the experience, being a mayor for 7 years and 8 months. I feel that I have the experience to do the job for the people. I am for the people, and that's really why I want to continue working. I want to continue helping the people. I've been it always has been my passion to help the people, and I want to continue that because I have the experience, I've done it, and I want to continue doing it. So that's why I'm running for senator now. So thank you very much, and I hope the people that are listening are satisfied with what I have said, and also I would ask them to please support Ephraim Atterley for senator on November 8th, and I'm number 1 on the ballot under the senator. So once again, thank you, Jay, and thank you, Lawrence. And you guys are going way up in the States to inform the people for CMMI people to really understand what is going on and keep up with the current issues. Thank you once again, and have a good day. Enjoy yourself. We love you.
Yeah, we love you too, Mayor. God bless you, and thank you for serving as a mayorship, and for the love of our people, and God bless you as well, and good luck on the upcoming election, and best of and take care of yourself, Adayos. Jesus mo si Italo ni Manita na Puengi.
We met the mayor out in Labor Day.
Alright.
We got 18 days to early voting. It is going
Yeah. Ladies
down.
and
You
gentlemen,
only heard it here with the current
Isla
mayor
Fisher, current
running for
mayor,
senator,
speaking
Mr.
Ephraim Atterley.
Monthly.
You heard it, folks. He spoke about his desire.
Number 1 on the ballot. Number one on the ballot.
He was upfront with what he has
Yeah.
said as a mayor of projects he did. Illustrate here with everything that he could be and what if he do if first elected, his goals. You have covered that.
It's not
He's
easy
at
question,
number 1
Jay.
on that ballot.
Yeah.
Stick around, Jesus Masi Mayor.
appreciate your
Adios,
time. Thank you so
and
much.
Take your time. And ladies and gentlemen, that was our first lineup of our candidate for the senatorial seat.
District
for the
7 tonight.
District 7, Luther. Coming up
Road
next,
MP.
who we got next? Producer.
Looks like we got Mr. Dennis Manjola coming up next.
All right. Thank you. Stick around, folks.
It's
so
an island
Lawrence,
session.
It is. We've got someone that's a current incumbent.
And we've seen the mayor, so we're not strangers.
He's not stranger to the game.
Or Labor Day as you're wearing the jersey.
I shouldn't say the game, but the political arena. But trying to broaden it. One thing that he illustrates is, what's currently happening is the delegation not working. So, is this the group right here
Yeah.
that maybe they can work? If
Yeah.
elected, can Mr. Atterley
To
work
be honest
with,
about it. I like that, to be honest about it. And we know the people have said our delegation is not meeting, our delegation doesn't, or are stalling, or using it as tactics. Or tonight, we were just hearing from a candidate, and I think he wanted you to know why to vote for him.
Right. And we can attest to this. Sometimes we disagree
Yeah.
in our views,
Yeah.
right? But guess what?
Yeah.
We're here uniting again for the love.
And
of our
tonight, do you
people,
even
yes.
know who you're voting for yet? Everyone has come compelling.
Yeah.
You still got to look more. If you want the links, check out. We're at youtube.com/island session, atmospherictidesradio.com.
Yes, sir.
We'll put it all there. Please continue in the chat room. We're doing giveaways. We got a couple shirts, a couple hats. We're calling everybody
Subscribe.
to come support us.
Click that
if you
button.
care about Lucha tonight and
think
you're here,
I think
please,
it's right down
yes.
there, right? Or on the side.
Shout out Barcinas. Can we go, Jay? Let's get
Let's
an
give
update.
him a shout out. Yes, Edmund Barcinas in the house.
We got Mr. Manjola coming up.
Mr. Mendola coming
Def
up.
Paz, how's
Def
our time
Paz.
right now? What do we got? Oh, okay.
All right. Well, I guess we got Congressman
Donald,
Donald coming
yes.
up. So another candidate for the Senate. Stick around, folks. Shouts out to everyone out there who's tuning in.
Thank you, everybody in
And
the
stick
chat
around.
room.
We'll be back right after this. Def Paz. Give us some love and tune it up, bro. Give us some Isla.
Session.
Hoorah.
Change is coming. Lego Donald, Biba Donald, they ready for it. Our current congressman, let's go. Mahal, let's go. Edmund Barcina says, believe in your people. Excellent Island Session, people overpower Luta Senate. Absentee, we shall come back. Clear, working. Thanks for joining us. Everything. Change is coming. They're active. Chat room, shout out everyone tonight. I feel like we could give everyone a prize almost. Yeah. I know at 8 a.m. got some prizes. And remember, if you're hashtagging tonight, subscribe to the YouTube right now that you're watching on. And you're commenting in the chat room with this hashtag. And every hashtag that we set out tonight, we're giving a prize for, but you gotta subscribe.
All right.
Excuse me.
Let's pause.
Take us away. Island.
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to the chat room
Hey,
tonight.
la session. Hey.
It's session. What up, chat room? I see y'all. Thanks for staying there. Lynn Manglonia, Lucrecia Barcinas, Edmund Barcinas, Brother Ed, Mariah Barcinas. Man, Barcinas. Yo, Fred. Where you at, Fred? Fred is one of the producers.
Somebody
one of
wake
the.
that guy up.
Yes, I want to say again thank you to J.O. Janet Ogle. No, I mean, I don't want people to mix it with joke like those. They're just as Auntie Janet Ogle. Thank you for always supporting the session.
Def Rocks. and
Def
Pause
Rocks,
for
Def
holding
Pause.
us down and having
I mean,
a
we've had so
studio.
many sponsors, and you guys keep supporting us. Everyone on tonight, I know My rep said millennials, and really, hey, shout out to the millennials for real.
Yes, it's up and coming. It's real. And you know,
Give us some tips. How do we do better?
That is going to be the future, guys. And
Dev Paz got a millennial. I think, is that a millennial Paz? Gen Z.
But also,
Gen X.
But I want to be mindful also and understand to the candidates that I know what's targeted for the future. But you still got to balance
Yes.
along any generation.
Class of 2022, they're voters.
Yeah.
Well, what's their interest? What are they looking to? Your young voters have shifted elections. So who do we have next? Speaking of young voters, speaking of young public
I
service,
think the next line
speaking of
there,
educators,
man, that's the thing about this election and the candidacy. It's a broad
Yeah.
generation to bring
Let's
to the
go.
table. So the challenge as well. Well, we're speaking of, like you said, millennials. We got next up. We got our incumbent
Mr.
Congressman Donald
Magnolia.
Magnolia.
Are you there with us, Congressman?
Mac. Give it up for Donald.
We got to give you your flowers while you're here.
Hey, Congressman. Now, let me guess. Are you in the Palapala or are you in the Balantan? Titetum Beach. Ooh. Hey. Hashtag cheers.
Hey, hashtag cheers in the chat
Hashtag
room.
cheers,
So I want to
man.
say, like, you know, me and
Yeah.
Jay have been talking. We got to tell you now while you guys are here, thank you for what you're doing.
Yes. yes.
Thank you for the hard work. Thank you for being available.
Yeah.
We have firsthand experience, and we just want to be real to everyone. We thank the mayor for seeing him Labor Day, saying, you know,
Yeah,
hello. We know you
everybody.
couldn't make it, but we know you also had work to do.
You got
You've sponsored, you've helped our team. So if
Yeah.
you see the jersey tonight, thank
yeah,
you.
You help some of the team. Everybody contribute in many ways, whether they're
Hallelujah going out there.
yeah.
Thank you for that. That was beautiful for me to
Everything,
watch.
Everyone opening their arms.
Thank
you
you
know.
everyone. Thank
Yep.
you everyone for
Yep.
reaching out, even just to see how I can help. And we have voters all around the U.S. and so
Yeah.
everyone counts. And so I try my best to help wherever I can, and not just within our island, but all of you guys that are out there representing Rhode and representing the CNMI. So thank you again to all
Beautiful.
you guys do and for coordinating all these events. So
Well,
appreciate that.
it's a pleasure, Congressman. And again, thank you for being part of our
Yeah.
Isla session for Real Talk, program. And with further ado, I don't know you, so can you let our audience and constituents, who is Congressman Donald
3
Magnolia?
minutes, all your
3
time. Don't
minutes,
talk about
all
anything but you.
First of all, is my audio okay?
Yes, yes.
Sound check clear.
Chat room, put a thumbs up if it's good.
Yeah, before we begin, I just want to thank you guys, the organizers of this forum, for giving us the candidates the platform to allow people to understand more about us and to learn and for us to share our ideas and goals. But you know what? Before I proceed any further, I just want to take this opportunity to give my dad, one of my biggest supporters, a birthday shout out. He's celebrating his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Dad. Happy birthday, Dad.
Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Yeah, and so for those of you who don't know me, I'm Donald Magnolia. I've been the House of Representatives representing Rhoda for the past 2 terms, and I am currently a candidate now for the Senate and the 1st Senatorial District. It has truly been an honor to serve our people of Rhoda, and I thank you for sharing this journey with me for the past 3 years as we work to improve the lives of all of you and to create opportunities that will benefit our island. I was born in Guam, but I was raised on Rhoda up until I graduated high school in 2006. Immediately after, I went to to St. Mary's University in San Antonio, Texas, where I went to school for 4 years and got my degree in bachelor's in marketing. And then I immediately moved back and started teaching all the way through till I ran for office in 2018. So I taught math, and during my time in teaching, let's just go back a little bit. When I got my degree in marketing, I told myself I was done. I think I'm set. This is all I would really need to do what I need to do on Rhoda. But as I was teaching, I found a passion for teaching, and so I decided to get my master's in education. And so while I was teaching, I did my classes at night online, and I ended up getting my master's in education with a focus on teacher leadership. And so now the when I started my journey in 2018, it was a tough decision, but I felt that, and this is something I share with my students all the time, that if you want to make change, you gotta go for it and take
Wow.
that risk, and that's the risk that I took back in 2018, and it's paying off now. I had this opportunity to help our people, and I'll continue to do it if elected in Senate. And so, one thing that I want to share is just my profound appreciation and gratitude to the people who put me here. I don't take this seat very lightly. I show the work that I do through social media or through the news outlet to show that this is not something that we just get placed here and hope that we do something good for people. We want to show them that these are the stuff that we want to do to help them and get their insights, get their feedbacks, so that can further inform our decisions when we make these tough decisions. And so I hope that I have represented you all well in the House, and I seek your support as I bring my work ethic, my leadership style, my integrity to the Senate. And that if elected, I'll continue my promise to fight to protect your rights and well-being, and to work well with the rest of the Rota leadership to carry out a unified goal. And that's one thing that I hope to do with all elected officials day one, and just try to find that unified goal on how we can all support those goals. And so with that, again, thank you for the opportunity to help us share our path forward.
All right, awesome. Jesus Masi there, Congressman Donald, and let's get right to it, shall we, with the QA.
Wait. Congressman, are you a millennial? Do you consider yourself a millennial?
I was born in 1988. I'm 34, so yes, I'm.
Okay, wait. You don't have to bring the year in. I know the border, but so your voters are gonna vote for you.
Okay.
You have a strong following of the young vote, and I know what we're talking about. We're gonna lead into a Rota Casino Commission, and as we're look at our viewers and the chat room. I know they have questions. They're gonna speak up. So the Rota municipal government spends $300,000 a year, and you probably know this. The question is, if elected, will you support a local law to amend the Rota Casino Act of 2007? I mean, I could read it on, but speak on it, please.
Yeah, what's your take on
Yeah,
that?
yes. If anyone has any more questions, we hit the chat room. We
Yeah.
will explain, but we want to give you as much time. So please, Congressman.
Yeah, so I introduced legislation to do just that, to cut the salaries of commissioners. And this was back in my first term. But I think what we really need to focus more on is whether this industry is still viable, and whether or not we have the infrastructure to move forward with any casino operations on island. We see what's going on in China. We see what's going on around the world. Tinian, I know they're also trying to get a casino started. But the one thing that I wanted to point out is that, we have 3 established casino commissions, right? We have the Rota Casino Commission, we have the Tinian Gaming Commission, and then we have the Commonwealth Casino Commission. These are 3 commissions all working towards the same thing, and that is how to regulate casinos within each island. And so I hope that, moving forward, that's something that we can look into and try to see if we can bring it all into one and have representatives from all islands. But, that's not to say that the work that the current casino commissioners have done, I have no doubt they are working very hard to try to revive this industry. And if this is something that it still needs to be done, then if elected, we will bring it to the table and try to see how we can support that. Otherwise, these are highly respected and hardworking commissioners that are in there, and if the casino is in fact something that we should abolish at this point in time, then what we can do to help these commissioners is try to have them look at other industries that Rota can really benefit from, and further assist those areas in trying to promote Rota, whether it be through agriculture or culture or tourism, whatever that may be. And so at this time, I would support some change to the casino commission, but we would also have to try to maybe do a feasibility study. And that was one thing that we tried to do in the House. In the last budget, we gave funding for a feasibility study for the gaming industry on Saipan, but the governor vetoed that, and so that's something that we're still trying to push forward. And so if we are successful in trying to do another make another attempt at providing funding for a feasibility study in Saipan, then we can also try to get that study done over in Roda and see if that's something that can be done. And if not, then how can we shift towards other industries?
Yeah. It's not easy to be an incumbent, bro. You know what I mean, Jay?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think the mayor had the same thing. You know, you're sitting in the seat,
Right.
you're coming and answering questions, and maybe one thing I just want to elaborate: is it hard to pass bills, being in the House? What do you have for the future people that may sit in that seat? How do you pass bills that will help the people, and how is it when it doesn't get passed?
I would say it's a challenge. It could be, there are times where the process is easy. There are times where you have to make some negotiations. My first term, I was a minority member, but thanks to the speaker and the leadership at the time, they looked at the legislation. If they felt it was something that would benefit the CNMI or even benefit Rhoda, they would help in assisting in getting the bill passed. Likewise, in the current term, as you know, I'm part of the leadership team, but any bills that I push forward, I try to ensure that, or I try to get each member to understand the purpose of the bill and trying to get their support behind it. The issue that we have is when the bill gets to the Senate. There are several bills that have sat in the Senate, and we've reached out, and so it's just a matter of them wanting to act on it, and if that's something that they are also wanting for our people, then that's something that they can look into and get it passed on in the Senate side.
And speaking of bills, we have the next question, Jay, and
Yeah.
thank you for putting that so eloquently. I mean,
you just flow that like
yeah,
that.
you're such a friendly person, and I
Yeah,
know
no,
it's
thank you. People want to learn more about the process, right? So I try to explain it to them, and so that with everything that's gone through this past term, they've been watching a lot of our sessions, which have been airing live, and so they have all these questions that they want to know more about.
and we want to know more, and we got to have another session for that.
And that's why we
But
threw
yeah.
that out there so
Yeah.
that our viewers and constituents out there, just hearing it live and only in
What the
island
process
session.
is, yeah. And the next question is
which-
about a bill.
A bill in 2021.
21.
Which we've watched some of the session going on about. You guys have a huge discussion about this, even going through a whole process of, it sits and idle on Senate. You mentioned that to prohibit public officials and government employees from engaging or attending political activities while traveling on a CNMI government paid for the CNMI government funds.
And I'm sorry, Congressman. I mean, these questions were really submitted. It does. I mean, we're talking about your bill, and I know, like we go back to the incumbent being there, and this is something that got a lot of media hype.
Yep.
And it's not easy to deal with. And you sat there, and I want to say thank you for really the voice and being. You're always reasonable, and so we ask you about that. It sat idle in the Senate, and we just asked you how do bills work.
So now, with that piece of legislation, do you support or front load?
I mean, do we even have to ask it? It almost seems like we should give him
But for
a.
those folks that probably have
Yeah.
not
Okay.
seen the congressman.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk some. I can give some points about it. I know.
Yeah.
I know traveling to the States where a lot of these professional development opportunities is
There you
very, not only is it far, but it's also very costly. And, within the past 4 years, I've gone on 2 conferences paid for by the government. And I always ask myself, the purpose of it, will it benefit the entire Commonwealth? Will it benefit the people of Rhode
I
Island?
like that.
And these conferences are where we learn more about ARPA plan
Yes.
and some of these federal bills that are in Congress that would benefit the islands. And so even going on the trip, one thing I can say is that a lot of people, including myself, would take side trips. And what I mean by side trips is visiting family, visiting, you know, in my case, visiting constituents who aren't home that maybe would like to know more about what's going on and how we can help them being out there in the States. And so these are trips that a lot of our government employees take to just take a few days to meet with family and then come back home. But we've also heard of trips where government employees would go on these trips and then take a couple of days to go on these side trips, and then you see them at a political event. And so, you just gotta ask yourself, am I going on this trip for the right purpose, or is this just one way to get me to an event that is meant, or is a political event? And so, it'll all come down to a person's morals and really putting our people in their thoughts. And is this something that is going to hurt them, or is this something that's going to benefit them in the long run?
And then there's another part to that question, and it's what would you consider to introduce to further the goals of addressing corruption in our government?
Well, we have several laws and we have several regulations that are already in place. I think the issue is enforcement and trying to get the proper agencies and authorities to look into these trips and to look into these actions, whether it was done for the benefit of the Commonwealth or, people are taking advantage of these trips as a means to get to these political events or all these other events that are not allowed as a government employee. And so it's just further communicating with the public auditor's office as well as attorney general and really enforcing what's already in law and what's already in the travel regulation.
All right, thank you for putting that out there, Congressman, and your take on that. And then we're just going to jump right into one of the biggest concerns and trending out there in social media from all over.
Island viral.
It's a viral out there going on wherever anyone, and it's regarding the absentee voters being challenged with all the you can categorize with a list of what's their purpose here. We even heard somebody in the chat room asking them, for referral, who, what, where, those kind of stuff, and it's kind of obsolete for folks to be, either targeted or they felt that way. So
Hey, that's
remember,
HIPAA, Jay. That's HIPAA.
yeah,
Ain't
it's
that-
constituents
yeah.
feeling, and we got to understand that they have the right to express what they've been felt like being bullied, being targeted, whatnot.
There's a
and
lot
felt,
of feelings, emotions right now
Yeah.
because they just want to vote and they want their voices to be heard,
They just want just one right.
or an explanation to why it is.
Yeah. So what's your take on that, sir? And
Do you want us to read it one more time?
yeah. What's the question? Yeah.
Do you think people who are voting absentee should be given continuous right to vote? Do you think absentee voters are overriding the people's decision? If you could give us a little insight on that.
Sure. It's a person's has a constitutional right to vote. And whether you're absentee or on island, you're trying to make a decision that will affect your family, that will affect you in the long run, whether if you do decide to come back. And I think the issue that a lot of people have brought up that have shared with me is that the process now is much more difficult than how it has been in the past several elections. And maybe this is due to having a new director this time around and trying to make sure that all bases are covered. But, we can't penalize our people for having to move off island to try to seek a better life, whether it be for education or better healthcare or for whatever reasons that, we can't control.
Yeah.
We understand, we know that Rhoda does not have the the capacity to hire a lot of people, right? And we don't have the jobs that cater to your specific profession. And so, we hope to get there one day. We hope that we can provide our people with those opportunities so that they can come back. But in the meantime, our voters out there in the States are doing what they can to get educated and to get experience so that they can come home and share that experiences with our people. And so I used to tell this before to my students. Back then, we only had 12 channels, and so our view of the world is very limited. We don't see all these other professions that we have or that we can offer here in our islands. And so having to go to the States and having to learn more about what's out there and then bringing that back, that's something that I cherish. And so, I don't think that absentee voters are overturning the decisions. I believe that they're making the decision based on a much more understanding of the world and the issues that are going on in the world, and trying to make that decision for our island in hopes that we also try to get our island to meet the standards that we see elsewhere. And so that's how I felt about that.
Thank you. And if I could say shout out to Ms. Mesgun out there, saying thank you for your service. I mean, when you get the chat room buzzing, wow, okay. Well, there's another Michael's in Saipan. I mean, dialysis is coming in this. We're going to get into more specific questions. Jay, you got one. Now we got two more. And what is the next one for him?
We have, and thank you for that, Congressman. We have, in this inflationary time, what will you do to help ensure retirees are able to keep more of their hard-earned money and are financially secured? What is your plan? I mean, there's two parts in this question. What are you gonna, how are you gonna help the retirees ensure their hard-earned money is secured?
Yeah.
And what are your plans to ease the worries of this 25%?
Well, being the chair for Ways and Means, right, we try to find ways to fund these obligations, if you will call it. In the past, the 25% was covered through the casino GRT, which we now know is not bringing any funds, and so we have to find other revenue sources to cover that 25%. That was even one of the contentions that almost forced us to have a shutdown, and that's because the House felt that we must secure funding for the retirees and find that funding for the retirees. It was just unfortunate that it wasn't clear where that money was coming from in the administration, but after sitting down with the Secretary of Finance at the time and getting an assurance that something that the House felt was appropriate, and that's something that we can support, which in the end avoided that shutdown. But moving forward, I think we should just include it as an obligation in every budget. Adding on that 25% is something that we're going to have to keep trying to find the money for or secure. And so, like any budget, we can add that in as a one of the set asides so that the 25% will be secured moving forward, and we won't have to go through this back and forth uncertainty with our retirement, causing more anxiety within our retirees, and that's something that I hope that if we don't having only 3 months left, it's still doable, but I hope that whoever gets elected in the next term, that's something that they can consider in trying to secure.
Awesome. I think that speaks for the retirees there. One of the thoughts and ideas is to have that. It's called a fixed life of the term. Like it's there automatic. It's within the budget, and
For that
not
25
to worry
to
back
keep,
and forth where the constant worry.
Well, it's the same thing, right? With the 75%, it's fixed. It's in the budget every year. So why can't we just make it 100%? Fixed. There we go.
There you go.
Now, Congressman, I mean, it's obvious that you have support, and I just want to ask, what is it like to be in that? I mean, did you have to skip social media and not watch all the comments as you were on JGO? I mean, can I just ask that? Is that political? I mean, I still want an even field for everyone to answer, but I want to ask you your personal experience coming in, and now, you know, you're going to have someone else that's going to sit in that seat. How do you get through that?
Which part? Sorry.
Of you sitting in the, you know, the JGO committee and going through that experience of having to find and look at, and, you know, for someone coming in, you know, it could be hate, it could be love. I mean, how do you manage it? Do you avoid social media? Do you have to, you know, kind of just dive into work? I mean, I want to leave something for the next
How you
person
so
here.
cool, calm, collected
Yeah.
throughout that?
How do you manage it?
Yeah, no, a lot of the decisions I make are the, you know, as cliche it may sound, you know, it really is. I'm representing our people and I'm trying to be their voice, and so having that open communication with our voters, with our people here, and hearing what they're feeling and understanding
Yeah.
about the process helps me in making that decision. You know, for the past 3 years, I've come to Rhoda once, maybe twice a month, just so that I can still gauge
Wow.
in conversations with them and understand what they're feeling. And because, you know, at the end of the day, whoever we target, I wouldn't say target, but whoever we are investigating or whoever we are looking into, these were people that were elected by the Commonwealth or by Rhoda, by Saipan, by Tinian. And so it's not an easy decision to make to try to take out somebody when people believe in that person. And so understanding and getting a sense for
Yeah.
what made them get elected, but also at the same time letting these people understand that these are the things that were discovered, and this is what we're going to try to do to correct that. And so it takes a lot of input from our people to make those tough decisions.
And
Because at the end of the day, they will have to live with that decision, the decisions that I make.
And that's where it's going to bring us to this final question, and it's about budget cutting. And, you know, it's become one of the most common and unpleasant tasks. I mean, we have to do it. Some of the questions are, why do they do it? But what we want to, you know, say it's a task that leaders have to do. You're taking the next seat up, right? And while budget reductions have always been part of a normal cycle to address the deficit in our government, if elected, how will you approach budget cutting without harming individual agencies' ability to fill their mandate? And what formula? So, you know, it's and these are great. I mean, thank you to everybody that contributed. How will you approach the budget cutting without harming the individual agency's ability to fulfill? I think we can name a couple aspects that's been pretty common, is like the youth sports and their activities. You know, where do those monies get taken? What formula of spending cuts? You know, they want to see how you're going to do it, and they want to see how will you keep these agencies that need this money running.
So, for those who have watched this whole budget process the past few weeks, that was one of the steps that the House, in particular, tried to take, was to start reducing the size of the government. We tried to eliminate all vacant FTEs that were not funded, and then we also tried to remove the vacancies that were funded but were never filled. But that was one of the contentions from the Senate that they were adamant about in trying to get in, because according to them, some of the positions were already in the process of being filled. My only concern is that with that is if we continue to hire people, the ones that will be affected will be everyone and not just that one person. You know, if we can't find the money to fund all 3,000 employees, and every single one of them will get furloughed or in the end terminated. And so that's the one thing that we're trying to avoid, is trying to continue to increase our obligations when the money is not coming in. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and this is something that was shared through a fiscal response summit, is to start looking at combining agencies. You know, there are agencies that could work as one entity and provide the same services, and so that can reduce the size of the government, as well as having a one-stop shop for all our people. You know, one thing on Rhoda that we should look more into is having this one-stop shop, and maybe not just Rhoda, but the entire Commonwealth. You know, we have people going from one village to get clearance from this one agency to another village to make a payment to another village. to get another clearance. And so having this one-stop shop, making it easy for businesses to start up, you know, and incentivize to start one up is just making it easier on our people as well as on our government employees. And so, yeah, those are two of the things that I hope to continue to address if elected into the Senate, is to start by eliminating positions that aren't filled and try to get our people skilled so that for those who maybe don't qualify for these government jobs, we can try to support them in trying to manage or even start up their own businesses so that they too can be contributing members to our society.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you,
Deb Paz, can I
Congressman.
get some background music? Like, can you give me a little, like, some atmosphere right here? With the picture, Congressman, in the back, I feel like we have to give your closing with some background music.
So, so with that
Thank
said,
you.
Congressman, you have rolled your sleeve as an incumbent congressman,
Thank you for the work.
and now you're transitioning from a lower to the upper, you know,
Your abs, yeah.
upstairs.
But equal, but equal.
But equal. Why you?
Why you?
And your closing right there.
Island Session, want to know?
Well,
Thank you to the chat room. Hey,
Before I close-
Congressman, could you shout out our chat room? They're really making noise for you.
I had to close it out because I didn't want the echoey feeling, but thank you to everyone watching. Thank you to all the support that you've shown, whether it be through Facebook or through this forum. Thank you for listening and sharing your ideas, and we appreciate you coming out today on this wet Saturday and trying to learn more about us and what we can do for you. And so with that, I just want to thank you again, Mr. Jay, Mr. Lawrence, and to everyone who were present there in your studio. Thank you for this platform, and thank you for making this session possible. And so with that, I just want to say that, you know, while my time as your representative is coming to an end, I humbly ask for the opportunity to serve you as your next senator. Now, Senator Hochul and Senator Santos will be leaving their seats soon in pursuit of other opportunities to serve our people. And I just want to thank them for the work that they've done, and I wish them the best of luck in their new venture. And if elected as your next senator, I will continue my promise to fight for you and to represent you, and to make the best decisions that will not only benefit our Commonwealth, but most importantly, you and our beautiful island of Rhode Island. And so to the people on and off island, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and to ask for your support this election for Donald Manalo Manonia for Senate number 2 on the ballot. And with that, good afternoon to the rest of you here in the scene of mine, and good evening to all of you out there in the U.S.
Well, there you go, folks.
Ladies
You've heard
and
it from the
gentlemen.
congressman. Let's give him up for Congressman
Donald
Donald
Manalang
Maglonia.
Maglonia.
Jesus Masi, Congressman, we love you from
Thank you for
Isla
your work.
Session. Jesus Masi, di unzuti tempo mo, zani todo i finatuto mo para i interamente publiko gizaluta. Talua, adios, and take care of yourself.
Thank you too, thank you.
All right, Jesus, man. Well, there you go, folks. That was Congressman Donald Maglonia. He just pretty much covered, you know, as to why he's seeking for the Senate seat. He has illustrated some of the curveballs that we threw him about, you know,
Or just asking, just interested. You're
incumbent,
sitting, yeah.
you know, Congress, and it's not
Yeah.
easy. Being a candidate is not easy, let
The
alone.
mayor sitting in a seat wants
Mayor sitting is
to
not
get a new
easy,
position.
you
Right
know.
now, we're going to see a transition to go to a higher seat in the
Right.
Senate, and taking that experience, and then a vacancy that happens.
Right.
And will there be? We've heard a lot about delegation. Yes, we do need better communication.
Right.
We need to work together. I mean, one thing I can see is everyone cares for the island.
Yeah.
Now the voters have a heart. Oh, I mean, I
There's a
thought we
lot
were
of
set. I
broad
mean,
men,
yeah.
you know, there's.
I
and
want to
that's-
hear everyone.
And that is why this is important.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna see it for yourself. You're gonna analyze what they do, despite what other interchange you might hear. I mean, you're gonna hear it right.
Can we
forefront.
just have a good vibe, an atmospheric
Eastern
tide? Just
session.
come, an island session where we
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
let's separate the family and let's talk about the candidate. And just for now, let's not be mad. A lot of times politics will divide families because they internalize it, because they identify by it. I don't want to ever identify by that. I want to
wanna
be
hear it from
yes, and then politics can stay there. I want to hear from the person because we're such a small community that we don't need to do that.
Yeah.
People over party, hashtagging that.
That's why I'm
and they're
excited
yeah.
also for this next guest we're coming
Okay.
up.
Yes.
I grew up with this cat.
Hey man, I
District
remember.
2.
Yeah.
Next up, we got Dennis
Menjola.
Mendiola coming up.
Hey.
Folks, stick around. We get the chance to hear him.
He was Labor Day. He was
He
out on
was
Labor
there.
Day. He was there.
Came back. It was an honor. It was a
So
pleasure to see
salute
him.
to make history. We'll talk more
Yes,
about
sir.
that.
We'll talk about him, folks.
Hey,
You're
Depos,
gonna
can we
get a
put the
chance.
black
Coming
banner?
up, Mr. Dennis Mendiola.
Island says
Island
Monga,
Session.
black banner.
And buenas.
Black banner.
Good evening from the state
Good
side,
afternoon. Yes.
Pacific Northwest.
From the island of Salem in the Pacific
Yes,
Northwest.
beautiful to the all the way back to the islands. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Saturday over there. Stick
Thank
around.
you.
Next up.
Oh, Depos. Yeah.
Hey.
Put the banner up.
Hey. Oh.
Thank you, people. 5 minutes, okay. And the mic is hot.
Mic is hot.
Here comes the boom.
Yes, sir. Hey, Hoffa Stone. So, man, I'm having a blast. I'm having a fun again. Once again, Isla Session. It is live,
Live.
streaming live.
Talking to our candidates tonight from the District
Candidates.
7.
Yes, for the senatorial candidacy or seat. And you know, this next candidate coming up, folks, I am excited. You know, just a little bit about what I do know, and again, it's always humbling for me. You know, to see folks that are passionate to come in and do their thing and want to help. You know, the community of Rhoda. This dude, you know, this cat. You know, I kind of grew up. He was a younger age at our District 2. You know, I also want to thank him for his service. You know, maybe some people don't know this, but he did serve, you know, for our country and giving us the freedom of where we at in the liberty.
Yes.
And, you know, this democratic democracy that we have.
Well, wait. When you say, you know, because I know the millennials.
Yeah, they're
like,
coming
so I'm
up.
trying to wonder, this is nice to see a young guy come in
Yes.
and want to serve. And so
Right.
we're going to introduce him. And if you guys don't know right now, we're going to introduce running and wanting to get your support, your vote for this seat right as senator for District 7.
Right.
We have Mr.
Dennis
Mendiola.
Ladies
Dennis,
and
are you
gentlemen,
there?
Let's give him up for Dennis Mendiola. Let's welcome him to the session. Thank you. Hey, how's it going there, Mr. Mendiola?
Righty. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the warm welcome.
You're welcome. Anyways, on behalf of Isla Session and everybody else, once again, we thank you for your service, sir. I know we get a chance to meet up here during the Labor Day, and we appreciate you coming out and joining us. It was a lot of fun, and good to see you again. You know, I was just telling a little bit about, you know, you as a kid growing up in District 2. I mean, unfortunately, you're a little bit taller than me. You know, one of athletic folks that we have there representing Rhoda.
I mean, and if we talk about the youth sports, and I think the biggest connection we see is, man, it was thriving then.
Yeah.
And if we can just kind of introduce that way, that you are also, you know, some of the candidates we're talking about, the millennials. What do you identify as, sir? Do you see
Generation
the transition?
X.
Are you right there in the border? Where you at?
I think it's around there.
According to Google, when I Googled this previously, I'm right at Generation X, the end of Generation X.
Right.
Border. You know, so
Woo! See, Generation X.
Bring in both. So now, as we're gonna talk, and we want to remember that we have people graduating, new voters coming.
Yeah.
And right now, some of them might not know about the topics we're talking about. So we want to make sure you have the opportunity to talk to all of them. And we know you ran last election as well. You're here again. I think more motivated than ever. And we want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we'll give you at least the start of who is Dennis Mendiola?
3 minutes talk.
Who are you, sir?
And then we'll get to the questions.
awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. So first of all, for those that don't know me, my name is Dennis James Camacho Mendiola. I was raised here in the beautiful island of Rhoda. Parents is Brian Manglonia Mendiola, and then mother, which is stepmother, Evelyn Manglonia Mendiola as well. But I was raised by my grandparents, so I'm a little bit traditional, you know, old-fashioned. My grandfather is Aleo Atalik Mendiola, and my grandmother is Andrea, of course, Mendiola as well. I think I started out in Rhoda as a very energetic child. For everybody that knows me, I was very energetic. You know, I was practically grew up in the basket court. Everybody knows me. I'm sure you guys can relate to those stories. But I had the opportunity to, you know, move out of the island when I turned 17. Grandmother passed, and I decided to just venture out and kind of grow. I decided to move to the island of Saipan first. As a result of basketball, I was given the opportunity to play in the national team. And when I played in the national team, I kind of stayed in Saipan for a little bit. Wasn't doing too well financially, and then I met my wife, Ana Mendiola, and decided to move to Guam. I was offered by Bud Kings or Budweiser to become a salesman and play for Bud Kings. That was really, that was the start of my life. Decided to work for Bud Kings. I believe I worked for Budweiser for about 7 years before I decided to go back to school because I wasn't going anywhere with my career. So I decided to just, go to college. I got my GED. For those of you guys don't know, I kind of went the hard knocks way. So I got my GED in 2006, decided to get right after. It opened up a lot of doors and I moved over and started my college career. I was offered to join the ROTC program where I then will commission as an officer. So I took that. Commissioned as an officer, decided to serve our country. And it was probably one of the best things that happened to me. I think the military has kind of brought discipline, structure in my life and gave me a little more direction. I was, shooting on all directions just because we're so aggressive, but then the military kind of reeled that in and I decided to just have a little plan for my life because at that time I started having family, my kids, and decided to make it a career. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances forced me to retire. I retired in 2016 and came back home. When I came back home, I wasn't thinking about politics or anything for that matter. I was really just coming home to just kind of spend time with family because I was kind of going through rough times as far as my health is concerned. What happened was thereafter I started getting introduced to politics. I served as the deputy commissioner. I was appointed as the deputy commissioner and I decided to take that. Then I started sitting down in picnic tables and I started hearing a lot of issues, concerns of our, citizens here in Rota, and it kind of fueled that motivation to become a part of the change, a part of the influencing change movement. And, from 2016, I decided to just stay in the political world so I can continue to just try and influence change for our people as a whole. Some of the things that, drives me is health, our health system, I hear a lot of issues with our medical referral. I hear a lot of issues with our economy, and it just keeps fueling that fire to just serve our people in the municipal level or the state level. And from there, I became I resigned. I got appointed as the commissioner. I moved up to the executive level, served as the commissioner. A couple years later, the governor asked me if I could serve as the special assistant because the special assistant at the time wanted to just step down and because they kind of went through a lot of rough patches after they managed to oversee typhoons, major typhoons, and then a pandemic. So when we were dwindling down with the pandemic, the special assistant decided to just kind of step down. So that's the reason why I got moved over. I believe the governor had faith and confidence in me to serve in that capacity, and he decided to appoint me, and I moved over. A lot of people ask why I keep running when I'm already in the executive level. I'm going to be honest with you guys. My heart has always been with Rota. I can serve in all capacities. I can move in every direction. But no matter what, every time we come in and look at home and we see our people, it still fuels that fire to make it better for our people, our future generation. We have kids now, so that's kind of the fuel to why we keep trying to move forward in political, my political aspiration. Other than that, thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to kind of just give the people a little insight to who I am. Appreciate this.
Well, thank you there, Dennis, for being, the authentic on your passage to where you are today. And with that said, we'll jump right in and let's get to it. As we are asking our candidates, the Rota municipal government spends about $300,000 each year for the Rota Casino commissioner's salary, putting a burden on the municipality's obligations. If elected, will you support a local law to amend the Rota Casino Act of 2007 to either abolish this annual salary since there is no casino operations currently? What's your take on that, sir?
Sure, why not? For me, if it comes down to expenditure and we don't have funding source, those are kind of the avenue that we start, trying to dig into. I mean, if there's no casino, then it only makes sense for us to kind of reduce the salary, if not remove it. But the problem when I look at that is that what if we have an investor that's willing to jump in and we have to now force these people to start regulating these people? It's going to be hard for us to just kind of change a law and jump from one to another. So for me, I like to tread carefully when we start saying just abolish it or remove it, because if there's an interested investor to come in and give us revenue or economy, I think it's going to be challenging if we just try and abolish that and then we're kind of, left twiddling our thumbs because we can't regulate it. That's my stance on that. I think it's one of those controversial matter that's been affecting our community, but the dynamics of it is really based on just what's at hand. So if it's revenue that's killing us, then of course we have to look into it. But if we can continue to try and push it forward so that we can try and convince investors to come in, that's the end state here. The end state is to try and generate revenue so that we can have an economy in Rota. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. The next one is a bill was introduced in 2021 and sits idle in the Senate to prohibit public officials and government employees from engaging or attending political activities while traveling on the CNMI's government, paid for by the CNMI government's funds. There's two parts here. A, is this piece of legislation one that you will support and front load in your first 100 days in office? Why or why not?
As far as front loading it, I don't think that's a major concern for myself, but I do support that. It's very important for us to try and differentiate our operational mission versus our political mission. But the problem is that if we want to be completely honest, every elected official is a politician in nature. So in a lot of the strategic decision-making aspect of their abilities, it's always thinking about what's next, right? So for me, sure, I support that. I love, in terms of, revenue and, affecting our people, definitely don't want the government. Something that we clearly, that's just my thing on that, is that we throw the subject out and just say, oh, let's prevent all politicians or elected officials from using trips to, for example, to go for political reasons. Well, the problem with that is that I'm looking at some of the regulatory guidelines as far as travel, right? And it says as long as your trip is in the best interest of the CNMI, who defines that? That's the question, is how do we define that to where we make it clear and we can start putting down what not to do rather than just leaving it into a broad aspect where anybody can define it or interpret it themselves, because in the best interest of the CNMI can mean differently from different people. So my point is that, sure, I support that, but I think that is important for us to regulate it clearly. Thank you.
And let's just take that further. So to define it, and maybe it's hard to translate, certain scenarios. But let's say just corruption in general. What other legislation are you considering to introduce to really tackle corruption in our government?
So it's funny because I've been hearing corruption since I started in government in the CNMI, and honestly, it's one of those topics where it divides family, it ruins family. So for me, I'd like to, if there's a piece of legislation that we need to introduce, for me, it's more of just a lot of the regulatory guidelines that governs these politicians, these executive officers, or whatever position they serve in. It's a lot of it is just, it deals with just regulatory guidelines. Again, like I was saying earlier, that interpretation from one person to another is different when you read the law. The problem is, again, we need to just go back and just clarify a lot of this stuff. And I believe that if it says do not do this, period, there's no questions, if, ands, or but. There's no bending that regulation. So my point is that when we're going to talk about corruption, we got to look at the whole 9 yards, or the whole issue that's surrounding that official. And it's not necessarily just that he's corrupted. It could mean that it was misinterpreted differently. That, for me, a lot of times it could mean that it was just interpreted differently. The viewers are interpreting it differently. The politicians are interpreting it differently, as well as the law is interpreting, or the judicial branch is interpreting it differently. So I don't want to go into who's corrupted or what's, whether legislators are corrupted or not. I think it's just guidelines and
Yep.
laws that needs to be just be clear.
And
Thank you.
yes, definitely done it. And I don't think we're asking about just anybody tonight. We want to leave all that aside. We're talking about just that in general, and just corruption in any manner. And I think you said it. If it is not right, then you're saying no, and if it is
No.
yes, and you want to get clarity, is what I'm hearing a lot of. So clarity, making sure when we use abolish, I get it. It's a big word. We're saying that it's done. We won't do it again. So as we lead,
Absolutely.
let's talk about, I think earlier you were talking about you were also a way to serve the country. Were you an absentee voter at that time?
I was actually. I was.
So you know where I'm headed to. You know where I'm headed to
You know
then,
where
right?
we're heading to
we
with that.
we asked everyone this question.
This is a hot
topic right now.
trending right now. And what is your take on that, sir?
And we'll just read it. Many absentee voters are being challenged regarding their residency. People have left home due to the bleak economy we're facing, unreliable medical services, the lack of job opportunities. This process has been frustrating and disappointing to a lot of absentee voters who have voted every election year. For many absentee voters, they feel their right to vote is being infringed upon. What is your position regarding this issue, and when elected, what is your plan to address the concern and ensure that the voters are not suppressed?
Oh, absentee. So let me go back to when I was in the military, right? I decided not to vote. I started voting in 2014, but prior to that, I never really got involved with a lot of the politics in Rhode Island just because I'm not home. I impact the federal dollars or the federal government, or the federal for that matter. I wasn't, my vote really is not fair. So, being that I ran last election and the absentee kind of changed the outcome of that, that for me, that is a question that needs to be looked upon. And again, I'm not going to go and say that absentee voters, no, you're not going to vote. That is not fair to, that's one of our constitutional rights is to, the right to vote. The problem again is that we need to go back and start defining stuff. I think it's more of a, regulatory guidelines that needs to be clear because when I look at the roster, sometimes I see families that have moved for a long time, never, and I met them and they don't plan to come home. So for me, the question is it fair for these families to influence the people that are actually suffering, the people that are actually home suffering, when they decide based on their candidates who they want, who is the best, because they see these candidates, they actually interact with these candidates on a day-to-day basis. Is it fair for them to be swung by a group of people who've never seen the candidates, who only see one candidate? So my question is that come back home, or not my statement is come back home, show that intent, show that interest that of course you left the island for a better opportunity, but intend to come back home. I think that's the question here. And sure, I don't agree in removing absentee votes. I'm gonna be clear with that. And although I'm explaining all of this stuff, I don't want absentee votes to be abolished. But I still want our absentee voters to come back home and take it, feel it for themselves firsthand so that they can see what's really going on and not just take auntie, uncle, or cousins' word for it. Because that's a lot of the swinging of votes and decisions is based on family affairs and relationships. So for me, I believe everybody has the right to vote. I do believe that. I'm not gonna, and my stance on that is that I will defend everybody's right to vote. But I ask everybody that's abroad to come back home and just kind of take it, feel it for yourselves, and feel the hardship that everybody's going. Everybody's going.
Dennis, don't invite us right now because we really are homesick. We just saw you,
Yeah.
so
I know.
So the feeling is we do want to go back, and I don't know if it's sustainable yet until we work, and that's why we're here. But there's another part to the question, and it's, do you think people who are voting absentee should be given continuous right to vote, or do you think absentee voters are overriding the? You've mentioned that some of it is overriding, and you've explained your position, but so I think you've already kind of come into that one. So if you'd like to move to the next, or do you want to any more? Do you think people voting absentee should be given the continuous right? I guess is what we have to ask.
Yes, all I'm gonna stipulate is that I ask that our absentee voters come back and reestablish residency. That's all. Bottom
Then
line is this.
and if I
Please.
could ask,
Is-
if I'm sorry, I didn't, but we're such a small community. I think we kind of know everyone wants to come home. That's my feeling. Because look at tonight and how everyone is connected to that island. We're small people, so I think even on District 7, that's a different thing. I want to come home. I think we all would love to, but how do we get there? And that's why we're talking tonight. So,
Sure, and I think that so that's where us as leaders, if elected, our job and our fiduciary duty is to figure out a way to make sure that our people come back home.
so are you for the
Provide-
continuous? If we've continuously voted and we're out here, are you for it? You
Sure,
okay?
yes.
Okay, there. Okay, thank you, sir. And then we're gonna go. We got two more, and then we got you to get your time to close. Def Paz, can I get a little music for this next two?
Yeah, let's give
you
them
got
a
a little vibe
background.
for me. Now, thank you so much for being available. We understand,
And thank you for putting that out too,
Yeah.
Dennis, because one of the things about Isla Session is that is the platform. You mentioned something, and we continue to highlight that this is the platform where you put all you talked about influence, you talked about all this, but
Yeah.
listening to the candidate from their perspective,
Yes.
that's this platform. And we have many of the constituents out there who are undecided. They don't just want to hear it from uncle, from auntie. This is the new norm, should I say, of informed voters as saying, why should I listen to my uncle or whatnot? I mean, we've been rooted that as growing up, but we've got nowadays they call it informed smarter voters. What is in it
Really?
that I can be influenced? And so this is that opening process of that, and we appreciate you to even be a part of that.
you.
And the chat room is yelling. They're cheering for you. You got your supporters out there. So when we say that smarter, I think is the connection that now we can talk to you and we can talk to you directly, and we're gonna see you at events, and so we're connected. And the only reason like Labor Day started was our connection to the island to want to come back.
Yeah.
That we want to see the poly there. We want to hear from the church. We want to hear from Kilili, our Washington rep. We want to hear our representatives. Luta is just built, and shout out to Luta that came second place.
Yeah.
I mean, and you were there to witness that. I mean, those are the moments that when we see our people, we're proud, and thank you for coming out. So we're gonna move
Thank you,
in.
thank you.
We're gonna go ahead and jump into a couple more questions here, Dan. Public procurement is a high-risk area of corruption, and it is happening in open and unshamed manner in the CNMI in general. What will you do to address the principles of integrity in public procurement so that we're not seeing abuse of public funds?
I like that question. Because I think I ran into that a lot. I ran into a lot of issues with procurement, and again.
And
it
then
goes
do
right
me a
back
favor,
to-
Dan. Tell us what is procurement. Like you've been it. What is it? What does procurement
For
mean?
those that don't know.
And I'm still unclear. Give me the kind of breakdown. How does it go?
I think a lot of people are misinterpreting procurement, thinking that the department head or the resident director or the governor, for that matter, just chooses whatever they want based on procurement that they're trying, or the resources that they're trying to get. But the problem is that we also have, as for example, as a commissioner, I have a regulatory guideline that I have to follow. If I submit a procurement request, regardless of what it is, it still has to go through the Secretary of Finance, the procurement office under Secretary of Finance, and they regulate that. Mind you, they're not political appointees. Mind you, they're hardworking people that are actually trying to make sure that us commissioners, secretaries, directors stay within the confines of the law. I butted heads with many of them where they deny my request, thinking that it's not meeting the procurement regulations. So for me, again, it just goes back to a lot of the interpretation of the regulation. For example, if it says you need 3 invoices or 3 proposals from 3 vendors, it doesn't say you can't use those vendors over and over again. So my interpretation of that is that it's a lot easier for me to just work with the same vendors just because there's an open communication and they already understand what I want. But some people will interpret that as corruption just because we're helping certain they think we're helping just one family or whatever, whatever. But the problem is that when we put in a proposal for procurement, we just, first and foremost, I'm always trying to just get it done as soon as possible. We need the resources now, especially during a pandemic. One of the things that is really hard for us is that we don't want to wait until somebody dies. Forgive my language, but that burden of somebody dropping or passing as a result of our inaction is hard to stomach. So for us, when we were sitting in the discussion table, a lot of it is just, we got to push. We got to make sure that we protect our border. We got to make sure that we get an alternate care site. We got to make sure that we get people in there that are certified to make sure that they manage these people. But again, based on who's looking at this, it can be misinterpreted as corruption. So for me, I'm going to go back to procurement is really one of those where we just need to define those regulatory guidelines that that governs us. So for me, I didn't see any corruption that we did. For me, some of it when they pushed my procurement documents back to me, it's really just a misinterpretation of what the regulation is.
Mr. Menjola, and I really, this is just all general. I think so.
Sure.
A lot of these came from viewers and a mash of everyone that wanted, input or to ask. So I think maybe the key thing is unashamed manner in the CNMI. You're saying that it's all interpretation. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to say that interpretation is really important on how we interpret the regulation.
Then the next part of the question is what will you do to address the principles of integrity? So what are some safeguards? What are some things that you can do to make sure that, if we're not doing it right now, we were finding that, now let's look forward and let's, now try to work this. So how are you, and how are you going to address this so that we maintain that integrity?
So there's a separate power between three branches of government. There is the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and the executive branch. I think that in order to address a lot of these issues, we need to come together despite political views and start clarifying a lot of these issues so that we can all shoot in the same direction. For me, if you look at the judicial branch, the executive branch, because we have also attorneys in the judicial branch or in the executive branch governing us based on regulation, as well as the legislative branch. I think we just need to come together and just kind of define these and start putting in politics aside, because we go on the media and really, again, I told you guys earlier now, we go on the media and we start criticizing each other and making each other look bad, but really it's just misinterpretation. I've had an issue where, for example, terminating employee, I literally had to go to court and prove that I was within the confines of the regulation. Is it morally right? Maybe not. But is it ethically right? Maybe not. But is it legally right? It's within my fiduciary duty. So, it just comes down to just us coming together and making sure that we work together and, put the politics aside and just work together for the benefit of the people.
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you for that, Dennis, for clearing that as well. And I know it's sometimes get harsh, but thank you for coming up front and being.
Just being real, right?
Real
And
talk.
you don't have to talk about that. It's the island session,
That's
so we
right.
want feel comfortable. Talk to the people.
Yes.
We know you. We know what your work has done.
This will.
Allow me to say this, that I really appreciate you guys coming out and doing this. I think that it's important for us every election to have this, and for our leaders as well to support this, just because it's very important for our voters out there to be well informed. I think that a lot of times, and see, Mr. Mundu there was just saying that how do we sway away from auntie and uncle? I think this is one of the avenues that we can just capitalize on and just keeping our voters informed.
That's right.
Thank you for this.
Our final question, sir, is to you. Is that's everywhere, including here. I'm not gonna lie, but this one really hits down home. Is the with the rising fuel costs, which affects the electricity rates. If elected, what is your plan to alleviate this astronomical financial burden on the people who are trying to make ends meet? Given some that are not even, with the minimum wage or with a capacity of just hardships, and you can put all the contributing factors, having to forego of just turning on the lights and keeping their homes at a just to have comfortability and quality of life of the norm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like that question. I think it just really comes down to just public-private partnership. It's very important for us to have a clear communication with our private sector.
Public-private.
We don't play, or we don't really control their profit margin or the rise of the fuel. It really is dictated based on, if the states raises their fuel price, and then the shipping, and there's a lot of factors that affects the rise of fuel. They don't just raise the fuel because they're trying to get rich. It's just they're trying to keep within a profit margin that's suitable for the business sector to continue their operation. So for me, I think what's important for us as legislators to just have that public-private relationship to where we can try and mitigate those and not be too impactful to our community. And if there's a rise, instead of 10 cents, how can we help to where it's 5 cents? Instead of 20 cents, how can we help to where it's 15 cents, for example? But the bottom line is that I think it's important for us to just work together with the private sector through public-private partnership. So it's a great question. I think it's very important for everybody to understand that, the business entity, there's a lot of issues affecting their rise or their hiking up their price. It's not really just because they're trying, to raise it because they don't like the people. It's really, a lot of it deals with, the revenue just to maintain the storage, maintain the shipping, pay the freight, their power, employees. So if there's a raise in fuel price in the States, it influences the fuel in the CNMI. So with them trying to stay afloat as far as their business, they gotta raise that fuel for themselves as well to stay in business. So yeah, I think it's important for us to just have that relationship to where we can influence the outcome of those.
All right, and let's take it a step further. You as just a citizen of the Northern Marianas, how much is this an impact to you? The cost of fuel for power and gas, is it a challenge? How are you feeling?
Major challenge. I think that's one of those things where even aunties and uncles are coming to me, and I'm in fire department, and what is the governor doing about the fuel? And it's just really out of his hands. I mean, like I said, we can try and influence the outcome, but it's a major impact.
And we don't even need. And tonight we're not even talking about governor. We're talking about you.
Yeah.
And so yes, we want this to be all about you, and we don't want the extra filters or whatever's out there. So let's bring it for the people and being what can we do right now? Because fuel costs, like you've mentioned, from 10 to 5, and I think this is going to be something that we want you to do immediately. Front load is what can we do for the price? Yes, what can we do right now, really, for gas prices?
So that we can bring our business partners in and just sit down and just kind of have a conversation and come to an agreement on what's these hikes about, what's the major influx in like CUC, for example, bring in the executive director and just come into terms and just understand why are we raising that. If there's a major hike in price from the fuel business, then what can we do to come in to mitigate that? But it's just important for leaders. For me, it's just important for leaders to come together and just kind of discuss that and just work around that issue.
And that's why I asked, because I kind of hear that you're seeing already where we can kind of take pieces. So I mean, it's time for you to talk to the
Dev Posh, give us some background.
Yeah, what do we got? We're gonna give you the closing.
The closing. We'll give him the closing.
You've handled our 5 questions.
And why Dennis Mendiola for this seat? So, Dev Posh, give us some background music, and
if you're in the chat room, throw your support. Let us know
here we
why. Island Session, Dennis Mendiola.
Dennis Mendiola, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think what's unique about me, and a lot of people can probably sentiment the same way, is that I've been serving our community as well as our country for the longest time. So if it comes down to actual true service, I've been doing that for probably half my life now. And if elected, what I can assure people that you can continue to receive that from me. You can continue to receive my services, my aspirations to make make life better for our people. I think one of the biggest character of myself is the fact that when somebody else does good, it's one of those fulfilling drive for me to do good for our people. I try to mentor people. I'm not the type of boss, I'm not the type of boss to just shut out close the door, and I'm the type of boss where I can sit down and actually communicate with people not in my level as far as position is concerned. For me, I'm the type of person that I like to work with people. I like to communicate. I can work with my fireman one as well as my chiefs. I can continue to just work with everybody. For me, it's like that. I'm gonna bring that back to our people, where it doesn't matter who it is. You can come to me and talk to me. My door's open, and stress your issues and concerns, and let me figure out as an elected official how to fix that problem. I don't have the answer. I don't have all the answers. I can assure you that. I don't think any of us have the answer for every issue, but I can work with other people. So if we come together and work with other people, then the situation becomes less and less problematic. For me, I'm gonna work with whoever it is that is elected alongside me. That is for sure. I can assure you that. Not that political affiliation, detrimental to my decisions. No, absolutely, it's the people that I serve. So to assure people that's watching that, should you give me the opportunity, I can assure you that I'm gonna work for you. I really love Abraham Lincoln saying,
Can you turn down the background?
I really love, and I think that's one that I'm gonna hold dear to my heart as far as my political career takes me. So thank you. My name is Dennis James Camacho Mendiola. For those that don't know me, I'm number 3 on the ballot. Please consider me. Give me your vote of confidence. Allow me and give me the opportunity to serve you. Merci.
Thank you.
Si Zeus Masi no Mr. Dennis Mendiola, ginanami ni Isla Session no Ingwaizahaw, we love you, and nanayaw daw ko na si Zeus Masi. Yung duty tempo mo. Ooh, Liza. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give it up for Mr. Dennis Mendiola. There you go, folks. You only heard it live here on
Hey, Dennis, what number on the ballot?
One number 3. He's number 3 on
Number
the ballot.
3 on the
folks.
ballot?
You heard it right here. First from Isla Session. Zeus Masi, take care of yourself. Stay safe. Best of luck. Good luck, everybody. Thank you. All right, well, there you go, Stone. So we have our candidate number 3. Gosh, there's a lot of stuff here. I'm sure the voters out there
There we go.
that started from his introduction true. He's true to what he's saying.
So let me I know some people weren't able to hear that last part, and we apologize, but man, if we could reiterate what it was.
Yes.
A lot of it was Dan was talking about really.
He was passionate.
I'm sorry, the music had us here. The levels are up and down because we're trying to monitor at the same time. But we will get that dialogue and translate it for anyone that's interested. I know all of you guys want to hear that, and it was a great moment for him to just speak. And I really felt like he wants to investigate and make sure and look at things.
Right.
Without just reacting. And I think tonight it wasn't about a party. It's not about, it's about the person and the passion. Everyone wants to help Rhoda.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing for the people already.
Right. And he was passionate. And just to wrap up what he said at the end,
Yes.
he was asking all constituents for their vote of confidence.
Yes.
To help him through there. He loved the beautiful island of Rhoda.
Collaboration, working together.
He's always been serving.
Yes.
Non-politically. He served the country. He served everything else.
And we'll be sure to post that again because, man, I mean, I was moved. I kind of was, wow, yeah. Everyone tonight has made me think about, wow, yes, you can. There are ways. There's different. How do we vote? I mean, how many seats do we have open, Jay, for Senate?
And that is, one of the things, and we got to highlight some of the stuff. You got a kid that's coming in from, could go to a different path. Change things around.
Basketball went to Saipan,
look for his opportunity.
Kings, went to Guam, and then
everything. Yep. So,
that
anyways,
could be easily one of us.
Exactly. So,
and So I think his thing with absentees, he does want to
Right.
make sure we're doing it right, and I think we feel we are, and then I think our questions have to
Right.
start coming clear. And who else do we have coming tonight?
I think next up, so anyways, folks, again, we do have, next one coming up, we have Chris Ogo, who is running, and also we got a couple more for the Senate seat, and Ed Maratita. So ladies and gentlemen, again, it's the session. We'll be right back, and we'll get back to it as
Wanna
we
connect
take
them,
connect a couple more of our candidates on this session.
18 more days till early voting, broadcasting live from
Yes,
the
sir.
island of Salem.
Yes,
Def
sir.
Pod's black screen.
Hoorah! Hot seat.
Hot
Yes,
seat.
sir. Put it right there.
We'll be
Post
back,
it.
island session. Black screen. check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
1 2 1 2 1
1
2
2 1
wait,
2.
1 2.
Thank you to everybody tuned in. Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Hey, listen up, guys. So, you know, as always, Isla Session, we're always transparent out there, and we would like to call back again our brother Dennis to revert back his closing remarks. Unfortunately, we did have technical background issues of the music that I believe we just received. That it was
We want to make sure, that he
he's
gets
been
heard.
heard.
Yeah. And if it was
it's an
too
honorable
loud,
thing to do,
yeah.
a respective thing to do. So I'd like to. We're reaching back to him to
Hop back on.
Hop back on, and
Let's
we'll
close this out
we'll close
like
this
only
out
we
the-
can.
The right thing, and
Yeah.
that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
It's a loose session, but
Thank
we
you.
want
Thank you.
him to be heard.
Yes. Thank you for coming back.
Everybody needs to hear. He is passionate about it. There's nothing to hide. We tried to summarize what was going on, of what he has emphasized,
Yeah.
but I like him to.
And thank you to the chat room for just
Thank
letting us
you,
know.
let
And
us
if
know,
you don't
please.
hear the
Things like
candidates,
that, we're here. We're right back in it.
So without
let's
further
do
ado,
it.
if we could
When
get him
we-
back on.
Let's get him back on. Hey, brother Dennis, you're back.
There we
Buenas.
go.
Yeah, we've just received some feedback that when you were doing your closing remarks, the background of the music was taken over, and again, we had our tech to clarify that, and so show us thumbs up if you can hear Dennis with a little bit of background down there. I need some live feed to clarify that before we move
Chat
on.
room, let us know how we
Chat
sound. How we
room,
doing?
sound check 1 2.
I like that, man. Getting live in the chat room.
We tried to summarize it, sir. That you were passionate of what you're saying. And by the way, might I say, I love that frame you have in there, Joshua 24:15. I mean, the Lord. Appreciate that for putting out there. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Yes, sir. God bless.
Wow, I noticed that was. Thank you. That was good. I guess good placement, no? Good
Yes,
placement.
sir.
I didn't
Yes,
realize
sir.
that.
No,
Thanks to my wife.
Yeah, I recognize that, and just like it's an honorable thing, you know how I work, we're always, it's a blessing because you're still our brother, and and that's how we do it here in Isla Session. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Dennis Mendiola for being a champion on the sport,
Coming
bringing
back.
him back.
In closing, here
I
we go.
know how valuable his time, but we brought him back, so
Thank you.
he can hit on that and gets going on that. So here we go.
Thank you. Let me just try and.
Sorry, before we go, how's our sound feed, live feed going on? We got some background, but make sure it doesn't take over his speech, please.
Good to go.
Zero background. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Let's go, sir.
Sound check. Sounds good.
So,
all right, go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Allow me to just say this again in Chamorro English, but let me start off with Chamorro na manena manelu familia manatungo undang kulu na sizus masi ginin guau ya segau komite dan di familia ne sumotsonik mona esti den 2022 be faisina mzo tordo ne azudun mizo na kumoga tansa ina I baloto zonai tansa onai ne botun confianza za kosikisinya be setbiamzo sa hagasa use setbiamzo ginin ane gizo gi departamento dan ane also serve gi militar malaguzo pago na betsuliesti na tiningo dan experiencial za be setbiamzo gi legislatura so por favor mañana manelu familia manatungo mangatsum myself and the final dan go por favor naizo ne botun confianza za Sonic mona ita nota como un maranas como un luta como un auto luta so donkulo na poder esti para be faloguza para be maniantin ita nota luta para interventisien no mai lo ne malumzo gini na posisyon sinya be asiguramzo na ti intentiono para be na fan mamalo amzo intentiono na para be na fan mago famzo za be aligo minolik paramzo to my dear people of Rhoda, to you guys out there that are watching and listening to this, allow me the opportunity to serve you in the legislative capacity, in a legislative capacity. I've served you through our country as a department head, as an executive head, now allow me the opportunity to serve you in the legislature. My intention is not to embarrass anybody or to benefit myself for that matter, but really to find ways to benefit our people. It's been a passion, it's been a drive since I moved back, and that fuels this drive to serve you as a community, as the people of the CNMI, to bring prosperity to our people. So again, my name is Dennis James Camacho Mendiola, number 3 on the ballot. Por favor, please consider me, give me the opportunity to serve you this time around. Jesus Masi, thank you. Maraming salamat po.
All right,
all
well,
right,
ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give it up for Mr. Dennis Mendiola, number 3 on the ballot. He's seeking for a Senate seat. Folks, you've heard it live right here at Isla Sesh.
Yes.
Again, we love you, Dennis. Jesus Masi.
Thank you, brother.
Stay safe, and thank you for your service. Jesus
Thank you,
Masi,
brothers.
brother.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. Take care, sir. All right, folks. Well, there you hear it. Again, once again, we had to call him back because
Make sure, yeah.
it's an honorable
We wanna
thing
make
to
sure
do, and
everyone
we wanna
gets
make
heard,
sure
yeah.
he is heard. He has a right to be heard. And with that said, man,
but
that's the thing we love about
Yeah,
Isla Sesh, because nothing's hidden. We put it out there.
Hey, he
and
came back though, and that was even
Man,
better. That
yeah.
was even, I
He
was like
came back
another
with-
level. Okay, and we're trying to make sure we stay with time. So in the interest of time, we got the next candidate also running for District 7 senatorial seat,
Right. Is Chris
Ogo, and he's not a
also
stranger.
known as
We were-
Kuri. MIC.
And we're going to talk a lot about that. So as we get him ready, founder of the Micronesian Islander community, which still exists as a 501c3 organization, and that even our people have experienced the support and the resources provided. Beautiful thing. We're excited to get him back. He has served our Commonwealth.
Yes.
He's been a representative of Rhoda. Now I wonder, is Chris still the millennial?
Chris is, I think, a borderline of
Okay, X and or Millennial X.
And is it
Let's
ba-
ask him ourselves.
Yeah, that we need to bring that back.
Mr.
up.
Ogo, are you there with us again? It feels like a reunion.
Sound check. How's everybody out there? Please continue
Thumbs
to
up
give
if
us
you can hear.
feedback live. We appreciate it, and we are listening. Gen X.
Oh, are they saying Gen X for that?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe, all
Mr.
right.
Mr. Ogo, are you with us?
Oh,
Yes,
bigan.
sir.
Opan, magi, dongkulo, dan siguro nanigo ka. Ladies and gentlemen, please
Mr.
welcome Mr.
Chris
Ogo, also known as Kuri.
Kuri.
Let's give it a big round of applause. Welcome. Buenas, señor. Buenas, hello. Benayo, at least no 3 minutos or enough ni finenena para introduce Haji si Kuri or si Chris.
Who am
Zazangin mo
I?
nazan. Bayan dagawzi how no
Larong-
kwestiona ginin interamente manmamamay siya na taw-taw-ta ng komunidad. Pues giuttimo menayo ni Ponhutsum dan
Close it
hafa
out.
irason na hogo.
Yes,
Pues
sir.
ginenenaw galuti pare, Prem, senyor.
All right, first of all, I would like to give thanks to our Lord for giving me a wonderful health this morning, and I wish that everybody watching, and most especially thank you to Munjay and to Lawrence and all the people that made this. What you guys are doing is super awesome, and it's a good way of informing our voters throughout the world that are registered for Precinct 7. This is the opportunity to hear us out and make an informed decision on who will be your next 2 senators to represent not only Rota, but to make sure there's a good formation of Rota legislative delegation in the Commonwealth Legislature. My name is Crispin Ogo. I am number 5 in the ballot. My father, late former Congressman Misael Hopper Ogo, My mother, also known as Mama Angie, Angelica Manglonia Ogo. I have three siblings. One, she late Ted, she Betty Jane Ogo. My brother Michael, who lives in Saipan, Eugene, and Sarah, the youngest one. I just want to begin by saying that I decided to run for office even though in 2008 I tried to become a senator, did not make it, and this is my second try. And the reason for that, because I realized that after studying our municipal government, the annual appropriation that we receive annually, it keeps dropping down. And when I look at the numbers, it really, it is not hard to understand where's the problem. It seems like we're too dependent on just receiving and not having key initiatives, thinking of what we can do. And I want to put out and share to our voters a famous quote from our 35th president, John F. Kennedy, who said, "It's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." I truly believe in that. And honestly, gentlemen, you know, that's what drives me. I was in the States, I was with you guys up there in Oregon.
Mr. Ogo,
And
Mr.
even though
Ogo.
I was in
Could we just so you're getting some they want to hear you more, and we feel like, can you get closer to the mic or where you're speaking? Some people can't hear you just as well, and we want to make sure that everything you're saying is getting heard.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption.
Yes, and
Yeah,
we're going to
if
come
can
into
get
you in
go
Oregon.
Closer to your mic, sir. Thank you.
Give us a mic check if you can.
All right, okay, I hope
Mic
this
check.
is-
Let us know how that
Is this
sounds. They
good?
want to hear you, sir. Yes, sounds good here. Can we get a confirmation? All right.
Let me just leave it. I'm gonna leave
There you go.
them further next to
There we go. Thank you.
To the laptop so I can be heard perfectly. Like I was saying, in the part of our 35th
Yes.
president, and I truly believe what our 35th president, John F. Kennedy said, that it's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And when I look at our annual appropriation and I look at what we need to do to stimulate our municipal economy, that's when I came up with some ideas. And I want the voters to understand that, you know, if each of us that are elected makes decision on their own to introduce bills. However, I realized that during my first two terms as a congressman, you know, when you are young, sometimes you're gung-ho and you want to showcase and prove yourself that you can do something. But I realized that being a Rota legislative delegation is a teamwork. It's not about Crispin Ogo, it's not about Senator this individual. No, it's about the team. It's about the Rota leadership. So I want to go in here, I want to be elected knowing that I'm going to be part of the team. Not as a one-man team, because even in any sport, it always comes together as a teamwork. So that's what, you know, I mean, if you have the opportunity to review and watch my YouTube channel, you'll be able to hear what I'm about to say only today as I'm giving the opportunity. You know, I always promote that I hope that I make it, but those that who made it, after inauguration, come together and do a Rota Leadership Summit. So everybody's idea can be put on the table, invite the people and hear them out. But what's important is every candidate have an idea, put it on the table, decide the top five that is important for the municipality, and go from there. So it's always important in my heart to have a Rota Leadership Summit, look at the plan for the next 4 years, and make plan for the next 10 years, like what the U.S. Congress does. They plan ahead. Uh, that's the best introduction that I can introduce about myself. I'm gonna be a team player. Bills that I'm gonna introduce, it's about the consensus of the Rota Legislative Delegation, consensus of the Rota leadership. I truly believe that the Rota delegation should support the mayor that is gonna be on island. Communication is one of the best ways to make things happen. Thank you.
All right. Well, Mr. Kuri,
Yes,
you
yes.
mentioned some of John F. Kennedy's phrase
Yes.
of ask what Kuri can do for Rota, ask not Rota what Rota cannot do for Kuri. So what can you do with this question, Kuri? The Rota municipal government spends $300,000 each year for the casino commissioner salaries, putting a burden on the municipality's obligation. If you're elected as a senator, will you support the local law to amend Rota Casino Act of 2007 to abolish the annual salary since there is no casino operating currently? Or let's just rewind since 2007, so it's how many years? What's your thought on that, sir?
Okay, first of all, I'm glad that you raised that question because it's a long debate. Even myself, I asked myself when I was in Saipan listening and reading articles. I said, if it's me, I will call these people in, and we know that it's not running. But you know, I believe in economy, municipal economy. So my take on this is let's sit down with these people and hear them out and see what is their plan. What do they foresee? I'll tell you this. I read a letter from Mayor Ephraim Atali requesting $700 some thousand to the Rota delegation to provide salary and to operate this commission. I feel that it's important to revisit this and make an educated judgment on this matter. That if it's not going to work for us, abolish it. But if we see an inch that it can work, then let's figure out how to make it work. I strongly believe in looking at sources to make money for our municipality. But yeah, it's been a while. Probably no one has really put in the effort to investigate and see and have a fact finding on the abilities of these commissioners and what is your 5-year plan or your 4-year plan, how you're going to get investors to come in, how you're going to have anyone ever done their investigation? Did the municipal council did their part? Yes. You know, because we cannot just slash an idea without really doing a good research.
And talking
I
about
strongly believe that we should look at a research on this, and if it's necessary to abolish it, we'll abolish it.
and thank you for being very upfront and then saying
And
yes
do an
if we need to.
investigation.
Yes.
Thank you for coming forth with that on your terms, Mr. Kuri, which jumps into, go ahead.
Yeah, a bill was introduced in 2021 and sits idle in the Senate. You spoke about this is your second time to run for this position and you understand the nature of politics. This bill that sits idle is one that prohibits public officials and government employees from engaging or attending political activities while traveling on a CNMI government paid for by the CNMI government funds. So you're a bill's introduced, it's sitting idle. I mean, talk to us. Let us know, Mr. Ogo, about how do you feel? Is this piece of legislation one you will support and front load in the first 100 days? It's a hot topic question. People want accountability, transparency. They want to see our system working. Is this a priority in the first 100?
Can you
Yes.
review
And it
your
is
question one more time slowly, please? Because I'm just using hotspot for now,
no
and
worries.
sometimes
No
Thank you.
worries.
Thank you for
the
That,
internet.
that's Isla Sesh for you.
yes.
Basically, the question is saying, what is your take, and do you support where we got folks living off island on public funds, government funds, but then these government funds that they're using, they're doing political, businesses in the meantime while they're traveling.
Hey Jay, I thought we didn't want to go there, bro. We're gonna go there.
Yeah, that's basically.
So you know
in
the
general.
news. It's the news, the media that we've
Yeah.
seen. The people want to know about that. Out here, they say that we aren't getting the right information. It's all rumors. Clear it up. So when people travel that way, as we've seen in the media, and we don't want to say any names tonight, but we're saying they travel here and it's strictly to go to these rallies that are, they're out here campaigning instead of going to what the stipend was supposed to be paid for.
Yeah, what's
I,
your.
I understand the question, and if that was me, I would not do it. Let's not lie to our people. Let's stop that. If you want to go to a political rally, spend your own money. Don't
Okay.
use the people's money for your benefit. So if that bill comes up, I would just say no to that bill. Why? Because I'm not gonna use people's money. In fact, I hope you have questions about this subsistence that the Rota delegation, Chilean delegation is getting, because there's many things that needs to be addressed on that issue, and I'm glad that the House of Representatives is really looking into to making sure that you spend that subsistence accordingly. I strongly believe that when it's public funds, use it for public purpose. Simple as that.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Okay.
Thank you for that feedback, Kuri. And the second on this take, speaking about corruption, on your take and what you see, what legislation to further our goals you would introduce to further our goals to address corruption in our government.
And corruption in general, and we're not saying any particular act right now or what's out there, just corruption, government. You spoke about it. Just abolish it if it's not necessary. I think he's pretty transparent
Right.
about taking action if it's needed. Yeah.
So,
What do you think about corruption legislation you'd pass to try to help that?
Honestly, I'll be honest, and the voters are going to judge all the candidates according to their response. It's clear the Lord gave us brain to use, and you know how to use your brain to even think whether it's right or wrong. I remember sitting down with someone that I truly believe on this. Everybody has choices. You read a bill, you're going to introduce a bill. When it's not right, it's not right. We don't want to go into a situation where even yourself as an elected official thinking, is this right for me? Am I misusing public funds? If that's the mindset that you have, then you know that you're using public funds, misusing it, then don't do it. So the word corruption to me, I just don't even want to put that in my vocabulary. So any bill that on top of my mind right now to come up with a bill that for corruption, I'm more focused right now in getting our municipal economy moving. But yeah, when that topic arises, of course, I will support it, and hopefully I will come up with something that, you see, my mindset is not even for corruption. That's why I cannot think about any legislation in regards to corruption, because Mama Angie didn't teach us to be corrupted,
Yes.
well said. Yeah.
Am I clear enough?
Yes, loud enough,
Yes,
loud and
yes.
clear. And that what it means is basically Kuri is trying to say that part of that value is you gotta have integrity. in this kind of position. So do the right thing when nobody's looking, right, Kure? I think that's what you're trying
Yes,
to.
yes, sir.
It goes down to the next one where it says, this is a hot topic again and it's trending everywhere.
And let's ask him, were you ever an absentee voter, sir,
You
Mr.
were an
Ogo?
absentee voter, sir, right? At one point?
Oh yeah, I was voting up there in Salem. Of
Okay.
course, but let me share something about voting as an absentee. And then I was thinking about this. You know, I never received any pamphlet or any phone call. I just choose the person that, whether it's related to me or, at that time we didn't have internet. Or, you know, people don't call. No, so that's the thing that that is different now that you guys can see about what I'm saying, that now people can hear through internet access and things like that. But I remember voting without even thinking that what is the platform, you know?
You weren't
So
that.
that's the best thing about you guys.
Low battery.
Yeah, that was the before where you weren't that informed vote, right?
Yes, yes, and what you guys are doing is really awesome, you know, and it's exciting. It's exciting to know that someone can hear us, you know, at least through virtual.
Wait. And when we say hear us, what's your YouTube address? You, I know you're out there saying subscribe to hear the plan for the municipality. Can you give them the address? It's youtube.com /
Chris Ogo, just search Chris Ogo, CRISOGO.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we will provide the
because
links.
a lot of times they put CH, but it's CRISOGO.
CRISOGO on his YouTube channel, folks. He's trying to be informative through social media and virtually, so check that out. Which we go again, Kuri, with this absentee issue. So what, you know, people have left home. You were a part of that. You experienced that for many reasons: unreliable medical services, job opportunities, you name, military, whatnot, categories within its defined law. Question goes is, if elected, what is your plan to address the concern and to ensure that voters are not being suppressed or systemically, given an opportunity to vote? What's your take on that, sir?
All right. Let me give you a simple example, and this is really, it hits home. Historically, people have gone to the military or lived elsewhere for 20, 25 years. And they decide to go home. All right. But within that long history of being away, they still vote. But I'll tell you this, and this is in my heart, and this is what I believe. When you're born in let's say, Rota, or even in Saipan or Tinian, regardless of where you go, where you were born and where you grew up and where your roots is going to bring you back. That's my strong belief. So I was reviewing the election law the other day because that question came across and came to my mind, and it hit my mind. That, man, when a person is away for 30 years, no matter what, they still have that home feeling. They still eventually gonna go home. Why we're away? Because there's no opportunity on road, barely an opportunity on road. You wanna retire, you come back home. Well, I don't wanna retire. I came back because I saw a way to improve, and hopefully one day both of you and the people in Washington State, the people in California, can one day say, let's go back to our island, because, man, there's productivity, there's something going on in Rhoda. So my take on this is, no matter how long you're away, from where you plant your roots, where you plant your seeds, you're still gonna go back. You know, you're still gonna go back to where you plant your seed. That's my take on that.
Thank you, Kuri, for putting your take on that, and that really much sums up on that question of the absentee. Go ahead, Officer
And
Stone.
we'll jump right into it, sir. Could you identify some areas where you see particular opportunities for economic growth?
Thank you for that question because that's what's on my mind all the time. Let's look at the census, 2020 census. There's 1,893 population in Rhoda. In 2010, we had 4,000. In 2020, we have 1,893. That's half of the population 2 decades ago. Now, 2020 census indicated there's 912 houses that people live in. I look at the numbers, and let's look at livestock. You know, I want people to understand that the demographic here on the island, the only way, why I'm putting agriculture as one of the biggest economic driver for is 12 households, let's say 500 houses, people that live in that house. They raise 10 pigs, okay? 500 houses at 10 pigs, that's 5,000 pigs that you can harvest. You know, a lot of times when we come from Saipan to Rome, we bring spare ribs. So 10,000 pigs and 2 spare ribs, that's 20,000 spare ribs, my primos. What are we gonna do with 20,000 spare ribs? That's why I truly believe that food security equals economic growth.
So let's
food security
equals economic growth.
Job opportunity and economic growth.
And let's continue into that. Agriculture can help reduce poverty, raise incomes, and improve food security, just like you mentioned. Rhoda is rich in their agricultural resources such as sweet potato, taro, and other produce. We've heard this. Please tell us what you can do if elected to help grow this industry in Rhoda and assist farmers to export their crops for sale.
All right. Before I get into the farmers to export, check this out. In 2020, Senator Paul, myself, Ivan Merritt, and David Calvo, DLNR resident director, we spoke to the owner of the mobile slaughterhouse that was purchased for Tinian. We spoke through Zoom, and we were talking about how can we get a slaughterhouse, a plug-and-play slaughterhouse, USDA certified for Rhoda. $340,000 worth of equipment. It's a great way to make sure that we start our industry. Now, that was 2020. 8 months ago, I wrote a proposal and I gave it to Mr. Ivan Merritt to give Mayor Ephraim. I call it the Rota Workforce Initiative. All right, and this is about food security, livestock production, and crop production, but mostly on livestock. The whole idea here is I've been preaching and saying all of these things, providing information, research that I've done, feasibility studies, and nothing has been done. It's almost 2 years that Kuri is saying, let's do this for our people. Now, they questioned me about cargo and shipping. I said, have you guys seen the sea bricks that used to come into our port? This ship can carry 8 to 10 40-footer refrigerated container that can take our products from Rota to Guam, Rota to Saipan. This is a big size ship. Now, I also reminded them that at one time we used to charter 737 from Japan to Rota. So don't tell me that cargo is the issue. Exporting product is our issue. So we need to figure out the structure to do that.
So let's do
I'm
this.
sharing those things. Yes,
Let's
sir.
do this in your closing right now because we have to make sure we maintain the time. We have a couple more candidates, or actually one more. Let's talk about your closing now. You're talking about economy. You understand what you need to do. You're writing these, you're proposing. In closing, what do you want the audience tonight and everyone, what do you want them to know? Give your closing.
Remarks.
Yes.
No, it's it's fading.
Hey, my brother,
All right.
please.
I want our voters to consider that if we're just going to
Hold on, Mr. Ogo, Mr. Ogo, we gotta do this right. One moment. We gotta give the time. Let's do it right.
One more time. I was just putting down numbers, but I'm gonna give you a closing, and then I wanna get back to. I wanna get back to something you said, Kuri. Thank you so much. So go ahead and finish your closing.
all right.
The lights, bro.
I wanna ask the voters, mostly the ones from the United States, Hawaii, Guam, Saipan, and also to the ones watching here on the island that our annual appropriation is not enough. If we're gonna be dependent on our annual appropriation, that is just since 1978, the inception of our Commonwealth government. Since the inception of our Commonwealth government, the Commonwealth have been providing us, and I call it the welfare economy. And that is the status quo, just waiting for what stipend is going to us. I want to briefly say that I will provide anyone that is interested to know that I wrote a letter to the Secretary of Finance to ask how much Rhoda contributed to the General Fund annually for the past 5 years. And I'll give you an example. Last year, we contributed $1.6 million. That's our tax going to the general fund. But they gave us back $8 million. You know, so the highest that we Rhoda contributed to the general fund is less than either 1.6 million or less. But we're always getting either 6 million, 8 million. So all I'm saying is Rhoda has been in a welfare economy for the longest time, and that's why I like to reiterate that what our 35th president said, it's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And that's what I'm trying to do, is please give me the chance.
Yes.
You see, my history, political history, I was a Republican. You know, it's not about party here in Rota anymore. You cannot trust party. I'm sorry to say that. My father was a Republican. I was a Republican. What made me become independent? Because I want to make the right choice. You know, I don't blame the people that are in a party system, but I know that I can make a difference. And I'm a team player. I decide to be a team player. I want to make sure that our municipal economy is priority in this next 4 years if elected. So all I ask the voters is, you know, if you watch my YouTube channel, subscribe to Chris Ogo. You gotta click that
CRIS.
so you'll be able to see
Yes.
my video, and I got about 9 videos in there.
All right.
And please don't forget, number 5 in the ballot.
Number 5 on the ballot, ladies and
On
gentlemen.
the ballot.
Primos.
Number
Thank you so much.
Tautauita.
That's CRIS.
CRIS.
OGO on his YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen.
YouTube.
Check his
.com
platform
/
out. His agenda
CRIS.
is rolling out there on YouTube. And there you go, constituents. You
Wow.
heard it directly from him. Let's give it up one more time for Chris Ogo.
If I may, one just two minutes antes di ba dawa na ba pinod sa moros no kinini na mampus do no wanay mamalaw do sa kalang malilingoy kulturata, deski kulturan Chamorro ilingwahita. Unggan na magay masangangan nyo na givideo mo Pinoy-English mo no mampus pininitilo danggin malilingoy lingwahita sa praktika ilingwahita daw na bay sangan kita ngin iman puta kita saipan ibitira militar na manggayi yuri dokta iman malamuta mela data duduti da no ta noisia no sensia na pwede un dia mabila siya kita nota hopefully no estina grupo nota delegation o ma-figure out tayo mano may patanagwa nota himo da alas 6 gidaluta no anyway mas daw na bayutsong kita bueno militata na manggagi na masisig di bandera na Amerikano iman malanguta kita sa ipan ubay dam no todo munga man malefa na yatso latti sumustektinik kumuman Chamorro sidus masi
Igual lo que igual ocurre la cocina sana uaswa ni biro tati ane malum zo wow ungo gezi radio station kalang boss mo pun ezi mensahe pa COVID cocina repite de afar sa sagad sa banana ongo zo no ante lacio ungan ongo no
magugpay ka saipan diling no munga mampus munga ini magugpay na saipan ni governor sa Govget Pan. Govget Pan este COVID-19 na sunod. Govget Pan.
Ay sige na pago matto zo ungo kileko la kalag sikuri zo. Umahalo ma zo na hongo zo.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, and to all of the individuals who are involved in this island session. On behalf of the committee to elect Crispin and Ogo, the Friends of Kuri, the Saipan Loki, na umadudugado, dan especialmente si Becky, na Mampos Bumosatsu, na no ajudanti ni Kada Karilao, Emmanuelu, Santi Carl, Santo Beni, and todo, i-patient, na manggay ni Valley Inn, Sunshine, dan Beach Garden. Ubay dam do todos. Adios.
Adios. Ladies and gentlemen.
Number 5 on the ballot. Mr. Chris
Ogo. Let's give it up.
Chris with the CRISOGO.
Check him out
YouTube.
on the YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. So with that said, we have one more coming
ready for
up.
that?
I
Back
think
to
we
back to
have
back? What do you
Mr.
think,
Ed
boss?
Maratita coming up next. And ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from all around,
Yeah.
and that's an amazing thing. And I'm having so much blast because we're covering all angles that are passionate and want to help the cinema. We've got, from all generations mixed in, just want to mend it all together and put it there.
Yes.
And the seat, I believe, is 2, right? 2 seats are up. Yes. There's 2 seats. So, folks, you've heard 4. We're down to 1.
Yes.
And here we go. We're going to call him in right at it. Here we go. We got Mr. Ed Maratita. Sound check.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening from the Pacific Northwest. And I like how Kuri in the end was talking about the language and how the importance of it and how he wants to see it persevere through the times, right?
And you see the passion, of how he's identifying the identity. He's upfront of what he stands by and what he takes off.
And then goes on the YouTube, and there's more there.
Yeah, all of them.
All right.
Hello, good evening from here in the
Or
States.
Good
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
Marianas. Buenas. Hello. See? Refill.
I like that. The refill. Let me look.
There we go.
Once
Buenas
again,
tardes,
good morning, good
South
afternoon,
Chick.
actually.
Good afternoon, Marianas. Good evening here in the stateside Pacific Northwest.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have live now. Let's please welcome si Edward Maratita. Let's bring him up to the table. Buenas, hello. Can you hear us? No?
Buenas, yes.
Okay, buenas. Welcome to Isla Session. Inanayo dakulo na si Jesus Mosi ni Unzuti Timpomo. Para undanyo yami para pago na puengi gwini Pacific Northwest ang lago na programa. So tungwa na fanan taftaf ang zogegan or taluani. Anyhow, mangaygi wasya manega, from abroad, stateside, Guam, elsewhere that are informed voters and want to learn all their candidates. They have asked us to do this many times, and here we are. And we thank you for joining us today, Jesus Masichelo. We'll give you about 3 minutes of just to introduce yourself, who you are, and then we'll we'll go to the question and answers, and then we'll give you your closing and your closing remarks from them. So please tell us who is Ed Maratita.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to your session. I would like to thank also those people out there that are tuned in. And for some of you out there, or for most of you that don't know me, my name is Edward Castro Maratita Jr. I'm the son of the late Edward Zoa and Rosa Castro Maratita. I'm married to Leia de Rosario Maratita, originally from the Philippines, and I have 4 beautiful children. Also, reason why I'm in this race is because I was asked, as some of you maybe know, that in 2018 I decided to run, but because of medical reason, I decided to pull out. And when I came back, they asked me again, but I told them I have to get back to them because I have to head back again to Oregon and talk to doctors and also family and friends. And from there on, I started reflecting and decided to run as an independent candidate. And I know I'm going up against family members, and I hope that I'm giving a chance. The voters ask, why me? And when they have already 4 candidates, so they're like they want somebody different. They want somebody new. So, that's when I decided to really accept the job and give the people a chance to decide a new face in this political arena. So, my name is Edward Castro Maratita Jr., number 4 in the ballot, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Jesus Mosi, Mr. Maratita, and we thank you again. I know it's hard to just decide and to take on these challenges, so we would like to thank you for stepping up and being a part of that, to help with at least the passion of helping our community in the island of Rota. So with that said, we'll just go ahead and jump into our question, and as we're asking, and these are just the generals that we've been getting a lot from our constituents. A lot is coming from this casino commissioners. We had this commissioners established back in 2007. Is this something? What's your take on it? Since it's a dead on the water. It's sitting on the water. What's your take on that? Either to abolish, continue. What's your platform? Where you stand on that, sir?
But to be honest, I never supported casino when it was up for voting. I never let casino for our island. But since it's passed, now I have to support it. And because of, we've been idle, there's no investors coming in. If it's up to me, I would abolish the casino. But why can't we just help it? So maybe in not abolishing it, but if we can lower their salaries, because there's nothing going on. And then once there's an interested investor coming in, then maybe we should look at once the casino operation is fully, fully fully established.
Yeah.
And we look at if they're really doing good, the business is doing good, then maybe we should go back and look at if the casino commission will get back their original salary. But as of now, I don't think they should be sticking with that original salary that they got. I mean, there's no casino going on. Thank you.
Thank you for putting what you stand there. And again, this is all authentic, ladies and gentlemen. And just go into another hot topics that's coming out is many of our there was a bill that was introduced in 2021 that sits idle in the Senate seat as well to prohibit public officials and government employees from engaging or attending political activities while traveling on the CNMI government paid for the CNMI government's funds. A, is this piece of legislation one that you will support and front load in your first 100 days in office? Why or why not?
I will support the bill. I don't believe that you should be traveling government time and which could have also doing side side business. I mean, if it's for the benefit, then I'll go for it. But if it's not, I mean, don't do it, right? And what is the second part of the question again?
Second question is basically accountability. What other legislation are you considering to introduce to further the goals of addressing the accountability for should there is an enactment or someone engaging in that if you're prohibiting that bill?
I think we should look at it and try and legislate some, get together with the legislature and come up with a bill that to prevent these from happening. And, hopefully maybe if there's a big penalty, but if there is already in place, then, I mean, but again, going back, we should be looking at that,
And if we can clarify, and we're assuming that everything was done already, and it's presented in the matter with that it proves that it was done, or it was spending public funds on going out to campaign. There's no maybes there. So what we know is that you will take a stance if it's wrong, and that if it benefits the public. And I want to make sure if I can check. Can everyone hear him clearly, Can everyone hear Mr. Maratita? Clearly, we're good?
All right.
Nice,
All right.
nice, beautiful.
So we're moving on. And again, Mr. Maratita, the next one we'll go right into is this absentee, voting. Many of the folks, you yourself can attest of coming down for medical reasons, but for many other reasons. Our previous candidate had mentioned, some folks' way of life. Life is hard. Establishing family. There's a lot of factors, but the love is still back home. What do you take on the absentee? Do you think people who are voting absentee should be continuously giving the right to vote? What's your take on that?
Mr. Mundu, when you were asking me the question, it was like you're breaking up. Can you repeat the question again?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I apologize. So again, this goes to the absentee voters situation. Are being challenged regarding, their residency, have left home due to bleak economy, facing hardships, medical services, abroad reasons. However, because of these, regarding the issue, and when you're elected, what is your plan to address this concern and to ensure, what is your position, should I say, on this absentee? And when elected, what is your plan to address the concern to ensure the voters are not suppressed?
this election thing is very sensitive, and if it's for military, medical, school, um, finding greener pasture, then maybe I understand. But if we're trying to abolish these absentee voters because they haven't stayed here for more than 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, we should look at it first at their part. What is the reason? We need to find out what's their reason for not coming back. And there's some that I talked to that the reason why they don't want to come back is there's no jobs. And I agree with them. I mean, if they come back here, what are they going to be doing? I know Chris Ogo bring up his, those farming subsistence municipal. I mean, yeah, maybe you can farm, make money out of it, support local. But if they have family to support, I don't think maybe it's enough. So, I agree with them for working stateside because they're trying to find greener pasture to support their family. But I think maybe they should come at least maybe sometime so that they can establish themselves, and then if they want to go back again, then that's up to them. But this absentee is really, like I said, it's really a sensitive issue that if elected, I want to sit down with the senators and we can bring up something that also we can help. Because I, for one, even the students, I even tell them that not to come back home. Why don't you just stay back there, get the experience. Once you get the experience, come back home and work. But what really forbids them makes them want to have to come back home is because of the scholarship issue. That once they graduate, they have to come back home and work for at least 2 years, just so that they won't pay back the scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Martita, and we'll just dive right into a couple more. For many heavily reliant on our tourism, what, if anything, will you do differently to diversify the local economy? What specific tools do you need to grow the economy?
Can you repeat the question again, Mr. Mundo?
For many back home, they rely on tourism for our economy. What, if anything, aside from that, will you do differently to diversify the local economy?
Just last week, a friend of mine emailed me about the military buildup, the Marines that are heading to Guam and so forth. And they're asking me what's good to do here in Rota, so that they can advertise to the MWR, so that we can promote Rota. And I think we should also tap into the military, because right now bringing in tourists is kind of a really a hard thing. I mean, with the limited seating too we got from the airlines, I don't think it'll be possible to bring in 30, 40 tourists. So why don't we tap in to our neighbors, so that they can come and visit Rota and experience the natural beauty, taste Rota delicacy, and so forth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And last but not least, we are facing an unprecedented crisis of confidence in government now more than ever. How will you chart a path toward returning government to the people?
I always believe that if we have financial oversight and I know that we should be wise in spending our finances here in the Sinamay. And once we take care of finances, that's when we'll look at the bigger picture with the economy, healthcare, public safety, and like I said, once we get our finances in order, then that's when we look at our economy, our healthcare. That way, every year we won't be, you know, talking about the budget. There's always every year. There's always a problem with the budget. There's always what you call it, somebody disagreeing with what is the amount, where they're gonna get money. So we need to take care of our finances first, so that we can stop the waste of money, and then that's when we look at our bigger issues. That way, the department will, once they ask for money, at least there is money right there, instead of money wasted. Yeah, you guys getting it?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Or you want me to explain more?
Well, I think, yeah, maybe
I
if we
think-
could talk about how do you feel the finances are being spent right now?
Yeah.
And what would you target?
What would you do differently?
What I would do differently is, you know, like here in Rhoda, I mean, all we've been talking is that we're gonna fix our dialysis. I mean, we got ARPA money. I mean, why can't we get that money and what you could have, if we cannot fix our building, why don't we privatize the dialysis program? Use ARPA money, bring in a private dialysis company, let them run it for 1 year, and then after that, they take over. That way, we don't need to keep spending money on a building that what you could have already broken down, or what you could have, it cannot be used, because right now that building right there for dialysis needs to just be broken down and rebuilt up.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ed Maritita. Well said. We appreciate you. At this time, I want to give you your closing remarks, and you know, why you think you are the candidate for our constituents.
Talk to the people. They're tuned in right now. This is your time to talk to them.
This is your time, sir. Tell them what it is.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you to all you guys out there that are listening. Again, I'm number 4 on the ballot. Please support. And I guess what made me unique about this, guys, is that maybe I have something new to offer. That what you could have, instead of the same old thing that we've been seeing. And I believe I can do that. And if you give me that confidence on November, like I said, I'm number 4 on the ballot. Edward Castro Maritita Jr. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Mr. Ed Maritita. Let's give it
Number 4
up.
on the ballot. Number 4.
Number 4 on the ballot. There you go. You've heard it from him live, authentically.
First time on Island Session.
First
right?
time on
Is it?
Island
Yeah.
Session. Primo,
Thank you
Jesus
so much for
Masi,
joining
we
us.
love you.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming up. Jesus Masi Chelo. Memorias, and take care. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Mr. Newcomer coming in within this race. That is Ed Maritita.
We got 5 candidates.
Obviously, you got some constituents that believe in him and asking him to run and forefront that to take the lead. And
tomorrow, let's just give them a breakdown. Tomorrow 8 a.m. CNMI time, 3 p.m. out here Pacific Standard Time. We're going to continue on. We got Sunday
coming up for the mayoral.
Yep.
CNMI time. Saturday Pacific. Here Pacific Northwest time for the mayoral.
Tomorrow time, Sunday, a
candidate,
day ahead, 7 hours behind. And we're going to have everyone running for mayor, municipal council. Thank you for tuning in. Wow.
Yeah, it was a fun night for us, folks.
We hope
you
got
heard
to
it
hear
all.
a
We
piece,
got
a
from
little
all
more.
generations, passionate of why they want to help, coming in from different angles. We're looking at the topics, the concerns. We're looking at all these issues, prioritizing, including, economy. Economy is a huge thing.
Abolish, not abolish. Research. I want to look. They want to be informed.
It's a huge thing.
I think the one thing is, I believe that will they work together? And I think maybe we got to ask him as we get to
Right.
all of these candidates,
Are
are
you
you going to
able?
work together?
When you're in or not. I mean, you got all these ideas, great passion. There it is. That is the Rhoda we know.
Yeah.
Passion. Now it's mending them together.
The
Right.
issues are still.
The issue is
they
still
want us
there.
to vote. They want to just look
Yeah.
at what is it that's
Absentee,
happening. I
they
think we got to
want it to
clarify
matter.
that. Provisional ballots, late
Unnecessary
ballots.
expenditures to include something that is not feasible. I see all of them in taking
know it's a concern,
reduced
yes.
salary, consensus.
They
I
want to
mean,
help. They want to help.
you know,
in 3 years, what is
yeah.
the help that has been done? I think it's. Let's start looking at time frames now.
And the reason why I wanted to also go up because I had somebody to give me some data on it for the first time that I haven't heard in a while. Where, you know, it looks like some
Yeah.
of them are researching and they're trying all these to investigate of how to make it work.
Yes, yes.
Ooh, this is hot race,
check
ladies
out
and
the
gentlemen.
YouTube channel.
Yes,
check out their
sir.
social media.
All right.
Everyone tonight, thank you to the chat room for
Yeah,
letting
thank
us
you
know.
for our guests
Executive
showing up.
producers,
Let's
sponsors.
go down the list for the house. We thank Edward Marcinas
Mr. Yes.
for the house.
While
We
you're
had Ivan Miret running
Jr.
for the house. Thank you. We had Julie
Ogo.
Ogo
Thank
running
you.
for the house, coming in to show up. For the Senate seat, we had our incumbent mayor, Efren
Yes.
Atalik, is in the house.
Yes.
Came on with that. Is followed by
Mr.
Congressman Donald
Maglonia.
Maglonia
Yes.
was in the house. Then Dennis Minjola
Minjola.
in the house for the Senate
And we
seat.
had to bring him back because the audio wasn't. And then
Horrible
right into
thing. And right into
Mr.
Kuri
Yes.
covering Crispin Ogo.
C
And
R
then
I.
CRISOGO
Check
for the
the
YouTube
YouTube.
channel.
Yes.
And then last but not least,
Mr. Ed
Edward
Maratita.
Maratita Jr.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Isla Sesh, for holding us down.
Thank you. That
Thank
rocks
you for
that
everybody
pause.
that's tuning in,
AJM.
subscribing there.
Auntie Janet.
Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. God bless. We love you. Luta strong. Viva Luta. Viva Marianas for our brothers and sisters from elsewhere that's in Saipan, Rhoda, Guam, tuning in. And you know,
Thank you,
it's
Luta.
never been important before, so here we go. Jesus Masi, take it away, that pause with some live closing music. I'll see you tomorrow.
Island session.
Island Session. We out. Adios. Zeus Mossy. See you tomorrow.